Good morning and welcome to the Samba Zondon Patrol here for finals day for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Miguel Pupo in the quarterfinals along with Australia's George Pitar. The Medina family has arrived. Sophia, an emotional win to make finals day. And also a Californian, Bella Kenworthy, asked her dad, did I get the shot? Nadia Erostarbe already has her jersey. And Luana Silva preparing to surf against Nadia in the first heat of the morning. 30-minute heat scored on their top two. We'll have 35-minute finals at the end of the day, crowning our champions after a stellar week here in Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. Thanks for being with us. I'm Joe Turpel, alongside Rosie Hodge, longtime CT standout. A finals day always feels incredible for a lot of reasons. There's a buzz in the air. They know they've made it through the long week, and they're into the final series.
What a feeling, Joey, to be here on finals day. It has been a marathon. We've seen all sorts of competition, all sorts of conditions, and yeah, it's been very exciting. A couple buzzer beaters have kept us very much engaged.
As we see a veteran performing really well. He made a final a long time ago. He's ready to take the win this year. Miguel Pupo's on the beach with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Joey. Miggy, you got surfed not once but twice this morning before finals day. Give us the conditions report.
Actually, the waves are a bit better than I thought it was going to be, and it's a bit bigger. It's kind of the same as yesterday, so it's going to be a fun day, and can't wait to watch and surf.
Well, and yesterday was such a great day for you. What do you think is the biggest key for you today to continue that momentum?
Just try to keep speed in the wave and probably land some airs. I know Drive has been flying around and been the standout of the event so far, so I'm going to try my best and get some waves and hopefully make the heat.
We'll see you in the quarters.
Yeah, see ya.
Thank you, AJ. Miguel Pupo enjoying the conditions this morning. Said he was a little bit surprised, a little bit more size than he thought. It is small, definitely one of the smaller days we've had, but there are some opportunities there to perform. Miguel will have a heat with Jarvis Earl in quarterfinal number one. Both goofy foots. Jarvis, obviously a lot younger, and working with Brett Simpson. That's going to be a big heat to watch today.
Yeah, that could be a final, Joe. I mean, Miggy touched on it. Jarvis has been the standout, but to me, Miguel Pupo has definitely put on just such a stellar performance. That speed that he's been carrying and just the maneuvers that he's been showcasing, yeah, with his CT knowledge, it's going to be an insane heat. Jarvis Earl is just such a young upstart, and like you said, he's got Brett Simpson in his corner. I like that one.
Fun one. Let's check out the waves with Surfline. Thanks, Charlotte Perry, for all the hard work this week. And looking at what we have for finals day, the leftover south-southwest tropical swells hanging in there, and maybe a little push of northwest wind swell today.
Yeah, I love it. It's super peaky today, and like Miggy touched on, there's a bit more energy than we expected. I was really stoked when I came down to the beach, had a look out at the lineup. It's glassy. It's slack wind at the moment. Super fun waves up and down. You know, we're going to stay in that like 2 to 4, 2 to 3 range. We are going to have that side onshore, and it's going to pick up a little bit to onshore later in the afternoon. So that's what we've seen all week, is really just a light wind through the morning, and then that sea breeze starts to pick up come the afternoon.
Big thanks to Surfline and Charlotte Perry for the official forecast for this event, finals day. So we know we're on. We know we're crowning our champions. We'll kick things off with the women, Luana Silva, Nadia Erostarbe, and then we'll be rotating with the men throughout the day today. Some cool stories in the mix, like Sally Fitzgibbons competing for a second U.S. Open title. And it's been a long time. If she can win it, it'll be 13 years since she won her first title out here at Huntington Beach.
She came so close last year, Joe. She made the final here at Huntington against Soy Lindblad. So yeah, Sally's had a lot of success here, and she would be obviously the veteran in this draw at the moment. Yeah, but I love this heat in the water. Both of these women have been super impressive throughout the week.
Nadia Erostarbe representing the Basque part of Spain, and we've got Luana Silva representing Brazil, raised on the North Shore of Oahu. As we count in the start to finals day, Lulu wanting to check out this peak and will take the first wave of the day. Snap to start, end section, solid closeout turn. Smart decision for Luana to grab a little two-turn combo to kick off the morning.
I like it. I like that early start. Just get that number on the board. being the first heat of the morning can be quite tricky, Joe. I mean, you're kind of the guinea pigs. You're going out there and you really kind of setting the scale for the day. This is the first time that the judges are going to see surfing for the day. So the numbers that we see populating for Luana, that's going to be our benchmark for the day.
Yeah, it's all about setting the new scale. Travis Logie sends a message out to all the competitors about the judging criteria. It's actually kind of a nice letter. Kind of says good morning to start. What an incredible week. Has some nice things to say to all the athletes.
Even some emojis.
Yeah, some cool emojis in there. Travis gets really warm, but then gets down to business. When it comes to the criteria, he said combinations of major maneuvers, majors in all caps. On the critical section, showing high speed, power, and good flow throughout the ride. They like variety of repertoire, ability to read the wave and adapt to the different sections. Also mentioning a creative approach to maximize scoring potential on every section. Let's see how Lulu did.
Like this little wave from Lulu, pier ball right, just slashes up into it. Two-turn combo. You can tell Nadia is watching her as she weaves through this one. Getting vertical off the top there. It's so nice when you have a pier bowl that offers you that first opportunity. Let's see this wave.
Lulu watching Nadia take off, just keeping her honest, feeling the energy on the takeoff. Nadia gets a little backside turn in to kick things off on a messy little closeout section. Lulu turns in a 5.83 on her opener. So the judges setting their scale. We've had tons of fives throughout this event. It's been pretty tough to get scores in the excellent range.
I agree, Joe. It's definitely been the battle of the fives. I like that turn from Nadia on her backhand.
So you can see what the judges thought there. 5 judges working at the time. Drop the high and the low, average out the middle 3. And then with Nadia's wave, they'll decide is it better or just under Luana's as we take another look here.
So just has that one option. I like how vertical she's getting, and I love the way she ditched the fins out the back too, and then complete control as she rides out of it.
So on one maneuver, Nadia throws down a 4.33. So Luana 5.83 on a 2-turn combo. Imagine if Nadia had one more section to work with.
Yeah, and I think the judges with that the 5.83 that we saw, it was the 2-turn combo like you mentioned. The first turn, that was a softer section, and the last turn was really nice critical surfing. And on the flip side, Nadia with just that one big backhand hack. She's gonna feel be out there and digest that score and recognize that, like you said, 2 turns like that, we're gonna go up into the excellent range.
So we already have the first 2 waves of the morning on the opening exchange. It's time to say buenos dias and good morning to our good friend Mitchell Salazar down on the beach.
Buenos dias, Joe, Rosie. What an amazing day. It's finals day right here at Southside HB. Conditions are looking really fun, much larger than I actually expected this morning. We're down here at Tower 3 right now. As you can see in the background, there's plenty of peaks. Wind swell really did show up. That northwest wind yesterday did help out quite a bit. But as you look towards the Pier Bowl, that's what boat surfers are right now. To me, Middle Peak is still a great option. But because that sand is really standing over there by the Pier Bowl, Joe, which was a non-existent wave earlier on this week, that's what boat surfers are right now. It seems to be the best option, and the most consistent one too.
Thank you so much, Mitchell Salazar. Looking really fun. I love when Mitch is surprised with the size because he's a local around these parts. So he's seeing the fun factor up and down the beach. Luana getting a 2-turn combo. Nadia with a 4.33 on the closeout. And we are underway. Up next, it's Sophia Medina taking on Sally Fitzgibbons. Sophia, the young superstar representing Brazil. And Sally, the veteran of the tour, 3-time runner-up in the world. Followed by quarter 3, Bronte Macaulay from West Oz. Daughter of Dave Macaulay, who finished number 3 in the world 2 times in his career. Bronte takes on Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal. Yo-Yo was filled with great energy yesterday after getting through a tough heat in the round of 16. Yolanda got past Keala Tomoda Bannard representing Hawaii. And then quarter 4, Bella Kenworthy, the champion from Bolito, looking to go back-to-back with Challenger Series wins, but she has Alyssa Spencer, and Alyssa took out the current rankings leader on the Challenger Series, Isabella Nichols, in a great battle to close out the day yesterday.
Yeah, that was just really, really solid surfing.
Fun little peek that Nadia will take under priority. Is able to frame it vertical, and now a 2-turn combo. Well done. Not a bad use of a wave there when she didn't have first prio. Luana will take this one. Lays into the first snap on the open face. There's a little carve back. She'd love a reform. We'll drop her off on the inside corner. That wave will go with her 5.83. Nadia had a single maneuver option for her 4.33. This time a smaller wave, but multiple turns.
Yeah, my look at both of these women is they've paced themselves so nicely in this event. They've obviously had the 4-person clashes. They've gone into the man-on-man seeding in the round of 16. And now they've reached finals day. They are both just bringing just a bit of extra emphasis into their surfing. They've just upped their level. So Nadia on this little wave, just whipping that board vertically, almost pokes the nose, but then maintains for that beautiful backhand whip. Right there, it got a little dangerous as she's looking down the line. Good little 2-turn combo. There might be a moment where the judges might not appreciate that disruption in flow, where the nose picks and then, you know, almost getting caught up a little bit on the second turn. But I love how vertical she got in that pocket and just the degree of difficulty on those turns.
Travis Logie with his beautiful letter to the athletes this morning talked about combinations of major maneuvers on the critical sections. One thing you did mention, it finishes that sentence with good flow throughout the ride. So she did recover well from that tight little sticky moment to push through the finish. So she still got a 6.33. She didn't spend too much time on that little grab, just went swinging back to the lip and shut it down. And now Lulu drops to second, waiting for her score. She needs at least a 4.84 as we take a look.
Beautiful, just release of the tail and read on this wave. When you look at this wave in earnest, like, she had to manufacture those turns, and she did so well on that first maneuver. Wave just kind of ran out of gas towards the end there.
It's interesting, Rosie, you've got a big beach, and with Mitchell on the sand, he noticed other places where you could potentially sit. These surfers deciding to be shoulder to shoulder. Some surfers like that. They want to keep the energy around their competitor, and others wouldn't mind hiding a bit. What's your take on their positioning today?
I think they've both been down here. They've both identified which the best peak is, and they both decided to sit there and see how this plays out. Maybe towards when the time starts winding down, we might see someone make their way to a different part of the beach to get some space. But I think at the moment this pier ball is definitely a really good option.
Luana Silva kind of had an awkward moment in her heat yesterday with Australia's Ellie Harrison. Lulu had the lead. Ellie with priority looked right there, got tangled up maybe on Lulu's fin, and then ends up missing the wave. Actually had to take leashes off to get untangled there. Ellie was asking for a call from the panel. All 5 judges on had nothing on paper. Lulu was able to get the win.
Yeah, and Lulu was really way out in the lead at that moment, and that was towards the end of the heat. Tense moment. Ellie had been sitting there with priority. I don't, like, obviously not intentional, those, but I mean, they both just that wouldn't have been an intentional situation, and the judges deeming like there was no interference there. So yeah, Lulu, that's one of those calls where you kind of just take it in your stride and you're like, okay, cool, I'm through to the quarterfinals. I'm going to tidy up my game plan. That was an interesting situation.
And it was handled really professionally on both sides. I was actually just happened to be walking by, and Ellie Harrison's crew was just wanting to ask questions about the moment to Travis Logie and Will Hayden Smith. Cale Bell Warren, Ellie's coach, was there, and he was super professional, and even they went over and said good job to Lulu when it was all said and done. They just wanted to go through the thought process of why there wasn't a call there, and Lulu wanted to make sure that they knew that it was not intentional. So Silva happy to be moving on through that as we check out the finals day bracket. Crowning champions later on today. Luana Silva and Nadia Erostarbe still underway, with Nadia out in front. Sophia Medina, Sally Fitzgibbons will take on the winner of this one in semifinal number 1. Then we'll see Bronte Macaulay take on Yolanda Hopkins, Kenworthy, and Spencer to finish off the round for the women, and moving quickly down the line. Staying solid on her feet. Nadia Erostarbe looking to better a 4.33.
There's potential for it on that wave, Joe. I don't think it's going to improve by much. We'll see. Nadia's been incredibly consistent this year on the Challenger Series. I mean, she's found herself on finals day competing in every event that she's entered. So looking to improve on the 4.33. Nice quick hit. Nice little combination of maneuvers there for her. We'll see if it improves.
Nadia does improve slightly, 4.83. So a good decision there. Luana now needs a 5.34. Interesting game in small surf. Deciding to hold priority and waiting for what you'd hope to be a little bit more room with open face. If you could get just a bigger wave to come through. But Nadia's been able to really set herself up well, with or without priority, to really do some damage on her backhand.
And it was funny what we were talking about positioning in the lineup, big beach, like how to, which peak are you going to surf? But watching both of these women posturing out in the lineup, you can tell that they don't want to give each other any space out there. Let's see if Nadia's going to play this one under priority.
Erostarbe, nice glassy inside wall and an absolute knife blade off the lip. Fades the cutty on the softer shoulder. Will push some water again. She's trying to earn a bonus finish. She'll step on it and kick out, but what a lethal first turn. Luana Silva responding with a cool, clean two-turn combination.
That was really nice, Joe. I think that's going to get the lead for Luana.
Really impressed with Nadia's backhand, how straight up vertical she can get in a short space, even in smaller surf. Nice glassy open face that she got to work with. Erostarbe looking to improve on a 4.83. Cool comparison, goofy versus regular. Luana on her forehand doing nice clean surfing. Great combination of turns here.
Like this wave from Lulu, she just finds good connection on that last turn right there. And then Nadia, smaller wave. This was under priority. Beautiful backhand attack. I love the way she drops that front arm before she does that bottom turn and just rotates the shoulders and the hips. Like you said, she's got that vertical approach. The board's looking really good too. It seems to navigate the flat sections really well. It gives her speed when she needs it.
So we won't have any qualifying scenarios for the women today. Surfers with the chance to do that was Isabella Nichols and Erin Brooks. Since they were eliminated before finals day, we'll save those celebrations potentially to the next event on the Challenger Series. But they are really close. Top 5 spots make the championship tour as numbers come in from last of Nadia Erostarbe, 4.33. She already has one of those, and it's a throwaway. Last of Luana Silva, like you felt, Rosie. 2 great turns with speed and flow, 6.57, and Luana's out in front. Now controlling the heat at the halfway mark with priority is the Brazilian. We'll wrap up quarterfinal number 1 right after this Bonsoy brew break. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open. One of the best ever, Sally Fitzgibbons, preparing for finals day and a heat with Sophia Medina. Sally Fitzgibbons got past Aaron Brooks, the young superstar, yesterday. Father Martin Fitzgibbons always by her side. Got the whole family out here. Parents give her so much love and support. Sophia's in the same kind of camp. Her dad Charlie was the loudest on the beach during a great performance yesterday. She shared so much positivity and light in her post-heat interview. It's all game face on as she wants to join her big brother full-time on the championship tour someday. She wants it to be 2025. Gabriel Medina, a three-time world champ. The best ever goofy foot in history. And there's been a lot of incredible talent with the right foot forward over the years. And focus on the top 5 in the live rankings for the chase for qualification. You keep your top 4 results out of 6 events on the Challenger Series. This is top 4. So there's still Portugal, there's still Brazil left. You need a big result, but we see the top names out of the contest. Sally Fitzgibbons, the high seed that remains in the event. Bella Kenworthy in the draw as well in quarterfinal 4. Nadia Erostarbe is in the water right now, just 1 spot ahead of Lulu, so this will be an interesting situation on the cut line. See whoever makes this heat moves on to the semifinals.
It's crazy, Joey. I mean, only 5 women qualify for the championship tour off this tour, and you can just see the depth of talent that we have to see these women making finals day. I touched on it with Nadia. She's made every single finals day for every Challenger Series that she's entered this season. I think she's got 2 5ths and a 3rd. Let's see if she can crack it through the quarterfinals and potentially make the final here at the US Open.
The live rankings are great. You can find those on worldsurfleague.com, but there's a ton of information and highlights and videos, contest reports that you can find on worldsurfleague.com. If we talk about a past event or great success like Luana's huge win in Portugal a couple of years ago, you can actually go on the site, open the schedule, flow back even to a couple of years ago, or just click on Luana's name and you see all her results, all her big accomplishments when she qualified for the championship tour. You could find interviews, all sorts of stuff, always being updated.
Luana's had an amazing season. She made the final on the Gold Coast, came second to Aaron Brooks. The women's event at Pipeline this year was just incredible, Joe. And I mean, Luana was part of that, making the quarterfinals there on the championship tour.
Yeah, that was massive. It really did feel like everything changed. Given the platform, the women showed the world what they could do at Pipeline, especially with a pumping swell. Luana part of finals day, also the semifinal with past U.S. Open champ Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, and Molly Picklum was one for the ages. That's created a wild rivalry with Betty Lou and Picklum this year. And then Katie Simmers with the quote heard around the world.
Yep.
That was powerful. And kicked off the year #1 in the world, and since then she's still leading the rankings. Heading into the last event of the regular season at Cloudbreak in Fiji, making a decision here to go left. Luana Silva uses priority. Nice snap. Second one a bit harder off the lip. Third turn into the softer shoulder, but beautiful flow and connection on that wave.
Yeah, that was really nice for Luana. I mean, dedicating herself to that left-hander. She had priority. just deciding that had more critical section to work with. Let's see if this improves. She's looking to get rid of the 583. I think that's the way that's going to do it for her. She's going to increase that lead, Joe. I'm going to put myself out there.
I think it's a great call. And it's also just something fresh for the judges to look at. She's been going right for her scores, now showing off her backhand into the pier. Luana, growing up on Oahu, would have tons of reps at Huntington for NSSA National Championship titles, so very familiar with the surf here in HB. Now it's 7:10 on the clock. Let's enjoy the recap of quarterfinal number 1. Rolling into this one is Nadia Erostarbe, lights it up, steps on the whitewater section for a 2-turn combo. Before we went into the recap, you saw that last left of Luana Silva. That's scored at a 5.93, so she did use it as a keeper, forcing Nadia to chase a 6.18 on that last wave.
I like that wave from Nadia. I think it was the rails were a bit more clean than her previous rides. Vertical up into that lip, a lot of spray, transitions quickly into that whip, and I think you really have to look. I think the slow-mo is going to give us a good illustration of the surfing that she's doing, where she puts the emphasis right there, Joey, and just drifts that board. That feels so good on your backhand when you get that little bit of release off the top.
Judges absolutely loving it for Nadia Erostarbe. She will get the lead, a 6.9, and Lulu drops to second. Luana Silva now needs a 6.67 to answer back. Erostarbe has had 3 throwaways in the 4 range, so she's learning from the scale of what the judges are looking for, pushed a bit harder and just turned the heat.
Yeah, it's been such a good back and forth between these two women. I mean, you look at the score lines, it's so incredibly close, less than a point separating the lead. Nadia's been really great with their wave selection, but then also just those quick transition comboed up maneuvers, and like you said, just has that little bit of more vertical approach on the waves that she's been given. Luana's last, that left-hander, was beautiful. It had lots of flow, but it never got super critical. But 4.5 minutes remaining. She has priority. I think we'll see another set in this heat, and let's see if she can turn things around.
Yeah, there haven't been any mistakes with maneuvers, no falls. They're producing great maneuvers in these smaller, glassy conditions on finals day. Both in a similar spot on the live rankings. Like you mentioned, Lulu was off to a great start, almost won the first event of the season at Snapper Rocks. Ended up getting knocked out a little bit early at the next 2 events in Sydney, then Bolito. But man, she's had a busy year. She got a wild card into the championship tour in Brazil. Then it was packing your bags, trying to get to South Africa, shake off the jet lag and get right into a high performance. As we look at Nadia holding back there, priority still with Lulu, 3:30 on the clock. A little wave here, Lulu not interested. Nadia trying to look at it under priority, and they'll let it go.
We've got an interesting mix of swells at the moment, interesting mix of energies that you're looking at. We've got that leftover southerly tropical energy, and then you have that northwest wind swell. I think, you know, when I look at these women's wave selection, it's just been so key. really can't pinpoint any mistakes for them because they've, like you said, they've been finishing on their feet. They've picked out the best waves in the lineup.
They see a rematch from Bolito, which is the last event on the Challenger Series. They met one round earlier in the round of 16, and Erostarbe was able to eliminate Luana Silva with a 12.23 combined total. Now her total today, 13.23, as she tries to go 2 in a row.
Yeah, it's fun to see these women meet up multiple times. I think we get to see a little bit of that rival energy come into play. See Luana just trying to stay calm. Just rolling the shoulders back, probably taking in a deep breath.
You're such a nice person. If someone had a rivalry with you, you probably didn't even notice. Someone's like, hey, you're my biggest rivalry. Oh, really? Nice.
Oh, cool.
Oh, have a good session.
Have a good I don't know, Joe. I got some hidden mongrel.
Hey, there we go. Oh, we're going to get some stories coming up next. Minute 30 to go. Crucial time for Lulu. Needing a 6.67. Her best wave she's had is just under that, a 6.57. So as a solid competitor that has experienced the championship tour, she knows it would have to be her best performance on her last wave. Little bowling right setting up for the Brazilian as she's driving off the bottom. It's an end section hack. Almost getting there a little bit late. You know, she would have wanted to hit it higher off the closeout. And now she's down to 1 minute.
Yeah, that wasn't it, Joe. It was a nice turn. There you go. I mean, you can really go in when you surf a heat like this, and obviously the disappointment's there, the sting is there, but in reality, you've surfed such a great heat. You've done so well. You haven't really made any mistakes.
Closeout turn for Luana Silva, a 3.10. And now at 30 seconds, Nadia is going to close this one out with priority. Erostarbe getting past Lulu in Bolito, and she's about to go 2 in a row. This time a quarterfinal, and this time Nadia Erostarbe will be gunning for a U.S. Open title. 4 seconds on the clock. Lulu's just going to take a wave, if she can, into the beach. And she will leave Huntington with a quarterfinal finish, and Nadia Erostarbe will be surfing again later on today in the semifinals. Great performance there under pressure. Got the lead back with her 6.9, which ended up being the best wave of the morning. Coming up next, Sofia Medina takes on a U.S. Open champ with Sally Fitzgibbons. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Finals Day, Surf City, USA, here in Huntington Beach, California. Long time ago, a young teenager rebelled and ran away from Florida, came to Huntington and became a 4-time world champion. Lisa Anderson has a beautiful story, won this event, took over the world as well. And she's probably watching Finals Day. Morning, Lisa. Sophia Medina taking on Sally Fitzgibbons. A great battle here of the veteran and the youth that Sally's been enjoying all week. How about that cool looking carve on the open face and hits it off the lip for another great small wave combination.
Yeah, that's what we expect from Sally. And just to level up on Finals Day. Came second at this event last year, Joey. She's looking locked in.
Just really fun to see how long she can hold her rail when it's a smaller wave, and Sally can just show how long you can carve in 1 to 2 foot surf. One more look here.
Yeah, beautiful speed, and then wraps that around, keeps that board in flow and motion. Like you said, just holding that rail line so nicely. This is the answer back from Medina. Beautiful swoop. Wow, that was a really nice 2-turn combo out the back. Weaving her way all the way to the inside. Really, really like this wave from Sophia. This first turn, just beautiful hold of the rail, flowing into that next maneuver. Difficult wave to surf, Joe. There was a bit of foam on that face. It was flattening out, so the moments that she chose to do her maneuvers, I was really impressed with. Finding this inside linkage.
Well done, Sophia Medina, turning in a 5.67 on her opening ride, representing Mauritius in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Staying incredibly focused against the veteran. Sally Fitzgibbons had a 1.0 start, then a 4.83. So Sally's out front, but Sophia has the high score on the opening exchange.
Yeah, and I feel like Sophia has, you know, she's so young. She's had a couple reps on the Challenger Series, but she seems to have grown that little bit of confidence. She knows she's putting in a lot of hard work. She trains hard. She's really dedicating herself to competitive surfing, and it's starting to pay off. I mean, she just made it to Finals Day at the Bolito Pro, the last event on the Challenger Series, and to see her now in the quarterfinals here in Huntington just shows all the preparation she's been doing.
Sally Fitzgibbons honored in the Surfing Walk of Fame a couple of days ago, as she's considering the small wave on the inside, and it's going to roll underneath. Doesn't have priority, so she checked it out, but this was a beautiful moment. Emotional speech from Sally to a great crowd up on Main Street.
Yeah, just amazing. I mean, Sally's been coming here since she was a teenager. Loves Huntington, loves the energy. She's got time for everyone too. She'll stop and have a chat.
So many great memories for Sal. Cruising around Huntington as a young teenager with a huge future and always has a smile. Had some great friends like the late Sean Collins, who would teach her about forecasting and all the waves up and down the coast. Absolute legend. As you see Sally paddling back out, she just had an up and down real quick, so no scores of consequence. Sophia Medina now on the peak. Got a fun wall in front of her, going for a big first turn right into a swoop. And that wave's going to flatten out. So 2 turns to add to her score line. 5.67 was her opener. And with that wave, she will take the lead.
So just good for that one turn right there with the wrap. I like it. She's just solidifying her place in this heat. Having that best of the opening exchange is such a confidence builder in a heat, especially when you're up against someone like Sally.
3.5 for Sophia. Goes out to the lead, and the priority surfer, Sally Fitzgibbons, trying to chuck the tail towards the beach and get the reverse off. And she will right away. She got there kind of late. I was wondering if she was going to whip it around in time. But great composure to pull it off, to kind of create something in a really small section.
Yeah, that was fun, Joe. You could almost see Sel like kind of going through the Rolodex of her surf repertoire. She was heading to that section. Like you said, a little bit late, but let's have a look. This is so cool. And this is that point of difference that Sally's going to bring. Just that reverse was really nice. Kind of has to battle through that whiteboard to make sure that she shows the judges it's a make. Split peak situation. So Sophia getting up on her backhand, late hit there, doesn't quite pull it off.
Now let's catch up with the winner of the last heat, Nadia Erostarbe, is with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey. Nadia, getting it done, especially in the final minutes. You got that 6-9 with about 5 minutes to go. How did you identify that wave?
I mean, it clears which ones are the good ones and which ones are the closeouts. I did a little mistake in the beginning. I got a really bad ones. But once Luana got that, I think 5.9, I knew I had 9 minutes left. Still, I had to wait for one wave. There was gonna come, so I was lucky to get that one, and I made kind of safe surfing just to get that 6.1, and they gave me a 6.9, so happy I made it through.
On to your second semifinals of the 2024 Challenger Series. How do you carry this momentum into the next heat?
I mean, I feel more relaxed than ever right now. This heat, I was feeling really relaxed, so I'm just gonna try to have the same mentality. I have to try to surf, try to catch the good ones, and hopefully make it through to the final, and I'll try my best.
I know you have a lot of friends and family back home. ¿Cómo te preparaste para este heat siendo el primer hit de día?
Bueno, ser el primer hit de día nunca es fácil. No tienes muchas referencias de dónde ponerte, pero bueno, sabíamos que hoy estaba pequeño, que el Pier Bowl era el sitio que más funcionaba, entonces bueno, eso lo teníamos claro, viendo que Luana ha ido ahí también, pues era la que mejores olas cogía y la que mejor surfeaba pasaba, y bueno, ha salido bien, así que muy contenta.
We'll see you in the semis.
Gracias.
Well done, AJ. So cool to hear from Nadia Erostarbe, doing a great job in a tough matchup with Luana Silva. Great small wave surfing, 13.23 total. As Erostarbe now has 2 wins in a row over Lulu and is moving up the live rankings. Remember how close they were right on the cutoff mark? Nadia's jumped up to 3rd with that win.
Yeah, just incredible. Her consistency on the Challenger Series, knowing that she's relaxed is just quite something. She's just pacing herself through this event. Let's see what she can do in the semifinals.
Moving up quickly to number 3. Underneath Aaron Brooks and Isabella Nichols, who were knocked out of the contest yesterday. So Nadia wants to keep on going. 10,000 points for a win on the Challenger Series. So there's still a lot of points out there here on finals day. Last score for Sally Fitzgibbons comes in at a 4.9 for the reverse that she threw down. You think any other type of turn on that messy section wouldn't have got more than a 2. It was such a small section, didn't have too much power to it. So she got very creative. That's in the repertoire or the judges' criteria. Just a nice, critical, innovative type of maneuver. One thing that they added to the judging notes today, just to really remind the surfers about, you have to have full control and forward momentum when coming out of the moves. So you can see how Sally really wanted to make sure she did that.
Yeah, and this is something that's very Huntington-esque, is getting left behind when the wave kind of runs out of power after you've done a dynamic maneuver.
Little wedge peak, fin throw, reverse, a much better version of a rotator, as she had clear liftoff off the top of the wave.
Wow. Really cool to see Sally start to dig into the bag of tricks. We saw the reverse on the earlier wave, and now to see her go to the air.
She is just an incredible athlete. As a veteran, learning new things and able to lock in air reverses when even the youth on the tour aren't throwing these downs every heat. This is just a credit to Sally Fitzgibbons' dedication to her craft and pushing herself to land bigger maneuvers. Judges absolutely love it. A 7.5, extending her lead big time out front.
And she's just refined all of those maneuvers, being able to pull this out in the heat of the moment. Only has one section. Sally goes no grab for that air reverse. Super cool just to see it being rewarded too. Good set wave, nice section, lands it clean. Yeah, that was cool.
The first version probably got her the feeling of a cool rotation. Had to work a little harder to ride out just because the wave was smaller, the section was smaller, but did ride out, then got a better section, got more height. For the first one was like a grab rail reverse, second one an air reverse, and a 7.5. We've had some fun moments with airs on tour. Think about Silvana Lima, how fast she would surf. One of your competitors that you had to deal with on the top 17.
Mel Bartels.
Melanie Bartels from Oahu was an absolute favorite because you never knew what she was going to do next. More on that in a moment. 16:30 on the clock. A 7.5 from Sally and a nice air reverse. Who knows, will this be the Cup Noodles wave of the day? Happy Finals Day. Here at the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. So many memories of big competitions for decades on decades. A lot of great champions, including one in the water right now. Sally Fitzgibbons won this one about 13 years ago in a final over Lakey Peterson. Sally was 20 at the time. Lakey was 16. Now Fitzgibbons looking like she's got the form and flow to maybe do it again. Let's watch this wave that she got during the break, Rosie.
Yeah, just hacking that maneuver right there. Smaller wave, and I think this is what Sally is so dangerous at, is just finding a smaller wave, but really just creating something dynamic and special. I mean, we saw it on the rail grab reverse, then we saw the air reverse, and then even just watching that rail game. I think Sally is just throwing stuff at the judges and just kind of computing and seeing what's scoring. We've seen different looks of Sally surfing.
Sometimes surfers get a score and they'll show the judges the same type of move over and over again, and that score will start to kind of deflate a little bit. Sally mixing things up with the reverse rotations now, just throwing a solid dagger in the face of that wave.
Yeah, I wonder how hard she's going to go in the rest of the heat now, just knowing well, she's going to want to get rid of that 4.9, but also just wanting to keep some of that energy and some of that those fresh maneuvers for the judges in the rest of the event. I mean, we've still got so much time. I'm very interested to see how Sophia's going to answer back.
Can I see that air again?
Why not, Joe? Let's see. Beautiful section, and Sally just throws it up there. Air reverse. I like the way that she landed, and she rode it out so clean too. Like there wasn't much of downtime between throwing the air up, spinning around, and then getting forced forward.
And this was that hammer on the open face.
Definitely the best maneuver, like the best rail turn that we've seen in this heat. Wow. Man, I'm just thinking back to some replays that Sally had at Margaret River this year, and the maneuvers she was doing, and just how flexible her knees are, but then also that core strength that she has. Core and the quads are strong, Joe.
Really strong. That ends up being a throwaway score for Sally Fitzgibbons. Definitely one of my favorite turns of the morning, a 4.23. She has a 4.9 already. Medina does have a long time, 11:25, just chasing a 6.74, which makes this heat really interesting. All the energy is just flowing to the veteran. And for Sophia and her headspace of learning a lot in the last couple of years, she's definitely reminding herself that she still has a chance of changing this whole script around.
Oh, definitely. I mean, here comes a little wave now. Let's see if she's going to find something with her priority. She's paddling.
Sophia thinking about an answer, taking a good look. Further down the line, Fitzgibbons will get the rest of it. Just a one maneuver section, but got to the pilings quickly, so she steps off. And Sophia is able to hang on to first priority.
It can start to feel frustrating because, you know, 3 of those waves from Sally all caught underneath Sophia's priority. It starts to sting when you're sitting out there waiting for that set wave.
Sophia Medina holding priority with a big opportunity to get a lot of points on the Challenger Series. If she can get through this heat, move on to the semifinals. Waxhead enjoying this matchup. Sophia with a lot on the line.
Yeah, and there's this air of confidence about Sophia this morning, getting used to finals day, coming off a third. She's woken up this morning, and as the competitors boards leave the area and more fans start to pile in, the vibe changes. She's actually got a film crew with her too. She'll be featuring in Surf Girls Season 2, and that's a new dynamic. She's got about 10 people following her around today with her journey through to this quarterfinal right now. And I think the game of the plan would not be to chase Sally, not try and get those scores under priority. She knows to beat the veteran Sally, she's going to have the best 2 waves of the heat. And so far, she's got priority just waiting. I feel like that score's going to be there if she can get that wave, and that'll be the only way she can overcome the veteran.
Thank you so much, Waxhead. Yeah, that's a lot going on in the life of Sophia Medina. Not just focusing on an event win, you've got cameras following you, different type of downtime when you leave the beach.
And also a lot to coordinate. I mean, you're having to be followed around. Every little movement that you make is on film. It can be stressful, I'm sure. Like just having that in your face all the time, and these moments kind of heading into finals day. There's a lot of nerves and excitement and pressure that you're feeling.
It's a balance, isn't it, Rosie? Because if you have film crew on you, there's something going right. Because everyone wants to learn more about you. You're getting called up by your management to be featured in different things. So for there, you're going, okay, like everyone wants to talk about me. Channel that into a positive as you prepare to try to win a U.S. Open title. She's still just 19 years of age. Right now, Medina with priority, needing a 6.74. Sally throwing down an air reverse, a 7.5. Her backup, the grab rail reverse where she stuck to the wave. With a 4.9. Up next, we'll see Bronte Macaulay take on Yolanda Hopkins. That was a crucial one yesterday for Bronte, having one of the toughest draws with a past US Open champ, Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, that was such a tough heat. Bummed to see Lakey out of the mix, but so stoked for Bronte. Love the way Bronte surfs. And it would be great to have her back on the championship tour.
Sally out in front. Let's see that punt again here on the recap. .622 remaining. A lot of fans that were here nice and early for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Got to enjoy a big show from Sublime. That's kind of the theme of this event. Good music, good surfing, skateboarding,
Longboarding.
gathering of action sports and sponsors and the industry. Now we find ourselves on finals day. Sophia picking off this wave. Great start on the glassy open face. Throws down the carve, so snap to carve combo. Huntington hops her way into this inside corner. Now it's bowling up in front of her, and she's able to shut it down. Hoping for a 6.74 for the lead.
That was well done, Joe. I mean, we spoke about it. She sat out there with priority. That lead is getting edged away from her. That wave offered her up a few really nice sections. Will it be enough? 6.74. Got a little bit back on the tail there. First turn was nice. Comboed it with that carve. She did really well to get this inside connection. And the thing with Sophia is she has an air game too, Joe. She's been working on that. She hits it off the top. You can tell that in her body language, she's just fired up at the moment. First turn solid, maybe had the opportunity to get on the rail a little bit more on the first turn, but it was solid surfing.
So the judges taking that one in, using a different part of the criteria than Sally's 7.5, where Sally had a one maneuver section and threw down an air reverse. Sophia Medina with her combo, a 6.17. The second best wave of the heat, not enough for the lead, but now needs a 6.24. So in a fine rhythm, Sophia Medina will try to make it happen in 4 minutes under priority, which will be tough to do with one of the best surfing minds leading this heat. Sally with a 12.4 total is going to try to play some really smart moves with priority to shut it down.
Yeah, we'll see the veteran knowledge come into play here as Sally's going to have priority on the lineup. And just reaching that 3.5 minute mark. I wonder if we'll see another set, Joe.
I hope so.
It's always nice just to see one more little two-wave set roll through. Each of these women get another opportunity to surf.
Not amazing about the sport of surfing. These champions like Sally, who's accomplished so much, just adapting to what's in front of you. Typically, people in sports, they get to kind of practice. Well, I guess the ones we're connected to, like skating and snowboarding, surfing, you're in the ocean. Things change so much from swell to positioning, and we've got positioning happening right now under priority. Sofia Medina gets a little running right, a little bit behind, and she'll end up creating some space with it. But she'll be heading right back out to probably the best spot in the contest area where Sally's sitting.
I mean, that was, Sofia, well done, because to get away from Sally and get that wave under priority, even though it didn't turn into anything, it just, yeah, the hunger and the hunt. Find that wave.
And now heading into the 2-minute mark. Sally just a nice pace and sitting really comfortable with her lead. She's not going to take any unnecessary waves unless she thinks it's a wave where Sofia could potentially turn the heat. Winner of this matchup moves on to semifinal number 1 to compete with Nadia Erostarbe. Sofia trying to find some room. Sally with the decision to make. She's going to let the Brazilian take this right. And just up and out. Another smart leave by Sally. Just a nice controlled paddle back to Sofia. Just hanging on to her lead in total control.
Yeah, Sally, it just has this right now with that priority. It's a tough sell when, oh, here we go, 2 lines approaching.
Sofia thinking about the first one. Sally's going to let her go again, chasing a 6.24. Has one section to work with. Tries to show off an air reverse there, but she'll get stuck. Nice try there for Sofia. Has been working really hard under priority to just give herself a chance. And you're just seeing a solid veteran just controlling the back end after the 7.5, doing a great job with priority. And now with 10 seconds to go, there's a little wave popping up. Fitzgibbons will probably just take this one with priority and take it into the beach for a victory. Sally does take it, and she'll get the heat win. Fitzgibbons moves on to the semifinals. The 2024 Woman of the Year on the Walk of Fame has a chance to get a second U.S. Open title. She's still in the mix. We'll be right back. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
Sally Fitzgibbons, she's on to the semifinals in search of a second U.S. Open title. Yep, we're back at the Lexus U.S. Open, presented by Pacifico. It's finals day, going through the draw. Women's quarterfinals out on the water, and Kuiper Girl and Flick Palmentier here on the set. What do you think, Flick?
Oh, you know what? It's dropped off a little bit since yesterday, but it hasn't stopped the girls and the women from dropping big scores. I mean, Sally impressed me in that last heat. A little bit of progression there with that one big, you know, finno or air reverse, if you want to call it. So I was really impressed with that. And then Nadia in the first heat as well. Even though the waves are small, the big scores are still happening.
Here we got Bronte Macaulay, the goofy foot out of Gracetown, WA, Flick.
Yeah, West Aussie. And you know what? I think Bronte's still got a lot more to offer. She even, you know, she indicated that herself yesterday in her post-heat interview with AJ. She said, you know, I'd love to score over a 4 or 5. She just hasn't really felt like she's had those opportunities yet. So hopefully this morning with those nice clean conditions, she can really play into her strength, which is definitely her backhand.
Yeah, talking about Bronte. 6 years on the championship tour. Oh, let's check out this replay. Quick hit on the backhand, make it 2.
Yeah, just a nice little 1-2 combo there for Bronte. And she drops the 3-5, and behind her was Yolanda going left and gets another nice couple of turns towards the pier, and she's out of there as well.
And so Hopkins, there she is on the screen, the 26-year-old out of Portugal, with her best result here at the U.S. Open. Previously, a 9th place finish in 2021 was her best result. She's number 12 right now on the live rankings with this quarterfinals appearance. Yolanda Hopkins, and come into matching her best results so far on the Challenger Series. She made the quarterfinals at stop number 2, the Sydney Surf Pro over in Narrabeen.
Yeah, Yo-Yo, I feel like, to me, I mean, we spoke about it yesterday. She's a 2-time Olympian now. She's, you know, fresh off the Olympics. She's carrying that momentum here through to this event. It looks like she's having a paddle here using priority.
Yolanda looking energized. Oh, that was unfortunate that she wasn't able to finish that off. Bronte right behind her. Vertical stab on the backhand on the DHD. And puts a lot of energy in, keeping connected here. So Bronte likely with the better of the exchange, but I think it's going to be still very, very close.
Yeah, I think so. I think Bronte probably would have been hoping for another section. She obviously got that one big, nice turn on the backhand there. She went super vertical, but really, really hard to try and find that connection here this morning.
Yolanda takes a look at the left, decides it's not worth it. Just going to hold on to priority. Overview here, you can see the positioning of the surfers and the typical the pier bowl, or the closest bar next to the pilings here on the south side of Huntington Beach Pier. Sally Fitzgibbons was victorious this morning. She's into the semifinals, and she's with AJ.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Sally, you're just consummate professionalism and competitiveness showcased again this morning. Talk me through the strategy that you had against Sophia.
Well, waking up in the morning, if that doesn't get you out of bed, like these clashes with the next gen, I don't know what will. So much fire inside, and just so happy to be here. Like, that's what you train for, these moments where it's just like absolutely nothing, and then just that one set, one wave opportunity. So it's really high pressure, pretty strategic, and yeah, I had to go through the whole toolkit to get it done.
Let's talk about the whole toolkit. We saw quite a bit from you. How did you just sort of, Rosie called it your Rolodex of maneuvers that you kind of filed through. How did you pick them?
It's good to keep it fresh. I think these judges, they watch a lot of two-tone combos and whatnot, and in the women's game, we're really pushing into that progressive space. So just to kind of throw those things out there, laybacks, airs, it keeps it fresh, yeah, and that little spark, it always feels good to make one in a heat.
Congratulations, see you in the semis.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for watching.
All right, so semifinal number 1 set is going to be Nadia Erostarbe up against Sally Fitzgibbons. The numbers are in, the paddle's on right now. Bronte Macaulay scored a 5. Yolanda Hopkins looking to answer back. These are 5.27 to take the lead. Floats over that section. Nice carve, showing some connectivity. Looks like there's some little bit of push behind this wave to go all the way to the inside. Looking for more scoring opportunity. And Yo-Yo's going to kick out. Probably her best effort so far.
Yeah, that was definitely better from Yo-Yo. You could see she really had control through that second turn, as we see Bronte.
Quick on the backhand, Bronte Macaulay. And she kicks out. This is Bronte's second quarterfinal appearance at the US Open. Back in 2022, Bronte was able to make the quarterfinals here. And back in 1994, Bronte's dad made the quarterfinals right here at the pier. Dave Macaulay. Dave went down in that quarterfinal to Shane Beshin. Shane Beshin went on to win the event. Just all part of the rich history of this event. 5 decades of competition here for professional surfing.
Yeah, it really is such an iconic event. And here we go. Let's have a look here. This is Bronte's last, and actually quite a good score considering she only got, really, for me, a little bit of work done out the back here. Just those two, one big vertical snap into the carve, locked in that 5, and behind her was Yo-Yo. Now, nice little floater there. That was a better carve. She got stuck on the one previous, so she's worked it out, working out the flow of this wave. Brings this one through to the inside. You can see it's just getting really small. And she's out of there, but advantage Bronte.
Yep, that last replay of Yolanda, that was a 4.4. Bronte with a 3.8. Bronte in the lead. Bronte with priority, gives this one up and lets Yo-Yo go on the backhand. Swings through a nice re-entry. That's all she's going to get. Looking to better a 3.23. Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah, that was just the one turn, but I wouldn't be surprised if that actually almost betters that 3.23. It was strong, it was powerful, proper bottom turn into the lip. You know, even Bronte's 5, I mean, that was just 2 turns out the back, so yeah. Let's have a look. Here we go, drives off the bottom. Nice vertical hit there. Just the one, but oh, yep, scores come through.
That one hit was enough for 4.3, so it did increase the scoreline for Hopkins. She's still trailing. These are 4.41. Yolanda paddling back out. She's got on some new equipment, Sharp Eye surfboard with carbon reinforced rails. Of course, Yolanda also with her signature full deck grip, back and front foot traction. Macaulay gets that opening hit, and that's it. And it looks like we had a split peak because Yolanda paddling back out near the pylons. Low tide right now. Tide filling in till this afternoon. Less of a coefficient than we've seen earlier in the competition. Just about a 2.5-foot tide change. While earlier in the competition we had nearly 4 feet of tide incoming and outgoing.
Yeah, I guess, you know, with a bigger coefficient, you're going to see more energy, right, displaced and also coming in. I think with this tide, do you think that there will be a little energy push slightly? Well, or do you think because it's dropped?
No, generally an incoming tide should push surf.
Yeah.
The scary part about it is on tides is when it gets too high here.
Yeah, yeah.
Here's Bronte. That was quick. One more time, and that enabled her to get 2 hits in on the backhand. So nice effort from the Western Australian surfer.
Yeah, she's really just 2-turn combo there, out the back. Got to be thinking she's dropping that 3.8. But I really liked what I heard from Sally in that interview with AJ. We'll have a look what Yo-Yo got done on this left first. So does right out of that last turn, just a little bit messy there. And then this is what Bronte got done. Just that one turn. So that was that split peak. And this is Bronte's last wave, which was the 2-turn combo. So up into the lip here, gets around this section and throws that one up so late. But yeah, back to what I was saying, I really liked what I heard from Sally. You know, she obviously has, we all know that she's always working on all parts of her surfing, but I know that she's been working on that air reverse for a long time, right? She looks like to me she's got it on lock now, but she did mention, hey, that the judges are getting so, you know, they're so accustomed to seeing this 2-turn combo, right? Like 1-2 here. Whereas she's like, I just needed to show them something different. And I mean, it worked out for her, 7.5 for that one. You know, it was only one section. But when you put it on the line and it's progressive, I mean, you can get those big scores like that. And obviously it perks their interest. Like, Sally really nailed it. They have seen those 2-turn combos a lot.
Oh, let's see if Yolanda brings a little bit of variety. A snap, nice combo of the carve to re-entry, but just that wave eases off. Yeah, and that's how, you know, the breakaway score, Flick, is going to make all the difference in the world, because right now, in a lot of the heats, and even in this heat, you have kind of a log jam of 4s and 5s. You have a log jam of these just mid-range scores, and so there's nothing that's broken away yet. So we'd love to see that.
Yeah, I foresee that happening a lot in these heats today. I think we're just going to see a lot of 4s and 5s until someone's brave enough or courageous enough to sort of put it on the line a little bit more. And, you know, today is finals day, so I feel like if you're going to do it, today's the day, you know. There's no tomorrow. This is it. I mean, if you're going to put it on the line, I mean, today is the day.
Yeah, especially for someone like a Yolanda Hopkins, number 12, or even more so like a Bronte Macaulay, who wants to get back on the championship tour where she's already been. Bronte live rankings up to number 8 right now. Advancing through more heats is going to, she's going to climb up that rankings. Bronte came so close. 2022, number 8 at the end of the season. We take the top 5. 2023, Bronte, number 7 at the end of the season. Again, we take the top 5. So just on the other side of that cut line, Bronte Macaulay has come so close to getting back on the championship tour. Hey, a win here for Bronte would be huge.
Oh, it would be huge, right? But even last year, she had an event win.
She had an event win, and
she didn't qualify, which is outrageous to me. But it's crazy. I mean, this would mean so much to her, obviously, and she's had an okay year. Obviously, she's sitting in that number 8 spot right now in the live rankings, but we're at the midway point right now. I mean, this is the 4th event, and I mean, she really needs to make a move, really, so to say. And with 2 events after this, she'd be feeling a little bit more confident going into Portugal and Brazil with a good result here.
True. Yo-Yo with a carving snap on the oncoming section there. Still kind of playing the inside. Here we go. Bronte's hard scratch into this one. Goes right again. Whips a backhand Rio, and again, that's going to be it.
Still just that one turn there that didn't really offer that much. Looks like maybe a couple of sets coming through now. Conditions are nice though, I'll say that. Hardly a breath of wind right now.
Yeah, glassy conditions.
Very dreamy.
The water's warmed up about, I don't know, 5-6 degrees since when we first got here, where it was really chilly, so water also warming up. Sandbars, they're decent. They're good. I mean, it's just the swell, or lack of swell, is going to be the challenge today. But we do have that incoming tide. Here's a replay of Bronte.
Yeah, she really scratched to get into this one. Gets that one turn. Was really dynamic, but just the one. And then Yo-Yo as well. Layback hack there for her. But you know what? Like, I know you want to stay active in a heat like this and like keep sort of at pace with your opponent, but for me, I just can't help but think, I think there's still that one sort of hero wave that comes through every half an hour. And, you know, if you're on the best wave, obviously, it's not rocket science. If you're on that best wave and you surf it, because there's only one basically that's coming through every heat, you're going to win as long as you execute and as long as you don't fall, right?
Yeah.
Right, at this point in the heat, someone needs to break away. Someone needs a bigger score.
Yeah, and someone like Yolanda, with priority. She's been super busy up till now. She's ridden 7 waves, but this is a time for her just to settle in and wait for that hero wave, just like you said, Flick. Don't pull anything. I mean, you got 13 minutes right now. Let's go down to the sand with Mitchell Salazar.
Hey Kaipo, good morning. Down here over by the pilings, and as you can see, HP Pier is really fun this morning. Unexpected swell out there in the water, northwest. Want to talk about the use of the pilings out there on a day like today, though. As you can see behind me, not only are they big, there's a lot of space in between them, and this current basically works as a reverse vacuum right there. So paddling out is major easy. I would say the best thing about it too, when you're doing the runaround on a northwest swell, you can do the same thing paddling out right there. South side today, you either paddle out in between or right in between the huge ones, as you can see right here. The ones are at a bit of an angle, but that also means there's more sand right there because of the south-southeast what we saw a few days ago. Pier Bowl, the one that's working right now, Kipes.
Hey Mitchell, what do you got in your hand?
Surf water, baby. I'm hydrated all day long. Let's go. Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Stay hydrated, people.
Good advice from Mitchell Salazar. Just staying hydrated and showing you how to paddle out at the pier. Looks like you could paddle straight out, however, right now.
It does, doesn't it?
Let's take a bonsai brew break. And wait, no, hold on to that brew break. Bronte's paddling. We can't take a brew break when Bronte goes, okay, now let's take a bonsai brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion of quarterfinal number 3. Don't go anywhere. The Lexus GX is a critical piece of evolution of the next chapter for Lexus. With new powertrains, an impressive host of premium features, and all new over-trail grades, the 2024 GX has something for everyone. Piper Burrow here with Flick Palmentier, back Southside Huntington Beach Pier, and the back half of quarterfinal 3 out in the water with under 10 minutes on the clock, and currently Bronte Macaulay in the lead in pole position. Holding on to priority is the Portuguese surfer Yolanda Hopkins. Hopkins there in the blue jersey. Hopkins needs a wave score of 5.53 or higher to turn this heat.
Yeah, right now, I mean, we're splitting hairs, right? Just look at the heat totals. Bronte's only just over a point better than Yolanda. I think if we just got to go back to that same point we were talking about, right? I mean, both women are waiting, and one without choice because there hasn't really been much. But it's when this set comes through, this next one, I think one of the women that will, you know, they're going to have to push it a little bit harder. They're going to have to make that one, if it's only one section, make that one turn a little bit more dynamic just to pull themselves apart from each other. So They're sitting very close to each other, and I think this next set that comes through will be very telling. I think that's going to be the moment for me, whether who gets through this heat and who doesn't this next set.
Bronte under priority. A couple of quick snaps on the backhand. Her low is a 4.93, so it would help her cause to get anything higher on that wave score than that 4.93. Pretty small wave, but some quick surfing, Flick.
Yeah, it was small. Yolanda let her go, and she did get that one nice snap off the top in the beginning, followed by a carve, but look at this set coming through. This could potentially be that set that I was talking about if it doesn't close out too quickly.
Oh, and
shut down.
It did what we were fearful of it happening. Just looked like some wave energy, but just a straight hander. That thing would just take you straight to the beach. So Yolanda now, 7.5 minutes, holding on to priority and hoping for a sizable wave with a rideable wall. She'll take a right, she'll take a left. Here's a right by Bronte Macaulay.
Yeah, really quick whippy backhand here for Bronte. God, you just wish that this sort of thing stood up a little bit more on the inside, so she could have, if she would have got a finish there, another vertical tap on the inside, I think she would have been on her way to, you know, improving on her situation.
She did.
Wow.
By 7/100ths of a point, Bronte Macaulay gets a 5, so she's got twin scores in the score line. 2 5s, 10-point heat total, and that upped the ante for Yolanda Hopkins. Needs a 5.6. There's Bronte. Hearing the news right now from our on-site announcer and professional bass fisher, Todd Klein. Did you know there's such thing as professional bass fishing, Flick?
No.
It's a full-on sport.
Of just that specific species of fish.
Yeah, just that species.
Rightio.
All right, well, 6 minutes. Let's go check out a heat recap, Felicity, and see how Bronte got into the lead here. It's all backhand surfing for Bronte.
When I say I can't stop, man, I really mean it. Was already at the top, it was so scenic. Man, I was really at the top, boy, you should have seen it. But I couldn't keep my nose clean, no cleaners.
Nearing the 5-minute mark here, and you can see all of the scores, all the waves ridden. 7 waves ridden by both the surfers. Highlighted are their top 2 rides.
You know what, right now, Yolanda's sitting at the back with priority. She's been holding onto it for a few minutes now. 5.6, yeah, it's the best wave of the heat, but I feel like it's so achievable. I think we still haven't seen one of those sets come through that's just sort of stayed like a nicer tapered wall. We've kind of seen that one that came through before. It was a bit of a closeout. I still feel that this is totally open. I mean, which means, oh, you can see Bronte paddling around because she knows that, right? She's just trying to give Yolanda something to think about. She's trying to improve on that scoreline. To her credit, she did, obviously, just ever so slightly with that last wave. But Bronte would know right now that, hey, I'm not safe. Like, this is low scoring heat. All it's going to take is that one wave.
True, and let's see what's formulating here. Bronte maybe looking for a left on this one? No? Well, tide's been coming in. We talked about the tides. 2.1 foot right now. We're going to go to a high at 2:13 p.m. of a 4.5. So we still got a couple of feet of Pacific Ocean that's going to rise here. And I feel like the surfers are going to have to adjust to that and be really, really stingy with their priority.
Did you say 2:13 is high tide?
Yeah.
So, okay, according to my schedule,
yeah,
men's final goes out at 2:10, right? So during that, is going to be dead high tide. And, you know, generally, as we know, around the high tide or low tide mark, sometimes it can be very inconsistent. So
I remember 2011 here, there was a Slater Yaden Nickel final out here, and Slater got the 2 waves that broke. Yaden took a runner-up in that final with a heat total of 2.57. He had a 1.8 and a 0.77.
Oh my. Honestly though, you've hit the nail on the head, right? Priority is so important. What you're going to want to be doing is timing sets too. You want to you're going to want to be so conscious paddling out for your heat while the other one's still in the water, whether or not there's been a set, because that will dictate to you, hey, am I going to be waiting here or am I going to pull the trigger when this first wave comes through? It's going to be so like important really for me.
Call Scripps Pier, get an oceanographer, give a forecast, get any kind of like intel you can. Go see Surfline, find out when they're coming up. And speaking of coming up, the Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. 2 young Americans in quarterfinal number 4, Bella Kenworthy and Alyssa Spencer coming up next. Rad Power Bikes. Yo-Yo goes on this one. Oh. Well, that could be the heat for Yolanda Hopkins, because now handing over priority to Bronte Macaulay. A 2-minute drill for Macaulay. She's got heat control. She's got the lead. She's got priority. She can just control these final 2 minutes. I don't see Bronte making a mistake.
No, either do I. And I feel like that was Yo-Yo's moment. I think that wave maybe had one more section after that. It seemed like she went up for that first turn, but she got caught, just hung up in the lip. And I mean, with 1:40 on the clock and how inconsistent it's been this morning, I don't see Bronte faltering here. Let's say she gets hung. But see, that actually had another section down the line. I feel like that was the score. If she would have been a little bit quicker out of the lip there into that second section, I just don't see Bronte making a mistake.
Yolanda's trying to run south right now, and Bronte's not having any of it.
No way. I mean, this is such an important result for Bronte if she can move through to the... Like we've said it all week, a quarterfinal finish isn't a count, really, for the women's side, considering there's only 5 taken, so she needs to crack a semi-final finish here.
I like this. They're going to paddle to Newport. Let's go. There you go. Paddle out to sea.
Looks like they're paddling out to sea.
Sure.
Go to that jet ski out there. Hey, maybe a step off.
Hey, people paddle from Catalina to right here, you know? But usually it's from the island to here. I think it's a little more difficult paddling out to that island.
Yeah.
Wow, down to 20 seconds, and we're watching just some defensive play by Bronte Macaulay. Not going to allow Yolanda to get a wave in the last 10 seconds. Bronte with the lead, Bronte with priority. She knows how to play the game, and she knows how to close out a heat, which she just did.
Yeah.
Bronte Macaulay, she's on to the semifinals. We'll be back for the Rad Power Bikes heat to watch after this.
your stoke. U.S. Open of Surfing.
Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and in the water, a rad Power Bikes heat to watch. Bella Kenworthy up against Alyssa Spencer. Two up-and-coming Americans on the rise in the surfing world. Bella Kenworthy coming off a win in the last Challenger Series. Alyssa Spencer was a rookie on the championship tour, and already a little bit of back and forth paddling happening for position. I'm Kuiper Girl, along with Flick Palmentier. Your thoughts on this heat, Flick?
Both of these women have spent a lot of time here, junior competitions, probably a lot of, for both of them, a lot of good memories here, and especially for Alyssa, you know. But right now, I mean, I mean, both Alyssa and Bella both chasing a result. Bella obviously fresh off that win in Bolito, but it's really Alyssa who is trying to get back on the CT. Obviously, she didn't make that cut. Let's look at these live rankings, Copes.
Sally Fitzgibbons up one to number 2 on the live rankings, and Nadia Erostarbe with her quarterfinal win up 2 places to number 4 above that cut line. Bella Kenworthy wants to remain above that red line, and to do so, she needs to come out of this heat. Because we know that Bronte Macaulay is into the semifinals.
Yeah, that's right. So big result for Bronte just in that previous quarterfinal. It's just funny, right, the tactics that's being played out here. Obviously, Alyssa, that little bit older than Bella, and sort of asserting some dominance. Like, I mean, they've paddled quite some distance. They were also paddling towards the pier, but Alyssa didn't want to give up that inside, but it looks like Bella
finds a left.
Oh, wow.
Can't hang on to the finish.
That would have been a good score if she'd made that. Like, I mean, I already compare it. I know it's the different heat, you know, different context with scores and things, but, you know, you look back to that previous heat and what was scored for a 2-turn combo. I mean, I think that would have almost gone up into, like, the 5-5-6 range, so she ended up getting the first wave, and I guess that priority rotation will now come into effect, and I wouldn't be surprised if Alyssa moves back, to where she wants to be on that pier bowl. So nice little snap there, and that was a really dynamic turn that she went for, but just couldn't make it. So looks like a little bit of space right now between the two women. Bella sort of opting to sit more on that middle peak, and Alyssa on the pier bowl.
Yeah, Alyssa with that priority. We talked about how important the priority is. 21 years old, Alyssa Spencer out of Encinitas, California, had a rookie season this season on the championship tour. Comes from a great surfing family. Dad Paul, he's a firefighter there in Encinitas, and Bella popping that around. There you go. So nice reverse for Bella Kenworthy. 17 years old, San Clemente, California. Bella on the paddle back out. Her dad, a fairly renowned surf photographer, Jason Kenworthy. So she comes from a completely surfing family. Dad's been in the biz for decades, capturing some of the most iconic moments in surfing. I'd like to see this again, Icy.
Let's go. Nice little bit of progression here from Bella as she takes that reverse. Not that much height, you know, but I love where her mind is, and I love that she's thinking about it. This is really good. This is positive signs. It's just something different, something fresh, and makes it with ease. So probably won't go near as high as what we saw for Sally's earlier on in the day, but I like the progression.
Yeah, and the judges agreed. One move, 5-point ride. You'll take that all day long, because 2 5s won the last quarterfinal, Flick.
Yeah, yeah. I think that was a smart choice, and also a smart choice to give herself the opportunity to catch that wave, because she put space between herself and Alyssa, right? If she was sitting right next to Alyssa, Alyssa might have taken that wave. So, yeah, that was really smart of her to just sit, give, you know, just to the south and give that little bit of space. I mean, you can see it right here. That clear indication that if a wave comes for Bella, I mean, she can go it, right? So, smart surfing.
Yeah, and all of that, there's all the judges' scores. So we just throw out that 5, 5, 4, 5. The other 3 5s makes it 5. She did that under priority too. So when you do that, that's just a brilliant move in surf competition, especially when you have minute conditions like this with minimal opportunities. Then that's when, you know, you're able to make a score, and you didn't even need priority to get that score. Watch out.
Super smart. Like I said, I think surfing beyond her years right now, very, very mature. And I kind of like, you know, she's gone back out, she's positioned herself in the same place. I mean, why wouldn't you? If she can lock in another 5, she's well within, you know, the first 10 minutes of the heat.
Yeah. Lock it on up.
Yeah.
Lock in another 5, lock it on up, and then wait till the next priority rotation, get that priority, and then you can really control everything in the heat. So she's on her way right now. Let's see, Alyssa needs to answer back. We've got some lines coming here, Flick.
Yeah, we got lines coming through, but it kind of looks like they're swinging more towards where Bella is, to be honest.
They are. Bella up again. Big snap there.
Wow.
One more huge snap. Small wave, but some powerful surfing by Kenworthy. Gets the inside connection. Working that board over.
Holy.
That could wrap the heat. I don't want to say it too early, but she's going to get another great score. And Alyssa Spencer yet to get anything on the board.
Wow, I'd say she's put Alyssa into a combo situation. That was so well done. Under priority again. Positioned, you know, more down towards the south. She's making opportunities for herself. Super, super impressed with her ability right now and her heat strategy. This was really well done. Straight up into the lip here, cracks that. That one there, I love that second turn. Brings it around here and then really just make sure that she gets this little connection here. Eyes up the inside, another tap. And yeah, she's going to put Alyssa into a combination situation. Really beautiful surfing here. Good small wave surfing. I mean, she got the fin release on that second turn as well. I mean, you know what? Even just good heat analysis to identify that, hey, there's actually waves breaking on this middle peak, and I'm going to back myself and I'm going to sit there.
Yeah. Good job, and well rewarded with a 7.67. Let's hear from Bronte Macaulay. She's into the semifinals.
Thanks so much, Kaipo and Bronte. We were just watching this next heat unfold, and we were talking about how critical it is to find the great peaks. For you, you knew that most of those were going to be by the Pier Bowl, but how critical is it to adjust your strategy out in the water when you see different peaks popping up?
Yeah, it's really tough, especially being like the third heat of the day. I feel like, you know, no one really figured it out quite right, but the Pier's quite a safe bet, so everyone's stuck by the Pier, and that's what I did. So yeah, it's tricky with the tide too. It's coming in, so it's changing a lot. So you've just kind of got to be adaptable in your heat.
And I know you said that you feel like you still haven't really gotten a chance to showcase your surfing, but another grindy heat, you're on to the semifinals. How much confidence do you take that even though you're not surfing the way you want to, you're still getting it done?
Yeah, it's always nice to get through, but at the same time, I really want to like keep my stride and surf the way I want to surf. So I feel like I've been winning ugly all heat with like 2 5s or 2 4s. So yeah, I'm really excited. Hopefully I can peak in the semis and surf a bit better.
What can we expect from you in the semis?
Who knows, but hopefully I'll get a couple waves. Yeah, no, I just want to surf good. I might actually swap boards and get on a groveler because the tide's getting higher. So just try to put a few waves together and see what happens.
Looking forward to seeing it then.
Yeah, thanks, AJ.
Yeah, Bronte Macaulay on a roll, making good decisions out here, Flick.
She, you know what? I mean, I can hear it in her voice too. And I mean, obviously growing up in WA, I spent time with Bronte, and I think, yeah, I mean, you can hear it. She's being honest. She's not stoked with the score she's getting. That's for sure. I think, and we all know the kind of caliber of surfer she is and how deadly she is on that backhand. I just feel like she's got a few more gears to click into, and like she said, hopefully she can peak in those semis.
Bella again.
Wow.
And again, just swinging that Channel Islands board through the paces, looking really connected. The board's gliding over the water. Bella's looking really, really on point right now. I mean, I'm just so impressed from what I'm seeing from Bella Kenworthy, because You see other surfers have been struggling this morning, but she's just gliding through all those sections.
And this is really good small wave surfing.
Yeah.
This is great small wave surfing. Like, you've just nailed it. She's just effortlessly gliding through these waves. It's one, you know, there's a real difference between surfing small waves good and surfing them not so good. And I think, you know, it comes down to flapping of the arms and the style and how you transition through these more, there's not energy out there. I'm not going to beat around the bush. It's really hard to surf these waves, right? And
Yeah,
to make it look as good as what Bella is difficult to do.
She just got a 6. She just built on her scoreline, Bella Kenworthy.
If you're Alyssa right now, you're scratching your head thinking, holy,
Yeah.
have I made a few mistakes right now? Or looks like a set's coming, and hopefully we get to see her open up.
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer in a 2-wave combination of 13.67. So,
You know what, too? So, obviously, when Alyssa paddled out, her game was to sit on the pier ball, right? And now she's heard that Bella's been getting these scores down there, so she's moved. And I can see her looking back to the beach. So she's looking back now, right? And then she looks out to the ocean, and then she looks back to the beach. So the fact that she's had to change what her original plan was,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's going to play into her mindset. Because the moment you can see someone's head going around on a swivel, is sort of the moment that I feel they're second-guessing themselves and their plan. And, you know, because that wasn't her original plan, right? And I think you just have to be flexible. You have to be adaptable. Obviously, surfing is one of those sports where probably you have to be the most adaptive. Let's have a look at this 6-point ride. This was her last wave, under priority again.
yeah.
And just the 2 turns there. But yeah, locking in a good score. So, yeah, I think that bit of self-doubt can sort of creep in for Alyssa when you know, this wave again, 6-point ride, right underneath her nose. And yeah, Alyssa's such a good surfer. I think her precision and her timing on her backhand is some of the best on, you know, out of all the women's surfers probably worldwide, you know. And I think it'd be really nice to get her an opportunity where we can see that. Looks like she's actually moved back to her original plan now, backed herself back down to the pier bowl. But with only 15, you know, just over 15 minutes left in this heat, she hasn't caught a wave yet. That self-doubt, I think, would be creeping in for sure, just knowing the inconsistency of today.
Yeah, that's a tough one. We're halfway through the heat. Not that we haven't seen heats turned, you know, within the final 5 minutes. You know, if some waves do come through, the paddle back out's very, very short. You can get a couple of waves in quick repetition, but I think it's more of the mental space right now for Alyssa Spencer.
That and, like, yeah, heats have been swung in the last 5 minutes, but that's when it's consistent. And today, I don't see that. Like, unless she needs a score, first of all. You need 2 waves to advance.
Here we go. Finds the right. And a nice effort, so she will surf her way out of the combination that she's currently in. Redirects to the left. So that will make it a 1-wave need for Alyssa Spencer once that score drops.
Yeah, for sure. That was more like it. She's going to be feeling good after that. She's got one on the board exactly at the 15-minute mark. She takes off. So now she's getting herself back in the game. If there was, I mean, she can do it in 1 wave now, right? Let's have a look. So just a paced approach here. This is that timing. Hits the lip. That was really well done. Just sort of S-turns her way through this little section, looking for a connection on the inside. And she does get this one nice little tap here at the end. So she's going to break that combo. And just one more look from this angle. Perfect timing up into the lip. Nice carve. But,
yeah, gets out of the combo, 4.93 for Alyssa Spencer, now chasing an excellent score of 8.74. Bella Kenworthy now with the heat control. Priority and the lead. There goes Alyssa straight to Bella. Probably going to just paddle right past her.
smart by Bella right now to track her, right? She's got priority, and she's like, hang on a sec, I'm going to get, sit really close to you. I'm going to have heat control here. Let's apply some pressure. Smart. So smart. She's put together a great heat.
Yeah, Bella on the chase right now and is controlling the tempo of this heat. And the priority will be in effect and used by Bella Kenworthy. Left this time. Another great couple of turns. Another well-surfed wave. The redirect on the inside. Oh no, she's gonna get the reform. And another snap on the inside. Bella Kenworthy just looking unstoppable in this heat.
Yeah, surfing really, really well. It was another nice two-turn combo on the backhand. Used her priority to hold Alyssa off as well. I think that was a smart decision. I think Alyssa would have been able to do some damage on that wave. But that leaves Alyssa at the back with priority. It kind of looked like there might have been a little line coming through, so hopefully Alyssa gets a roll of the dice.
Here she goes. Good foot out of Encinitas on the heels and cannot find the open face. Gets out of there early. Hopefully she can sprint paddle back out and have another chance. She will secure priority at least, but what would be better for her is just to get a wave. We're taking a Bon Soy brew break. We'll be back. Bella Kenworthy out in the lead.
Today we are here at the 9th stop of WSL Rising Tides at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. This activation is pretty unique as we had Pura Vida join us today, and they brought bracelets that had 6 different words on them. The girls got to walk up and handpick a word that meant something to them, and whether it be inspire, believe, perseverance. And their mentor also had on the same word on their bracelet. So not only are they wearing it, but someone who inspires them is wearing the same word and the same kind of mindset.
Pro girls, I love how they come here and like help us. Maybe because they're your idols, it makes it cool because you can just learn from them and see their technique or what they do in the water. They're just always so nice to me, and they also rip.
I really think that it helped inspire me, honestly, like seeing these girls and just their fire and passion.
So it just like makes you feel like younger again that way. It just like takes you back to when you're like super excited about everything.
When I was a little girl, I absolutely loved it when the older girls would be really nice to me in the water, let me go on waves. They were really good role models for me, and I hope to do that for the next generation.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico down here at the booth of Rad Power Bikes, and this is our Rad Power Bike Heat of the Day. And guess what? We got some amazing bikes down here. Kai's Flick, my personal favorite, Rad Expand 5 Plus. This one retail just around $2,500. Guess what? It's on discount down here, just over $2,000 right now. Come check out the booth. They got amazing discounts, and as you can see, some custom boards every now and then too.
Oh, nice. Looks good. Zip around. Choose to pedal or just choose to zip around powered on the Rad Power Bike. Well, that's last score for Bella Kenworthy in this matchup against Alyssa Spencer. Again, increased Bella's scoreline with a 6.5. So that added a full half point onto the requirement that Alyssa Spencer needs. Actually, I'll add a full point. 9.24 is what Alyssa Spencer needs. Alyssa has priority and 7 minutes on the clock.
You know, Bella has just really impressed me in this heat, just in terms of, you know, the conditions might not be amazing, but her strategy has been impeccable. I mean, she didn't have priority. She got the 5 and the 7.67 under priority. Then she improved again under priority, got the 6-point ride. Then she had priority, she utilized it, and she improved again on her situation. And just like, you know, surfing beyond her years, and it just seems so comfortable in this, you know, two-person heat where strategy really comes into play. And we touched on it before, but in today's conditions, making those smart decisions in accordance of when these sets are coming through is going to be vital. And she's nailed it.
Yeah, she nailed it with early positioning down the beach and you know, what you wouldn't typically would be the peak, and getting scores under priority. But more than just even strategy or anything for Bella, just that's just talent. She's just surfing well. I mean, she's doing the best surfing I've seen so far today in these tiny conditions.
Yeah, she's surfing really well. I think also, I think for me, I look to Sally and also Nadia. I feel like that first semi-final, that's going to be a cracker. I feel like they've been on fire. Obviously, Sally had that big air reverse as well, dropping the 7.5 for just that one wave and that one moment. And then Nadia just looks so sharp on her backhand, man. I mean, she looks powerful. She looks sharp. She's that little bit physically bigger, so I feel like she's displacing more water as well. As we look here, looks like Bella's going to have another opportunity.
Pops it up, and she's got those things on lock. Another air reverse. For me, right now, what I'm seeing from Bella Kenworthy, I think she's the if she can get on the wave, she's the likely winner of this event. I'm just saying it already in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, she's definitely up there. Her read today, she looks on, right? She looks on point. Not only is she surfing good, but making very smart decisions. And I think today, yeah, you've got to be a great surfer, right, to win. But I think it comes down to strategy. I think smart decisions. You've got to, I mean, Sally touched on it. You got to bring out the whole repertoire, the whole book today.
Well, and let's be honest, it's going to take luck too. The luck factor comes in.
It does.
So get lucky. Rub your lucky charm. Figure out a way to get luck on your side. Whatever it may be, if you got a heat coming up, focused, think positive. The law of positive attraction, put that into play. 6.43, not one of the top two for Bella Kenworthy, but still a great score in the context of the day. Let's check out our heat recap for quarterfinal 4. Alyssa Spencer cutting back into live action out of that recap, trying to come back against Bella Kenworthy, and not the finish, or lack of finish is going to cost her there, Flick.
Yeah, it will. That's definitely not the 9.24. Let's have a look. Nice angle on this wave. Nice little bowl. Taps this first section. I'm like, okay, she's on her way here. She has the finish. She lines it up. She busts the fins, but she just gets caught up there. I feel like if she makes that, she had some nice speed to that wave that we haven't seen yet. I think she would have been on her way to a good score, but unfortunately just getting hung up there.
Yep, and now Bella with priority is going to prowl on Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa's going to try to paddle to break away, but as we saw in the last heat, it's going to be the same 2-minute drill for the surfer with lead and priority, Bella Kenworthy.
Yeah, she's just going to close this out now. Super smart. She's got the priority. Stick to her like glue. And I guess on Alyssa's side, she's just praying for another set. But really, I just can't sing the praises for Bella high enough. I've just been so impressed by what I've seen this morning.
Yep, you can go north, you can go south, but I don't think you're going to get away from Bella in this last 90 seconds.
Definitely not.
Unless you have the Pacific just serves up a multiple wave set is what you would need to happen right now.
Doesn't seem that likely, does it? I'm just being honest. Like, look, you never know. Never say die, but I don't know. Here we go. She's having a crack now.
All right. A little right for Alyssa Spencer. And you can see the frustration as she kicks out, just knowing that that's not a 9.24. And the splash of the water now. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough heat for Alyssa, but she's going to have to regroup. I mean, equal fifth. Not a bad result.
Not bad, but you just know how important it is. We spoke about it in that last heat to crack the semifinals here. So I think this is going to sting, I think, a bit for her too. And also, you know, Alyssa, she's had CT experience now. I think she also probably feels coming into this, she's the favourite, right? So there'd be a bit of that, oh, I felt like I had this one in the bag. Like, you know, the young up-and-coming Grommy, she's got it over the top of me right now.
Yeah, the teenagers, just 17 years old, Bella Kenworthy. Alyssa will sneak away and possibly get another wave. No, that's it, it's official. It is Alyssa Spencer with an equal fifth out of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and Bella Kenworthy on to the semifinals.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, means that that's frustrating for her.
We'll be back with men's semifinals in the water. When we return, it's going to be Jarvis Earl up against Miguel Pupo.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
Bella Kenworthy into the semifinals as she gets a big win over Alyssa Spencer. Still feeding off the momentum from a huge win in South Africa and now trying to get one at home. 2 heats to go. Semifinal to final here on a Sunday, a finals day at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Jarvis Earl likes to wear the red jersey, up and out. Australian World Junior champ who's been on a roll, consistently winning all of his heats, even in the four-man heats. He's getting wins, but he's also not falling very much on a lot of his errors. Yesterday, he was just complete. It's been a great report.
A great report, and this is, you know, his breakout result here on the Challenger Series. He's had a tough year on the Challenger Series, so to see him in finals day, to see the performances that he was putting on, yeah, he's been one to watch throughout the week.
Miguel Pupo, runner-up in this event years ago. Speed snap and a crushing finish. Uh-oh, he loses it. Loved it, though. Looking really zippy. Getting a lot of speed down the line. Miguel had a .93 start, now a 2.17. Very quickly scoring that last wave of the panel upstairs. What a cool matchup. Australia versus Brazil. Two goofy footers that can go lightning fast in these small waves on finals day.
And Miguel, I mean, he has been unbelievable. He hasn't got less than 14 points in each of his heats. Even in the four-man encounter with Jarvis Earl, Jarvis took the win, but it was narrowly. And this was, is this Jarvis's?
This is his 517.
517. So this was his opening wave. Just, yeah, what we've come to expect from him, really. Like that air game, incredible. And this is the first men's heat of the day, so it's fun to see how the scale shakes out. So that 517 is the benchmark.
2022 World Junior champ Jarvis Earl won that, then started getting a lot of phone calls from the commissioner's office at the World Surf League. Got to enjoy some wild card moments at the championship tour level. Got to hang out with Louis Egan. Learn from one of the best coaches in the game as well. And a smart move to call up Brett Simpson, who knows this wave better than anybody, a two-time US Open champ. 517 has the lead and priority. Pupo needing a 3.31. His one victory on the championship tour was an absolute tube shootout with now a gold medalist, Kauli Vost. At the time, Kauli a wild card, building his profile on his local wave of Teahupo. For Pupo, he had never had a huge result there, but he knew it was his favorite wave. He had big 8-point rides in the early rounds. He just had a tough time getting all the way to finals day. So he always had the belief that he could win in Tahiti, and a high action packed final when we look back.
That was another emotional one to see Miggy get that win. I think that was the introduction of that mid-year cut, so things were really tense. And then, you know, you're back on, you're on the championship tour, you've solidified your spot, and then to go on and win your first event, just incredible. And the waves, like you said, absolutely firing. Like, what a way to do it when you're going to win an event. Firing waves against the local hero.
And Miguel's been successful in that same situation, competing over a local hero. When we flash back to the kind of the start of that phrase Brazilian Storm, he won at lower trestles, beat Tanner Gudauskas on a very close decision. 6/100ths of a point. Settled it, and Miguel won at lowers that day. His father Wagner was right there on the beach to enjoy a huge celebration. It's catch up with Bella Kenworthy on the glass with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey. Bella, we were just talking about how important that wave selection was for you today. You found some really good ones. What did you see that you knew that those were the waves you wanted to ride?
Yeah, I was just under priority, so I was like, oh, like a wave came to me and I was like, I'll just give it a try and like see where it goes, and thankfully like a couple of my waves gave me good sections.
Let's talk about the wave that gave you quite a few good sections at 7.67. How did you identify those sections, and how excited were you to get to show off so many different parts of your surfing?
Yeah, I was super excited to get a wave that gave me like multiple turns. I didn't know where it was gonna go, but I was hoping like it'd be something decent, so thankful.
It was definitely decent. On to the semifinals. How do you carry this momentum here in Huntington?
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and catch a lot more waves in my next few heats and see where it goes.
It's worked so far. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, AJ. A fun moment there. Bella Kenworthy happy to be moving on to the semifinals. Miguel Pupo in the water now. Had a very busy morning. He told AJ that he was trying a couple of different fins out this morning just to see if he could find a little edge in the smaller surf on finals day. Paddling for this one under the priority of Jarvis Earl. The Australian takes it, tests out the backhand, looking strong through the lip. Second turn, a big fan of spray out the back and keeping that rhythm. Chasing the pocket. He might have a little forehand finish, a little tap, and he's out.
Looking lively, Joe. Looking lively. I think now Miguel's got to register. He's got priority. You know, the couple waves that we've seen of Miguel, he's been so consistent to stay on his feet, and to see him to have 2 falls in the opening stages of this heat. Just want to see him tap into the form that he's had in previous rounds. Said today he just wants to go really fast and attack the sections.
Gosh, nothing like going fast, especially when it's small. It's one thing when the waves are pumping. Pretty easy to get going for these guys.
Yeah, Jarvis on his backhand, tight whip in the pocket, small gutless wave, so he's really manufacturing these maneuvers, S-ing through this flat section, decides to find opportunity on his forehand. I mean, just looking so interested in the wave, just engaged with it, always trying, just exuding good energy.
First heat of the men's, like you said, Ro, we got to hype up this round. Al Cleland Jr. up next against Crosby Colapinto. Crosby from Southern California, Al Cleland enjoying the best result in the making and ever for a Mexican-born surfer. He's been looking at the lineup all morning. Stretching, focused. I just went past Al. He said how fun it's looking. Sounds inspired. George Pitar for Australia takes on France's Marco Mignot in quarter 3. George has had some buzzer beaters. Eye of the Tiger. Marco's been just punting all week long. Jackson Bunch had that rad goofy foot heat against Schilling. A fun rivalry. And we've got Kolohan Dino waiting for him in quarter 4, the man who's said he's been through a competitive slump lately, a former top 5 surfer in the world on a big comeback.
Yeah, those are just such huge matchups. Every one of them.
Earl starting to really drive to get some speed, winding up for the tail blow reverse. He face plants there, Simpo. Doesn't look too concerned. Miguel whipping one off the lip and extending the finish, but he'll lose the handle.
Oh, it's just like not what he's been doing all week. I'm sure he's feeling just a little bit of frustration at this point that he wasn't able to complete that last maneuver, because that was looking really sharp, really fast. And that was going to be the answer back that he needed to get in the conversation for the heat win.
Jarvis a little bit further out. He'll get priority. His third wave he rode, Jarvis, at 5.33. And Miguel will use that last wave as a keeper for the moment, as it's still early in this first quarterfinal. Miguel talks about his first wave of his life. Dad pushed him in, Wagner, who is a longtime competitor. His mom, Jean, was on the beach. The idea was his dad was going to push him and then his mom would catch him, but Miguel ate it halfway through as we look at this last wave.
Yeah, very nice hit off the top there. Good wave for Miguel, and then his board just gets gobbled up by that whitewater. Jarvis getting those feet in position for this air maneuver, and pretty similar kind of thing. That bottom third of the wave, it's kind of gutless, and it's so easy just to kind of overpower it a little bit and get taken over.
So Miguel with the wipeout at 4 years of age ends up getting pulled up by his hair by his mom. Said he was afraid to take a shower for about 2 months.
No way.
Just was like, you know what, surfing's not for me.
And in that moment, the mom's just like, oh, you see it happening in slow motion. You can't get there quick enough. I had a few of those already in my short life as a mom. But yeah, so I mean, look where he is now. Pete Mel, our the big wave world champ, he said that he got dunked by a wave and didn't want to surf for forever.
It's a pretty common story.
Yep.
And for Miguel, it's like, what a way to start, but then look where he is today. Mark Visser, a big wave legend who teaches a lot of breath holding training. His motivation came from a scary moment as a kid in the ocean, and he decided to just face it head on and try to become fearless in giant waves like a Jaws. Jarvis out in front. Coach has got to be happy. We'll find out more with Waxet.
Got to make this.
Simpo.
Yeah.
Waves a little bit smaller today. Consistency a lot less than what we've seen. A lot less frequency in the waves. What was the advice to Jarvis?
I just told Jarv that you might only ride, 3 or 4 rides this time. The last few days he's had a lot of chances to kind of push it. I mean, Miggy's had the better waves right now. He's just come undone, so it's kind of going our way so far, but got to make this next priority situation count and try to get into that 7 range to really put the pressure on.
Well, we've got some action out in the water right now.
Waxet, thank you, Simpo. Pupo starting to swing, and there he cleans up the 2-turn combo. Previous attempt, he went down on a radical finish, but still turned in a 5.10. Now a 5.4 will give him the lead.
Yeah, just thinking about the 5.10 falling on that last turn, he's got to think to himself, okay, that 2-turn combo is going to come in handy. He does that on that last wave. It was a smaller wave under the priority, but it just gets him back into the rhythm, back into the feeling of the water.
Great backhand attack. It brought him to a semifinal on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks, the year that Felipe Toledo won his first CT event in a final over Julian Wilson. 2 to 3 foot runners just prove that Miguel is just as quick backhand as he is forehand.
So smaller wave, Miguel eyes up the section, unloads, quick transition to the next turn. I have a feeling, this is going to go into his scoreline now, obviously, because he's had such a slow heat. But I think we're going to see both of these guys start to up it a little bit, like we heard Brett saying. You've got to start looking for those 7s, those 8s, those numbers that are going to solidify your spot.
The first half of the story of this heat is it's hard to split these two. Split decision at the moment on who's winning. Jarvis out in front by a very small margin. Earl's looking. Nice glassy left. He's got the speed, he's got the ramp, reverse complete. It's crazy how much distance these goofies can cover, just based on their ability to drive that surfboard, let alone whip the rotator on the closeout section. Jarvis looking to ditch a 5.17, hoping for some separation over Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, that was really quick. I'm just so impressed with his speed.
Pupo sitting out the back with priority, considering a little wall here. And he'll hold his position. Had an injury last year, had the wild card for the CT. Jarvis on his way back out on the wind up. Another throw tail reverse. Can he get a combo? Little wrap before he gets to the pilings, but he ran out of room. Real smart, young surfer. Might as well on your way back out. On a sleepy little heat, Coach Brett Simpson saying you might not get as many chances as you did yesterday, and so anytime he sees an opportunity, he's going for it. His previous wave, not the last into the pier, but just the clean tail-high reverse, a 5.87. His best so far. And we'll see what the judges think about that last version, his 6th wave, as he still leads over the Brazilian vet, Miguel Pupo. Be right back for the back end of quarter 1.
Living by faith, I'm gonna live up with praise. It's a beautiful day for my soul to say. I'm living by faith. Hallelujah, amen. Trying to make space for the blessing. Thank God, we arrive, we love. Living by faith, can't steal my joy. I'm gonna sing and rejoice today. I'm living by faith, faith, faith. I'm living by faith.
Welcome back to finals day, quarter 1 with 10:30 on the clock. Jarvis Earl's the one that's been throwing some frontside reverses to build on his total against Miguel Pupo. 5.87 to a 5.97. This was the first version of that last series.
Yeah, so one option right there. He goes to the air. Love the way that he's picking that nose in for the rotation.
And this was just a touch better, Rosie. 5.97 into the pier.
Yeah, interesting. Very similar, and then gets a little bit of a carve off, but doesn't really complete it. So extremely similar scores.
Got this one during the break.
Wow, he has been just hunting down little waves up and down the beach. I think when you take off on these smaller waves, you don't have priority, you've got the lead, you leave your competitor out the back, and it just adds the pressure. Just adds to the fact that Miggy's out there waiting for a wave. Jarvis up and riding again.
It's been the tale of the 5-point rides. Another tail throw reverse. He's landing all of these, but will they give him something out of the 5-point range?
I thought that one was a little bit more amplitude out in front of it.
Got a 5.17, then a 5.33, then a 5.87, then a 5.97, then a 5.67. And now one more score to lock in. Miguel's 5s are 5.10 and a 5.37.
Yeah, just watching this one, he's really loading up, maintaining that speed. I do like that one. I mean, we've seen a couple versions of it. I think he just covered a lot of space.
Oh, and he got close to getting out of the 5s, Rosie. A 5.9.
There we go.
What do you do here, getting so many 5s? And he's working hard for it. Does he keep swinging? Does it matter? Because he's not changing his situation too much.
Well, he's taking off on a wave that would ordinarily offer a 3. So the fact that he's like getting up into the 6s is like almost 6s is impressive. Under priority. Like he's improved his scoreline under priority. But yeah, I think, you know, Miguel's got that priority. He might get a better wave. And then it's going to be Jarvis's turn. So we've seen him a couple times on smaller waves, so now it's time to go ballistic.
$7:50 on the clock. Wagner Pupo, a great surfboard shaper, competitive surfer as well. Often would tell Miguel and Sammy Pupo about a story of when he was 16 years of age on his home break. Wave popping up for Pupo. Needing a 6.5 to take the lead. And Miguel starts driving to the first section. Throw tail ends up falling, so holding priority. And he's had a couple of moments where he'd be in the lead, a fall and a backside snap, and also a fall right there on his version of the tail blow reverse.
Yeah, he's had, what, 4 falls now? 4 incompletes? Oh, yeah, that's his 4th fall. Sure, he's scratching his head a little bit, just wondering how he can reconfigure himself. And I like this wave because he took off, he gets his quick turn in, eyes down the line, goes for that air reverse. Maybe his back foot just not completely in the right spot to kind of bend the knees, absorb all that power as you're landing.
So Jarvis controlling this one. We're getting closer to our Rad Power Bikes heat to watch. Al Cleland Jr. from Pascuales in Mexico taking on San Clemente's Crosby Colapinto. Coming off a heroic performance in the Olympic Games. 15.17 combined total, 2 times in the rounds as he lost to France's Joan Duru and pumping Teahupo. And what a transition. Huntington Pier, peaks, big airs. He said the other day, he's like, I don't usually do airs in competition. He does in free surfs and video parts, but typically he rides on his rail work. But the section, he said, was just too good to be true and launched one. We'll see how he takes on this next heat against the Craws, who made the final last year.
Another good heat, and you mentioned just representing Mexico, and he's got a lot of support around here. Dad from San Diego, but he's definitely a really likable guy. I mean, that is the battle of the nice guys. Crosby Colapinto against Al Cleland Jr.
Wagner Pupo would often tell the story to his kids about a competitive moment in his life. When Wagner was 16, he borrowed a surfboard off a friend to enter this event. Went up going all the way, and the final was against the #1 seed at the time, and Wagner ended up winning it. Used that story to inspire his kids to believe in themselves. They both have accomplished a lot. Samuel joining his brother on the championship tour, both working their way back to the top 34 together on the Challenger Series.
And Miguel and Ian Gavea were staying together. I think Ian was leaving on an early flight this morning, but Miguel was actually staying on the floor of the hotel room. So it's pretty funny. Everyone's kind of making it happen, but
4:15 to go. Pupo might look, but Jarvis will hold back. Miguel wants to get the call for the block. He's asking for it, looks back at the priority board. Nothing switched yet, so he's going to let Jarvis go here. Earl now snaps it quickly, hammers it again for a nice clean 2-turn combo. Still working through this inside corner. Jarvis springing into action. He's been showing the judges a lot of frontside reverses. Miguel frustrated. He wanted to get the priority switch and he couldn't afford to take off. just in case they held it in Jarvis's favor.
Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of a paddle there, Joe. I don't know.
The idea is if you have priority and you take a look and you kind of use it as a block. Miguel's trying to show the judges he had intent to go on the previous wave, so he wanted that to switch.
So yeah, that was kind of interesting just to see that Jarvis did those 2 paddles on the wave. He was kind of looking right, but then looked over to Miguel.
So they let it run clean. For Jarvis Earl, was able to hang on the priority, then rolled right into the right.
Yeah, so he gets this lucky little chip in, and I really like this 2-turn combo from him. Yep, I think improvement is going to be made. That was pretty funny. He does the 2 good turns, and then he decides, oh, there's more power for me to get onto this inside section. Improve his scoreline.
Judges love it, 6.5. Best score of the heat so far. What a turning point for Jarvis Earl. Miguel Pupo now needs a 7.1.
You know what, Joe, sometimes, well, we've seen it. It's been the battle of the 5s, but then once you hear that clear message that you need a 7.10, you're surfing up to that. I think for Miguel, maybe that's, you know, he's seems pretty frustrated right now. There's under 2 minutes remaining, but there's still a chance. A second comes through. He's got that priority. But I think it's almost like a blessing, because when you're surfing for a 5, you can almost feel like you're going to do safe surfing, where with a 7, you got to let the shackles off.
Under 90 seconds now. Live rankings are looking critical here. Miguel Pupo had jumped up 5 spots to 6th, but he wanted a bit more, so he's trying to find a 7.10. Jackson Bunch coming up later on today in the quarters has moved up 10 spots after that win over Jet Schilling. Got to be in the top 10 at the end of the year, counting your best 4 performances on the Challenger Series. 2 remain after this. Ericeira in Portugal and also Saquarema in Brazil.
Yes, such an important moment for Miggy. He's got a 3rd place finish in Sydney, but other than that, he hasn't had too many good results. So, I mean, a quarterfinal is great and all, but you really, like, the door was wide open because so many of those top seeds had fallen out of the draw. For Jarvis, this is kind of his breakthrough result on the Challenger Series, and he could start a late charge back end of the year.
Miguel starting to watch the clock. He's just hoping for something. Might be a little opportunity here as you see a little motion. Now 5 seconds to go. He's gonna have to put it together on this wave, needing a 7.10. Miguel throws down a frontside snap and ends up losing it. Jarvis Earl will get the win to move on to the semifinals, completing everything he's going for under the coaching of local hero Brett Simpson. It's paying off. Coming up next, Al Cleland Jr. takes on Crosby Colapinto on the Rad Power Bikes Heat to Watch. We'll be right back. Jarvis Earl, smile gets bigger and bigger. He's gonna get a high five from his coach, Brett Simpson, in a moment here.
He had a couple chances. I know, that one. He went snap, big blast fell, and then the first wave too, but
yeah.
Good job. You surfed for feet. Didn't really fall at all.
Nah.
Let's do it again in a little bit.
Yeah, let's do it.
Go get tuned up.
Yeah.
Time to get tuned up. Jarvis Earl into the semifinals. He'll take on the winner of this heat, Al Cleland Jr. for Mexico. Best result ever for a surfer born in the beautiful country of Mexico. What a statement. Carrying the country on his shoulders here today. The south side of Huntington Pier, and Crosby would get a lot of locals cheering for him. Short drive from San Clemente. Met Crosby's grandmother, Covey, who lives in Dana Point, California. She wouldn't miss this for the world. She wants both grandsons on the banner at the U.S. Open.
It's so fun. Yeah, the family has come down. I met their uncle Rocco and another grandmother, Patty. And they just said, they were giving me some insight and said, you know, they come from aquatic family. The great-grandfather of Crosby was a swimmer and a diver, and he nearly qualified for the Olympics.
No way, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's all making sense. Al Cleland Jr. coming from a state called Colima in Mexico, right between Michoacan and Jalisco. It's one of the smaller states in Mexico, and it has the smallest population. Met a cool family from Nogales. They're here to watch Al Cleland compete today. If you drove from the border of Nogales to Pascuales, it'd probably take 24 hours. Where Mitchell Salazar, co-commentator, he was born in Mazatlan. So from Mitch's house, probably about an 8-hour drive to Pascuales.
So cool to see the support. And a late qualifier for the Olympics too, Joe. Just such a incredible performance. Watching him in the World Junior Champs last year, he was unbelievable. Just huge power hacks on big seaside reef, making it through the rounds, like pumping up the crowd.
Oh.
Really cool.
Al Cleland Jr. made a semi-final performance at a regional event here at the pier at the start of the season. Board felt so good. He put it on ice. He's on it right now.
Yeah, the Timmy Pattersons are just looking so good for Al. Got a couple round pins that we saw him walking down the beach with, and they've been looking lively.
Al Cleland Jr. is not afraid to start prepping for a heat a couple hours ahead of time. Has headphones on, stretches, focuses.
Actually, it's more of a thumbtail, I think, that he's surfing. Got
Winner of the last heat, Jarvis Earl, is with AJ.
Massive moment for you making it onto the semifinals, and to do it against somebody like Miguel Pupo, who you know is so dangerous in the water. How did you stay calm?
Yeah, obviously Miggy's like a tour veteran. He's been around the scene for a long time, so I knew it was going to be a tough heat. I just tried to stay calm in the slow conditions and keep busy under priority, and yeah, came out with the win, so yeah, feeling really good.
As you should, because it seems like you're building momentum this birthday weekend for you. What do you attribute that to?
Yeah, I haven't had the best results on the Challenger Series so far in my career, and I was feeling really good going into this event. I had some good boards under my feet, so had a good feeling this was going to be the one, and yeah, I've been going good, so hopefully I can keep it rolling all the way into the final.
Let's talk about the next heat. What can we expect in terms of the boards that you're riding? Are you switching anything up, or give us the inside intel?
Yeah, I'm just going to stick with the same board. It's a epoxy Eco Carbon Tech from Channel Islands, and it's been feeling really good in the small conditions here at HB, so yeah, hopefully it's an exciting heat.
We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, AJ. The surf town of Cronulla is losing it right now. Jarvis Earl is making a rampage up the live rankings in the chase for qualification. Look at that movement for Jarv. Up to 16th, 38 spots, and still ascending as he's into the semifinals. 10,000 points will go to the winner of the US Open, so he can keep on flying.
He can smell the top 10, Joe. 16th place. Wow, and he's still moving on. Marco Mignot coming up later today.
Yeah, coming up next against brother George. George Pitar has been so clutch, especially with buzzer beater moments, and Marco, I think, is the best we've surfed consecutively in a contest of this size. And both winning in different ways. Marco, it's been the theme of giant airs. Really cool claims. I don't know what they mean yet, but we'll ask him.
Yeah, I think Marco had one that was decided on the sand too, and he just got big, big hugs.
So that one's coming up next. Meanwhile, this one's been quiet. Crosby enjoying his rookie season this year. And he's been really comfy and confident, qualifying with a lot of his best friends in the whole world. And Crosby and Cole will be battling out for the Rookie of the Year honor at Cloudbreak. Also joined his brother under the coaching of Tommy Whitaker.
Oh, Joe. Hopefully we see a wave surfed in the next 1.5 minutes.
It's a funny part of the game, isn't it? Some fans who are new to the US Open sometimes will ask me, what are they doing just sitting there? But it's all about positioning, trying to make sure that you're in the right spot. You definitely got to keep your focus. You don't want to kind of fade out and think about other things. In a free surf, that happens.
Yeah.
But when you've got a lot on the line, you got to make sure you know where your competitor is. Make sure you're in the right spot. You've been watching the waves all morning. For both these guys they have, but specifically Alan Cleland, as soon as the women's quarterfinal started, he was right on the podium where they're going to do the awards presentation, stretching by himself. There weren't anyone else like really telling him any information. Every once in a while he'd take a headphone off and just say, how fun does it look? So he had a lot of positivity this morning. He felt like the peaks were actually more groomed this morning on the sandbar than they were yesterday. And I just like that energy. With some people, you could kind of get down and out if you think, oh, it's a lot smaller today. I remember a world champ, Barton Lynch, told me he used to beat a lot of people before they hit the water because they'd be all, oh man, the waves aren't that good, it's small. And he's like, I got him, because he would find the positivity in what was available in the heat.
Yeah, you're going surfing. Going surfing for your job. Like, let's see, Joe. Looking.
Should we give him a fresh clock? Yeah, let's do it. That's fair, right? That horn signifies a heat restart. 10 minutes without a wave. And I like that. Judges will count them down again to a start of quarter two. They worked so hard to get here to finals day. Let's let the ocean really set them up here. Sometimes there's fun conversations with the countdown to a potential restart where surfers will kind of talk about it together and go, hey, like, should we just make sure we don't take a wave and get a fresh clock? And sometimes there's agreements made and hands that are shook. Sometimes the surfer has other plans and then pulls a fast one and will start the heat and try to take the other surfer by surprise. A lot of support on the beach for Al Cleland Jr. Let's send it to Waxhead.
Guys, I'm down here with Ilanda and the Mexican crew. Some of them live here and have come up from Colima just to support Al out in the water. How's your time been here?
Oh, so great. I love the weather. Everything is cool. Everything's good. Yes.
We're having the time of our lives watching Alan coming from the Olympics to Huntington Beach for the US Open, and he's doing great, and we hope he goes to semifinals in the next heat. So we're having a great time.
Viva Mexico!
Viva Mexico! Alan! 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 Alan!
I love pro surfing so much.
It's a special feeling.
Oh.
Looking back on the beach and seeing your flag flown, seeing people come and support you like this, positive energy.
And Rosie, when you're in the water like this and you have that kind of support crew, you can feel it, right?
Oh, definitely. I mean, that would just be like, makes you want to perform. It makes you want to do your best. You're feeling like you're getting carried by that good energy. These people have made the effort to come down here, support you. They believe in you. And they've clearly been following your career.
So Al Cleland Jr. feeling the love here in Southern California. His dad from San Diego went to Mexico and never left, started a family. As we see Waxhead getting some new friends. Would not be surprised if Waxhead's making some connections so he can get really barreled soon. Loves to travel, loves big waves, loves meeting new cultures. That's what the surfing life is all about. What's going on through your mind when you have so much on the line, you've had a restart already, and you just want to get going? How do you stay calm?
This is just all part of surfing. It's part of being at the playing field called the ocean. You don't get to call the shots. So this is just part of the deal. I do think, you know, we might see these guys start to paddle around a little bit, just stay warm, stay loose, stay engaged, because like you said, your mind can kind of drift. So keeping that focus, sticking to your game plan.
And I suppose when we think about Al Cleland Jr.'s positioning here for qualification, there's a couple ideas here. We keep focusing on the top 10 because that's what it's all about, to make the championship tour. But if you have a good result, you're the next 10 on the rankings, you can qualify automatically for the Challenger Series in 2025. So for those surfers that were close and might have a mathematical shot and they don't seal the deal after Saquarema, that positioning in the top 20 would help them because they'll be getting ready for the Challenger Series next year.
That means like you don't have to go regionally and travel and try and get points to qualify for this tour. So that is a big leg up and maybe something that Al's is certainly considering.
Claro que sí. Yes, that's the whole plan. Crosby's a pretty big name to see in the Challenger Series because a couple years ago there used to be situations and rules, the WSL rule book, where CT surfers, it was part of their whole career where they had to show up to big Challenger Series or big QS events. Nowadays, that's out. You don't have to. You know, he could be preparing for Fiji, but the prestige of a US Open title, especially for California, especially when your big brothers won it, I don't think there's any place you'd rather be.
Came close last year, finishing second.
And now we might actually get started with quarter two after a restart. Al Cleland Jr. heading for the pier, quickly whipping a couple of turns on the backhand, and he is on the board. So a restart, then 5 minutes into the fresh clock. Allen chooses a left to get started against Crosby. Turns it into a 3.33.
Yeah, first wave of the heat. These guys have waited a long time, almost 15 minutes to get this one started. Late hit there, 3.33. That sets the heat for us, Joe, and the priority rotation.
So Allen out in front, Crosby holding down priority. Crosby and Griffin are amazing human beings. They liked giving back to the community. It's cool when everyone was starting to get into riding bikes down to lowers. A lot of the young kids wouldn't have helmets on, and so the dad, Mitch Colapinto, was like, let's set a good example. Everyone start putting helmets on. Let's make this cool for safety, because there's some accidents happening. And if, you know, Crosby and Griffin are wearing them, everyone's like, you know what, I'm going to put one on too. They also speak to the Shorecliff surf team about positivity and mental health in between big events. So they're true ambassadors of San Clemente, helping the next generation in a lot of ways, as we see a little tail chuck reverse for Al Cleland. Throwing that in a closeout in a short space.
Yeah, nice. Just going back to back with those waves. Definitely been a big advantage throughout this event. To get that early start, to get those 2 waves in succession. I think by the time this heat ends though, Joe, these 2 waves are not going to be... Just, he did really well on that section, that bigger wave. And just throwing it up late too. This section wasn't easy. And he did so well. Going to be a really good score for Al.
5.5 for Al Cleland Jr., 3.33 on the opener. Got things started going left without priority, a little tail chuck reverse. Smart surfing from the Mexican. And Crosby hoping that he can go 1 place further than last year, finishing runner-up at the US Open to Eli Hanneman. Being good friends with Eli, Crosby was stoked for him, but you could tell coming that close to a major win, he needed a little bit of time to shake that one off. We talk about all the support for Cross. His father Mitch there in the Bonsoy athlete area, and Camille. They've been getting here at 5:45 every morning. They'll park their van in the first row, then they sleep an extra hour in the van. Leave their umbrella and chairs down on the beach as well, and so they get all set up, go back to bed, make sure they're here, especially on the weekends. So you want to make sure you got premier parking to support your son.
And they've been waking up at 4:30. Wow. Making sure they're in the van by 5.
They have these like cool batteries so they can make like coffee, these really cool cappuccino machines that they have, because they'll go mobile. They like to kind of cover some ground, full road warriors these days. They're kind of living the life of empty nesters now. Their kids are all traveling around the world competing, so they'll drive to Mammoth, do some camping, come to the coast. Mitch loves being in the ocean. Longtime lifeguard and a school teacher. Al Cleland wants to keep on surfing. His 3rd wave so far in the heat. And just getting a little backhand hack on the white water, chasing a frontside reform that didn't materialize. So Al Cleland taking a left.
Yeah, watching Al just one through this one. I mean, that wave has little to no energy. And Al was just flowing through it. Not sure if that one is going to eclipse the 3.3 that he has already.
Yeah, you're right, Rosie. That's going to be a throwaway. Comes in at a 3.0. George Pitar, Marco Mignot coming up next. Al Cleland, what a comparison from what he had in Tahiti. Didn't have any heats under 14 points in his performance out there at Teahupo. Showed the planet that he's one of the best hard-charging barrel riders in the world. Lost to Jean Dur with a 15.17 combined total and was hooting and hollering even on wipeouts over the reef, and then transitioned to small wave games so well. We've had bigger surf throughout the week here. Had a solid tropical storm, 2 of them in fact. That had some big set waves well overhead. with a running rip into the pier. Swell kind of ran away quickly, but still clean conditions, nice and glassy here on finals day. And after a restart at about halfway through the fresh clock, Al Cleland's out in front. Crosby waiting for his first wave. We'll be right back. Wow, it's been a blast this entire week, going over the Hurley stage every afternoon to see unbelievable performances from great bands like Sublime that kicked it all off. Feel Like That, the official song of the U.S. Open. Great to see such a legendary band from Orange County get everyone so happy and dancing on the beach of Surf City, USA. Sunbender played, one of my favorite bands. On that Hurley stage, music, surfing, skateboarding, the lifestyle of Southern California, beautiful weather. Quarter two continues. It's just been the Al Cleland Jr. show as far as wave riding. Crosby's playing a game. He's just being very patient. He's listening to scores from the tower. And he's not going to catch a wave till one looks good enough to really perform. I'm at the moment. Al Cleland from Mexico out in front as we send it down to the beach with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, a huge moment really historically for Mexico. Al Cleland Jr. right now, Joe, Rosie, you can see right here over my shoulder, Acapulco, Mazatlan, every different part of Mexico is represented right here in Alan Cleland Jr.'s camp. Former professional surfer, his father in the camp right here, Daryl Gooderham supporting him. It's really just an awesome thing. And Poli Sierra, gotta give a big shout out to her from Mazatlan. If it weren't for her, Alan probably wouldn't be in this position. She's been managing the Mexican team for a few years now. And guess what? He's into the quarterfinals and potentially the semis are better, Joe.
What a special moment for surfing, but more specifically for Mexico. World-class waves, so many incredible surfers, and Al Cleland Jr., the best results ever for a Mexican-born surfer. Mitch, this means a lot to the country.
It definitely does, and just seeing the representation, a lot of migrants right here in this camp, and getting the inspiration from Alan Cleland Jr. We're probably going to see more generations of surfers, especially on the professional side right here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. He did finish third place at the Pro Junior Final back in 2018. He's looking to do better than that this year, Joe.
Yeah, it's amazing when you're representing a country so well and seeing what he can do right in the moment as he's up, Mitch. We've got Al Cleland lighting up that first section right into a cool carve. What a great combination to start. Light on his feet in the flats and really pushing hard in the critical sections of this wave. He still has more room. Lays it down. The support crew sending all the energy to Cleland Jr. Crosby is ready to get started. Colapinto on his opener, and it's just a throwaway.
Oof. Surfing a 13-minute heat, Joe. He dropped anchor for about almost 27 minutes. And to have a start like that when you've been waiting so long and the wave just turns into a closeout, well, Al is going to replace that 3.33.
Yeah, you'd wonder if Crosby just was like, I better get going with all the screams coming from the beach.
Yeah, this is, I mean, he'd been waiting so long. I doubt he was... And Al's kind of looking at the back, wondering if anything else is coming. Then he starts to get activated on this. Real nice finish, Joe. Nice posturing as he kicks out there.
Wow, and he puts that up to his best score so far, 5.6 and a 5.5 now. Crosby was out the back, so he's able to regain first priority. And didn't miss any opportunity for the types of waves he's hoping for. George Pitar, Marco Mignot coming up next. Winner of this heat takes on Jarvis Earl in the semifinals. Crosby was able to show up on a finals day in Portugal this year in his championship debut this season. Really took the pressure off him when it came to the mid-season cut. So he saw the highs and lows of the crew he was traveling with, losing some friends to the mid-season cut, and moving forward with Cole Hauschman.
Yeah, to make a final in your rookie year and then Cole to win at Bells over Griffin Colapinto, just amazing, the caliber of rookie class that we've seen this year.
Matt Biola standing by there with the Colapinto camp and making boards for the brothers for a very long time. Once Matt starts making boards for you, when you come to an agreement where you're going to work together on tour, he's all in. I don't think Matt says no too much when it comes to equipment. It's like, yep, what do we need? If something's not working, he'll go back to work until they find the exact recipe of dimensions and feeling that you're hoping for in all types of conditions.
Yeah, he's had so much success. And especially to me on the women's side, we had Tyler Wright that was riding for him at the time when she won her world titles. Carissa Moore, though, like her success is just out of this world, and it's all been on the Mayhem.
So true. And then to Caroline, we're just
there we go.
So many world titles. I think Matt's one of his great skill sets is just recreating magic boards. He can do that so well. 10 minutes on the clock. Crosby has a bigger wall, big wind up, tail chuck reverse in the flats. Perfect landing. Now you're seeing the patience pay off for the Californian. He'll tap the whitewater. He's going to open this thing up for another turn and a finish. Well deserved for Crosby.
Wow. Joe, I said it earlier this week in his first heat. It was almost pressure by design. Like he put himself in a situation where he had to answer back. And it feels kind of similar right now. I mean, he's, like I said, he took off on his first wave with just over 13 minutes remaining. Now under 10 minutes, and he delivers the best wave of the heat so far. Lots of speed, first section, just a beautiful full rotation, and the way that he works it to the inside, looking alive, looking activated. That was pretty incredible. And Al Cleland behind him. Oh, wow. Big whip off the top. That was really nice.
So that was a very important back and forth. Crosby finding a crazy right-hand wall to throw the tail with commitment on the opening section. That's a lot of risk. Colapinto earns a 7.67 after a long wait, and you can see him dropping anchor, surfing like a veteran. He's still so young in a rookie season, but he is on the CT, so that patience was so smart. Well executed, even with all the noise Cleland was making with his fan base just screaming for him, having a lot of great energy. Crosby's got the best single score of the heat now. Last for Al Cleland, a 6.4, his best number as well. So he stays out in front. Crosby now needs a 4.33. Crosby under priority.
This is going to get fun, Joe. One thing with Al Cleland, he's in the critical part of the heat. He hasn't been sticking to his competitors. I'm wondering if he's going to tidy that up, apply the pressure, and try and play the game a little bit more.
Let's go to the IC replay first with Cleland.
Yeah, so Al taking off here on his backhand. He's probably in his head, knows that Crosby's just thrown down a huge number. So he wants to up the ante. And he does it with his best wave of the heat. But Crosby taking off just so vertical in that approach. With the nose pick getting the rotation.
Now a 7:10 on the clock. Both surfers starting to scramble. Crosby doesn't have priority. Allen trying to paddle back towards where the Californian's looking, and he will take this wave. Right hand wedge, tail chuck reverse, and a big spin. Crosby wants to answer. Nice carve down, setting up a vertical finish, and he'll ride away. So after a restart, things are getting so exciting in quarterfinal number 2. Al Cleland has been so solid, surfing with a ton of confidence. And it was made a real smart decision to paddle right back to the peak because Crosby almost got away from him there.
Yeah, I think we're going to be giving that 5.6 the flick after that last wave. What an answer back too. Just a really good heat management from Al.
What a balanced performance from both of these surfers. Kind of like Crosby on the exchange before. He went right and then Al went left. Just kind of flipped on this one. Cleland's version of the rotator goes it to a 7.57. Two judges seeing it as excellent in the 8-point range.
Just love the way that he starts to ramp up for this air. Beautiful landing too, just so smooth. Just greased it on a bigger section. Fired up. And then Kras on the left. Love that drawn out backhand attack that he's been bringing all week.
That score for Crosby on the left, a 5.33. So Crosby second, needs a 6.3. Al Cleland rising to the occasion. Even when the momentum kind of shift with waves and sets, like Al still matched the pace.
And I wonder for Crosby, because Al got that wave and then very quickly Kras got it, and he was looking for that 4-ranger to turn the situation. I wonder if Crosby knew that if he needed the 6, or that the requirements had been higher, if maybe he would have switched up his game plan on that left. I mean, it was such a well-surfed wave. But maybe there would have been more intent on that ride if he had known that Al was going to drop such a hammer.
Al Cleland was the one to get started after the restart, about 25-minute mark. All those scores he caught under priority, he's not counting. Which shows just an amazing attention to detail in the heat. You think Crosby doing so well, being patient, waiting for the sets, but Al was right there to match him. We've got a couple of 7s to compare here.
Yeah, this is, and I mean, this, like similar maneuvers, similar size wave. I think the section that Al had was maybe a little bit meatier, but there really isn't much in the score. I mean, it's a 1/10 of a point.
And then Crosby dry docked it.
Yeah, that's true.
He had a little snap on the end, so a lot more distance for the wave ridden for Crosby, 7.67. Where Al Cleveland didn't have to mess around with a reform. Crosby's brother is #2 in the world at the moment, Griffin Colapinto, on the championship tour. Set up well to try again at a world title this September at the Lexus WSL Finals. Crosby's inside the top 10. The semifinal at Portugal was a huge result, took the pressure off of the midseason cut, still his best result of the season so far. Added a quarterfinal result in El Salvador at stop 7.
I love watching all the Cola Bros edits on YouTube, Joey. They're so fun. Just they take you along on their journey, surf events.
Oh, they do such a good job with their editing and the way they capture their journey.
Even the behind the scenes stuff that Mitch, their dad, gets is so funny.
Little interest there in that wave. Priority is with Al Cleveland Jr. and now to Crosby Colapinto.
Oh, the first mistake we've seen from Al in this heat. You can tell that he's realizing the mistake he's made. Shakes it off. But that's huge. I mean, with 2 minutes to go, yeah, he definitely, man, there's just a couple things that Al can tidy up here and there. And I'm sure he's learnt a lot through this US Open.
That's just a giant mistake.
Yeah, but 1 minute, under 2 minutes, Cros has the priority now.
Just a guy who's #9 in the world, you just gave him priority to give him a chance to turn it and only needs a 6.3.
And to add insult to injury, he didn't even catch that wave.
Tough one for Al. He's just holding his breath. This clock is probably going so slow in his mind. His best result so far in his career. Wants to go further into the semifinals. Colapinto, runner-up in the event last season, coming off the CT to try to get a US Open title. And now he has 1 minute. As we go inside the final minute, let's also dive into the heat check. You can see the 7-point ride comparison. 7.57, just under for Cleveland, compared to Crosby's 7.67.
Yeah, and adding to the score was Crosby taking it all the way to the inside and ditching the fins on the last section. Let's see it. To cover a lot of distance for this last section. Adds just that little bit extra. Look at the difference in wave count. The 7 to the 3 of Crosby, and just the way that Crosby's made it count. Cool moment there.
Wow,
for the
big
boys.
hug from Cros to Al Cleveland. Amazing sportsmanship and the fist bump as Crosby, last year's runner-up, is out in the quarterfinals. The best result for a Mexican-born surfer continues to lift as Al Cleveland Jr. is in the semifinals of the US Open. A solid performance to a restart, a fresh clock, weaving under priority, and then built when the sets came. 13.97 total. Al will move on to the semifinals to take on Jarvis Earl. Back for more on finals day right after this.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
Mexico's in the semifinals. Mitchell, give me a shout out in Spanish. Arriba, Mexico! Alan Cleland Jr., crowd favorite, on to the semifinals, and really the pride of a nation behind Al Cleland Jr. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar and Matt the Waxhead Shanoski on the call here. I got to start with you, Mitchell. Your thoughts on what we just saw?
Well, it's a huge moment, not only for Alan, but as you saw the posse right there. A lot of people that will probably be taking inspiration from this Kaipo. Hopefully can turn it into a final berth too.
2 more good waves away for Alan Cleland Jr. Now we got a Australian surfer up against a French surfer in this quarterfinal number 3. Matt, George Pitar from Manly, he's been on fire.
Coming in ranked 4th in the Challenger Series, had a good result, quarterfinal finish here last year as well, so he gained the momentum, and this is the event that really put him on the map.
Yep.
Exactly 1 year ago. Marco, he needs a result. He's up in the 30s right now, and if he can get through to the final, that's going to make him soar up the ratings even more.
See the opening wave for Marco Mignot. 4.83 for that single maneuver, Mitchell. And Marco, although he is representing the French flag, he resides in Sayulita, Mexico.
Yeah, he does, in a great area with a ton of awesome waves around it too. Big family of surfers, and was really close to qualifying for the championship tour last year, working with his longtime coach, Jason Aparicio, in his corner, and seems like they've been very successful so far in terms of being on the right waves in the right time of his heats, Kipes.
Matt, Marco had an emotional rounds of 16 matchup against Dakota Walters, where Marco was Dakota was leading the entire heat, and Marco pulled off a victory in the final minute.
Yeah, multiple priority changes there in the last 5 minutes, and Marco couldn't believe it. He did get that wave gifted to him in the last minute, and he also had another one 5 minutes before he couldn't capitalize on. So he thought he had the chance, he blew it, but he got given another opportunity, and that's heartbreaking for Dakota, who was looking on fire, showing us some progression.
But talk about a clutch performance by Marco Mignot with yet seconds on the clock remaining, surfed his way through that heat, got the number, and advanced to the semifinals to meet George Pitar, like who we talked about, has been on fire. George Pitar, 21 years old. It says Vanuatu, that's where he was raised, currently representing North Stain on Manly on the New South Wales Northern Beaches. He's been brilliant this year, up to number 3 on our live rankings, George Pitar, and an opportunity to qualify right here in Huntington Beach for the championship tour, Mitchell, if he's able to win this event.
Yeah, and not only has he had a great event here so far, he's surfed very intelligently. I want to point out what Matt was bringing up. It was really this event last year, Kaipo, that kind of put him into the path that he's on right now. The awesome result over there in WA, semifinal finish at the CT level as a wild card. Really close heat against Ethan Ewing over at Bell's, but the 3rd place finish on the Gold Coast, the kid can really do it in any types of conditions.
Yeah, big fan of his surfing, and just shows you the depth that we're seeing from this new wave out of Australia, Matt.
Yeah, the camaraderie that those guys are bringing, they're tight, and that's something we haven't seen in the last decade, especially on the championship tour. Those guys have had their own training regimes, their own travel programs, of course through the 90s and the 2000s, 70s and 80s as well. Starting with the Bronze Aussies, we saw that Australian push, who were trying to really mark Australia as that dominant nation. I wouldn't say Australia is super dominant at this point, but they're certainly making a charge, as is all the other countrymen, as we saw with the Mexican crew down there too.
Yeah, I love the global representation. I love the history that you bring up, Matt, talking about the Bronze Aussies. Peter Townend, Ian Carnes, Mark Warren, Jim Banks was a part of that crew.
Rabbit counted those two?
Not a Bronze Aussie, Mitch. But Australian. But the bronze Aussies were kind of a group. You can talk to it, Matt.
Yeah, it was a group. They travelled. They were marketing together. They had their own sponsors. They had a clothing line as well. And this is at the time when you had brands like Hang Ten, Lightning Bolt. Is there the emergence of the Stubbies event as well? So you had these big brands and brands that people think, where this is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. That was standard fare in the 60s, 70s, and 80s to have companies like Bow Repair, Ampol in Australia sponsoring, and then Stubbies was the clothing label.
Yeah.
Apart from the Rip Curl Pro, Stubbies, which is really short board shorts, is one of the first clothing labels to sponsor a major event, and that was unusual back then.
Yeah, Stubbies, Burley Heads, where you was the birthplace of what we're seeing right now, man-on-man competition. Here we go. Let's take a look at Marco Mignot gets another wave, a little slidey on that first turn. Trying to make the best out of the 1-footer. Speeds up on the inside, so well-paced. Got it put together, looking light on his feet, Mitchell.
Well, I mean, he did his best. I think he did way more than that, Kai. Well, that was a wave that maybe 10 people on the beach right now could surf that way. And a lot of speed, taking the all-carbon out right now, which seems to be the smart choice out there. And 4.83 on his opener, I would be thinking this got to be at least matching that right now. Real smart heat so far.
Yeah, so that's a JS Industries board, isn't it, for Marco?
Yes, it is. And looking at the replay here, Matty, real springy off of the bottom.
Yeah, the carbo tune looking fantastic as he slides the fins on that. And he works his way through the inside. You just thought this wave was going to die, but here he gets some momentum through the inside and he hits the lip line again, lines up this section here, and that's going to be a great scoring ride there. The combination of maneuvers and his ability to carry speed through the outside and through to the inside, I think is going to be a key ingredient.
And you asked me about Sayulita. Well, it's a hotbed for a lot of talent, but also a lot of similar waves like this one, Kaipo. Brings it to the inside, 2-snap combo right there in the shorey. That's going to score well.
Gets a 5.23. Marco Mignot puts George Pitar in a very soft combo, but it is a combo. I mean, it's as soft as you can get, meaning Pitar can't turn the heat with one wave, so he's going to need 2 waves, but just barely.
That was a Sailor shorey there, that little right on the inside.
You guys are bringing up a ton of history facts in this heat. Keep them coming. I like it.
When I say shorey, Australian for shore break, all the Australians tuning in right now, which would be super early in the morning, watching George out there understand what I'm saying.
Marco goes down. George remains out there and patient, but this may be a good strategy for George Pitar because very inconsistent out here, and maybe once every, I think, 10 to 15 minutes, a better wave, a heat winner comes through, and so he's waiting for that heat-winning wave.
Well, there's been a lot of waves, especially as we saw in the last heat, where it's a single maneuver on the outside, and Pitar has that kind of strategy in his playbook too, Kipes. He can go to the air if he needs to. So far in this event, though, he's been really smart about catching those waves, the taper off, allow him to get that torque on the carve, and utilize the open face. Seems like Marco having another look here.
Marco's staying busy right next to the pier. Whips it around, no problem, looking loose. Wants a little bit more to exert more pressure on Pitar. You could see in the background, and Marco gets a second reverse, and let's see if that's going to count. But we could see in the background as Marco was surfing that wave, Mitchell, George paddled from south to north who went to the, so George may have made a bad decision on his positioning because he just moved his positioning.
Well, potentially at the beginning of the heat, yeah, it's an excellent point you bring up. Earlier this morning with a bit of a lower tide, Middle Peak Machado's was maybe working a bit more. It has become much more inconsistent with the higher tide, though, and Marco picking the eyes out of it right now. He's caught 3 waves, which could be replacing his 4.83 right now, Kaipo. So really smart surfing right there by the Frenchman.
Yeah, waiting for wave number 4 and score number 4. Anything over 4.83 will increase the lead of Marco Mignot, who's paddling back out there over George Pitar. Let's check out into the semifinals. Making Mexico proud. Al Cleland Jr. with AJ.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Man, what a moment for you coming back up on the beach, having secured your spot in the semifinals. Just try to describe the emotion of that moment before we get into how you did it.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a crazy heat in general. I mean, we had a restart. I don't think I've ever had a restart in a heat, and it was just super slow. And once the restart happened, there wasn't really much waves, and I just saw a little closeout to start, so I just did that. And then the whole rest of the heat was just pretty much like playing chess, right? You had to like really think what your next move was gonna be, and like just kind of be smart about whatever move you made, because there wasn't much opportunity. But the waves are really good, actually. It's just really slow. So having someone like Crosby in my heat, he's really gnarly, so whatever chance that does come in, he was gonna get. You know, he got the 7, and then I was like, thought he was gonna get like 8. So I knew I had the better. I knew I had to play smart and just kind of relax and, I don't know, just go with the flow at the same time.
You've talked about the momentum that you're carrying in here to Huntington Beach. How do you feel like you're building on it with each heat? What do you see yourself getting better at?
Yeah, I mean, last couple days I've definitely had some really sloppy heats. I haven't really been playing as smart as I should have been, and yeah, today it's finals day. You gotta be on your top game. You gotta be on it, and yeah, I just wanted to kind of better my situation, just kind of better every wave I got, and just kind of really take the opportunity as it come and just play smart. So yeah, that's my thing from yesterday and the last couple of days to the day. I'm just trying to like go with the flow, get the opportunities that I can, and yeah, just to go all out.
And I know you still have so much more that you want to accomplish here in Huntington than just locking in the semifinals, but you are, with this semifinal finish, officially the surfer who has made it the furthest representing Mexico here on the Challenger Series. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, it feels crazy, I put so much time and dedication and just so many events and so many losses, and just it's been a really long time of just working really hard to come to this. So just to get the opportunity to be here, it's I'm just really grateful, and I just want to thank my dad and my coach Julian Laza for just being there, having my back the whole time, and my manager Gabe, and yeah, I really have a great support crew. I have Daryl up here, he's a legend, it makes me feel comfortable, and yeah, just the beach, I have like this big crew of all my people, it feels amazing before going out to my heat, having so much support and having so many good vibes. And I mean, coming in to all my friends and all that Mexican feeling, the vibe, it's crazy. So I'm just really happy to be here, and I'm really happy on the momentum that I got going.
Let's do that one more in Spanish. Para Mexico, ¿puedes describir qué significa este momento para ti y México?
Sí, significa todo, ¿no? Ha sido un camino súper largo, ha sido muchas batallas, muchas perdidas, muchas veces pensando que si sigo o no, entonces de poner tanto tiempo y dedicación a este deporte y a mi vida y a tratar de mejorar día a día, sí, se siente súper bien poder estar representando mi bandera, tener a toda mi gente apoyándome aquí, es un honor tener a toda la gente en todo México, todos mis amigos surfers apoyando, es increíble, ¿no? Nomás le quiero decir gracias a todos los que están en mi esquina, y viva México, aquí vamos, uno más.
We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Well, a lot happened out in the water during that interview, so we're just going to get you caught up. There was a priority error. There was some wave surf. George Patard got his first meaningful score. Marco Mignot increased on his score line. And so we got a lot to get caught up on, but it's still Marco Mignot on top. This happened during the interview where George Patard lost priority, Mitchell.
Yeah, well, it seemed like that wave was going to break on the outside, and he kind of double clutched it too. As we look at Marco right here, he made him, pay for his mistake, and truly an error that could cost him at the end of this heat, Kaipo. The combo on the outside took it through to the inside, and once again, the springy board right here, Matt, it works really good off of the bottom, especially in the shorey.
Yeah, just finishing off the inside. One thing that we've seen on the carbon boards, the surfers have to stay really on top of it to control that flex, and this was George's answer back, a 5.3. Nice opening turn as he carries through the momentum on the inside. It's another turn, a little more manufactured. Nearly pokes the nose, was enough for the 5.3, so he's right back in this heat.
Here we go, Marco Mignot trying to put a little more pain on George Patard for some mistakes there, as you heard Alan Clean talking about, it being a chess game out there, and you can't make too many wrong moves, Mitchell.
Not at all, and luckily for him, he was able to get something at least in the 5-point range, so that's a big comeback for him, especially at this stage of the heat. But you're absolutely right, Kipes. You need to make your opponent pay for their mistakes, and you need to capitalize on those few errors that could potentially be happening out there. This wasn't a bad wave surfed either. I don't know if it's going to replace his low score, the 5.23, but you can just tell he's got the momentum his way, got a lot of energy out there, Kaipo, and that's really what you need. Decreasing swell, you still have that northwest wind swell out there. You need to be moving around, and seems to be paying off for him.
Yeah, getting busy and staying busy and keep on applying pressure to Patar. Matt, George needs a 6.27 at the moment, and you know, in the context of the numbers that have seen so far today, that's a big number.
It is, and his game plan, he's going to have to pivot, because we've seen this throughout the morning so far. Sally Fitz staying really busy up against Sophia Medina. We saw Yolanda Hopkins sitting in priority for a long time waiting. Alyssa Spencer, same thing. Some of that residue groundswell is still there, but it's not consistent enough to build a heat. Heat restart, the previous heat, these surfers having to adapt. Those little combo swells is what Marco's capitalizing on. Those little ones that are coming through the pier, they're not your classic pier bowl right, but they're waves, they're surfing them. Al in the last heat, taking off on closeouts, manufacturing scores. Surfers are having to adapt in the water. George waited for the sets, they didn't come. He's just going to have to ride waves now. It's going to see who can grovel it out, but a 6.76 is going to be difficult.
Here we go, maybe an opportunity for George. Looks down the line, hangs onto his priority. Second wave of the set, looks like it's bigger. George looks at this one, decides not to go. Gonna hang on to priority, George Patar. Well, can George make a comeback here? He needs a 6.76. We're taking a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion of quarterfinal 3. On the Santa Ana watershed with Shiseido, Project Blue, the Surfrider Foundation, and WSL One Ocean all participated in a cleanup of the Santa Ana River up in that watershed. Santa Ana River running a length of 100 miles from inland Southern California, dumping into the Pacific Ocean in Newport Beach. It's very, very important to keep that artery clean of waste, because it all ends up in the ocean in the end. Thank you, Surfrider Foundation, and thank you, WSL One Ocean, as well as Shiseido, as we visit a beautiful Sunday here in Southern California on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Kaipo Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar, Matt Shanoski on the call here, and Marco Mignot in the lead over George Patar. Patar with priority, Mitchell, but as we were going to break, Marco dropped another score and increased his scoreline, so the need for George Patar has increased to a 6.76.
Yeah, nearly a 7, and you know, just with the inconsistency of waves right here today, that's a large number, but GP so far this year, outstanding stuff. Mentioned the semifinal over there in WA at the CT level as a wild card, the semifinal on the Gold Coast, the first event of the Challenger Series. Truly feel that he's going to be there in 25. I don't see how he's missing out in the top 10 in terms of qualification. He does need a wave though right here, Kaipo. He's got the talent to prove he needs that 6.76 or even better.
Yeah, Matt, I mean, he could qualify here. He wins this event, and he's on tour.
It'd be an absolute shock and a wild set of circumstances for him not to qualify at this point. Stranger things have happened, though, Kaipo.
Heat leader, under priority, likely not to improve upon his scoreline with that wave. Patar sitting patiently out there, and he's actually looking, maybe, Mitchell, maybe a little confused. He's paddling back and forth.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to be on the right waves at the right time in this heat, and you mentioned him starting over on the more middle peak, a little bit further towards the south. He eventually moved over to the Pier Bowl. I still think, though, the 5.3, that is a big score getting at that stage of the heat right there. At least he's back into it. You know you're not in a combination anymore, so mentally, and especially from a competitive perspective, Kaipo, that is huge. So him being back out there with 7.5 minutes on the clock, all it's going to take is one wave. And if you're Mignot, you just need to be as active as you've been so far and still try to improve on your low score.
Incoming tide throughout most of the day, Matt. I mean, a lower coefficient than we've seen, you know, just even a week ago, but still more water on the sandbar.
Only 2 feet difference, and it was a high low tide at 2 feet right now, and it's going to be peaking at 4.5 feet, just around 2:13. So we are at the middle of the tide, slowing down a lot. It's super conducive to small board conditions out there right now, fun boards, because George right now he's on a conventional short board, but this is Norstein, Manly Beach. This is pretty typical for what you can expect down there. It's like this the majority of the time, and he's cut his teeth, Norstein board riders, on waves like this, and to have it this clean is a bonus, but he really needs to capitalize on those sections. Knowing Marco being a little bit of a smaller frame as well is going to be a bit more active. That game plan for George, try and find that lip line and some of those heavier sections, hasn't paid off yet, but we are due for a set.
Yeah, I think Marco Mignot, from what I've seen of him on the Challenger Series, he really excels in the smaller waves with progression and really light-footed surfing, Mitchell.
But his best result, though, was in Narrabeen last year when it got huge towards the end.
Yeah, that's when he lost.
Yeah, and, you know, he's made it to a point in competition before where he's gotten to finals days, he's been well under pressure. I think the most important part for him is just being able to find consistency throughout a calendar year, Kaipo. If he's able to do that, no doubt he's going to be the top 20, probably the top 10, too.
Here he is. Nice air reverse to start, and this is what we're talking about, light-footed surfing. And big snap there for Marco Mignot. George Patar, important wave for the Australian. Full body torque on that first turn. Big snap there with a rebound. Looking electric here through the inside section. Patar milking this wave away. That's some quality surfing. And you can see it in his body language that he feels he's right back in the game, Matt.
Yeah, super strong surfing. That was the answer back George needed. Although the lip line didn't really present itself, he made up for it. That two massive power gouges staying connected. Where Marco, he's got the progressive approach, ditching the fins. George, on the other hand, he's going to the rail and showcasing some of the best turns we've seen in the morning.
So did Marco improve upon his scoreline? That would up the ante, that would up the need for George Patar. Did Patar did enough on his wave?
Really close. I mean, I feel that he could turn the heat with this wave right here. Let's look at Marco's first. Throws the tail around on the outside. It's a bit of a flatter spin, though, and not as critical as a lot of the ones we've seen throughout him in the event. Really strong tail slide right there towards the end, though. He loves it. So if he improves on the 5.73, it'll be by a significant margin. This wave right here, we talked about the torque, Matty. He's got it on this one.
Yeah, two massive turns in the outside section. He wasn't done. This is a bit more manufactured through here, but he gets a clean finish, showing the variety and repertoire. The judges have asked for that, and they wanted major maneuvers on the outside section. He couldn't really deliver much more on that wave.
There's one thing to look at, though, Kaipo, is that second turn of Patar. He kind of had to cut it short because the section didn't necessarily push back as much as we've seen in the previous days. That could be the only thing that I see hindering that score, but the combination on the outside was very strong.
Yeah, the second turn, though, he got a little bonus when he got that rebound. I thought that was quick feet just to get that, and very attentive to his surfing and fitting a lot into
a short space.
Short space.
There it is.
7.5. George Patar would have went to the lead, but Marco Mignot dropped a 6.8. So Mignot upped the ante. George, even though he has the highest single wave score right now, is still chasing Marco Mignot. Mignot with priority that can just sit on him. George needs a 5.63. So George got the job done, Matt, but Marco bettering his score line put him back in second place.
Well, Marco's used the air through this event. On the bigger day, he had the highest heat total and single wave score of his career, that excellent right-hander. He plucked it out of nowhere. But George, such a well-rounded surfer. We said his name became known this time last year, but since proven himself in solid double overhead waves in Margaret River, where it was macking, and he was surfing exactly like that on 10 feet faces. So well-rounded, and for George to show the versatility, he's fast becoming a favourite for the Australians on if he can make it on the championship tour.
Yeah. Take a look again at the 7.5, Mitch.
Yeah, and this is a really well-surfed wave. You can see the torque right there with the carve, and this is the section I'm talking about. Didn't necessarily get the same kind of release that he wanted to in the previous days, but just by today's conditions, that is very difficult to do. And for him to keep up the momentum, especially on a fever, which is usually a board that is ridden in larger surf kaipo, still riding that when it's 2 feet out here, it's working well.
Channel Islands Fever, choice of George Patar. Patar on the paddle, trying to mix things up right now with Marco Mignot guarding him with priority.
.563, George could get that in one turn if he can get a considerable section.
Marco's gonna let him go?
Ooh.
Oh no, there's the block.
It was a good sell.
Here comes the surf for George Patar. Lines on the horizon, and Patar has recognized that. He's scooting down the line, sprint paddling. There's a long wall. Will there be opportunity on this one? Patar does not go. Wave closes out. That was unfortunate.
Wow.
Wave number 2. This one feels like it's going to be more of a proper pier bowl right. Patar looks. What? Oh, they switched priority.
Yep.
They switched priority, so they better switch it back now. There you go. Under a minute. So the priority judge, as George was tracking down that wave, flipped priority. Little bit of a change in roles out there, but George now back and just needs a wave, but not a lot of time.
Got 25 seconds right here, 5.63. As Matt pointed out, he can do that with one turn. Great strategic heat so far by Mignot, though, Kaipo. You got to give it up to him. And even though Patar has gotten the best wave of the heat, this one's going to sting.
Couple priority errors for George Patar is going to cost him. He has the single highest wave in this heat, and we will see George eliminated from competition. Equal 5th out of Huntington Beach for George Patar. Marco Mignot on the way to his best result of the year. He's in the semifinals. Kolohe Andino, Jackson Bunch, quarterfinal number 4 when we return. Marco Mignot. Celebration on the beach for the surfer from Sayulita, Mexico, representing France. He's on to semi-final number 2 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Quarterfinal number 4 on the water. Kolohe Andino coming up against Jackson Bunch, Kuiper Girl, Mitchell Salazar, Matt Shanoski on the call. Matt, what do you think about this heat?
Oh, I think it's going to be fireworks. You will have the San Clemente crew who are very familiar with Jackson Bunch as well. He was hanging out yesterday with Jet Schilling, who he had the World Junior title ripped away from him back in January. But Kolohe, he's the mentor, he's the leader, and he's the one to watch out here, I think. But small little lefts, Jackson, if he can capitalize on those, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Kolohe Andino, 30 years old, from San Clemente, California. When we look at his track record here at Huntington Beach, it's really good. He's made the this is the 4th time he's made the quarterfinals. He was in the semifinals in 2011 up against Yaden Nickel. And he was a runner-up, actually, right here in 2013 in a final against Alejo Muniz.
Yeah, and obviously the experience that he has as an amateur right here too, Kaipo, that'll probably play into this heat right here.
It's a 4.17, Matt, for Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, wrapping carve there, and wow, gets a layback on that one, a bit of power, but that wave just losing some steam towards the end. And Kolohe, Mitch.
Yeah, this is a good score, and especially knowing how fast and loose he's been all week, Kaipo. I really like the way he's surfing. A lot of energy out there from Kolohe. Once again with the big wrap right there. And if I'm being honest, 5, 6, 7, help a brother out right there.
It's a 4.57 on the backhand, Jackson Bunch, Matt.
Yeah, similar score to his first one, a little better though. So just a combination of maneuvers lines up this end section. So there's some more power on that one. Judges really appreciating it. That'll be the money turn on that wave.
Jackson Bunch, the 20-year-old out of Paia, Maui, coming off a great result, stop number 3 on the Challenger Series, where he made the quarterfinals over there in Ballito, South Africa, Mitch.
Yeah, and this is already matching that result right here. So back-to-back great events for JB. Real cool kid, still one of the most awesome talents coming out of Paia, and especially out of the island of Maui too. Really spectacular to see his rise. And you know, on the regional QS too, he's made multiple finals. He's actually made a final right before the Ballito event at the Ballito Open, which was the QS 1000 right before the Challenger Series event.
Yeah, he's taking wins over in Tahiti at Rangiroa on that QS level. Kolohe, second wave, and brother, looking light and quick. Again on a 1-footer. Whipping finish for Kolohe Andino.
Gotta give
That'll
that
take
man,
him to the lead.
You got to give that man a lot of respect right there, Kaipo. For him to do that under priority, already getting the second score on the board in the first 5 minutes. A lot of experience right there in the corner of Kolohe.
Yeah, Kolohe Andino, 11 years on the championship tour, 5 CT finals in his career. A surfer that the surf industry looked at with rose-colored glasses, had a lot of opportunity. He's got a lot of big sponsorships coming into it. Everybody was talking about this kid brother out of San Clemente, and he's still here with us, still performing at a very high level, Matt.
Absolutely. Dynamic approach to this small wave, carrying so much speed, looking energetic and fired up on finals day. That snap there was one of the best, and of course he closes it down, ditches the fins in that last one. Just looking so lively on that board, springing through each turn, carrying speed. And then that last turn will be a nice one. Rides out clean to the whitewash too. That'll be a keeper score.
Yeah. Ran into his shaper, Matt Biolis, came down here. Matt's actually been here for a few days watching all of his athletes. Pretty proud because he's got a number of surfers, you know, that have made finals today. Biolis always attentive to what his team riders are doing, Mitch.
Yeah, and obviously the biggest test pilot right here in the history of Mayhem too, having Kolohe really as one of the guinea pigs of that program, Kaipo. Not really many more people that are better to work with than Andino.
Jackson. A couple of vert turns on the backhand for the Maui surfer. Goes against the grain here. Little direction change. And just really trying to keep his grovel shoes on right now. Looking for a 7.43 to turn the heat, because Kolohe, his second wave, Matt, a 6.33.
Yeah, starting that 7.43, that'll be a tough task on that wave, but chipping away at the requirement right now. Smooth surfing, swiveling between turns here. Great technique. Just to be able to fit that one in here. More on the foam, no lip line there. A great technique, sort of a combination of maybe Kalani Rob and Rob Machado there. As he moves his way through the inside, little foam climb to finish. It'll be a good backup score, but can't see that going into the 7.43.
Kolohe spies a peak. He's going to control the peak, holding on to priority, anticipating the number 4 Jackson Bunch, which will slightly improve his situation, but not give him the requirement that he needs. And so Jackson's on the move down to Machado's peak, paddling south right now. You can see him. Kolohe kind of trailing him. Just going to let Jackson go. Takes left into the pier. And nothing on hand. Let's hear from Marco Mignot. He's in the semifinals.
Yeah, thanks so much, Kaipo. Marco, heavy moment out there is what you described it as. You needed that 6.8 at the end. How'd you get it?
Well, the 6.8, I mean, I saw there was like a little bump in the wave that I could just do a good air and landed it, finished it, and I knew it was better than my other wave, so I was like, okay, well, I'm bettering, so that's good. But then I saw the wave behind of George Pitar that he did 2 good turns. I was like, maybe that's the score. I don't know. Like you never really know. So at the end, 3 minutes, he needs a 5.7. So easy to get if you have a wave. So I'm happy the wave didn't come and I made it through. So yeah, George Pitar is such a good competitor and good surfer. So yeah, I'm stoked to make it true.
On to a semifinal. Speaking of bettering your results every single time you hit the water, what do you attribute that to?
I mean, it's just my routine every day, just feeling good, feeling happy. No matter what happens, you know, you just keep going because I love surfing. I love this sport. I love every day of it. And yeah, I just keep going, keep getting better. And over the time, it brings the results. So the fruits of my hard work is it's coming.
You want to say anything to friends and family back home before we let you get ready for the next one?
Well, I want to say hi to all my family down in Mexico. Los quiero mucho. I have my family down here supporting me too. And allez la France, vamos México, vamos a Yulita. Puro pa' arriba, baby.
See you in the next one. Kaipo, back to you.
Yeah, semifinal number 2 is where Marco Mignot's going to land. Winner from this quarterfinal number 4 will meet Marco Mignot in that semifinal number 2 as we take a look at our finals day bracket for the men, Mitchell.
Yeah, and the 2 top seeds advancing in the semifinal number 1, talking about Jarvis Earl, Alan Cleland wearing the red jersey. So far, Mignot on the other side of the draw, though, Kipes.
And then Kolohe, and well, if he's at this point in time, he's looking great up against Marco. That'd be a very interesting semi-final. Both of them, a lot of similarities in their approach to Jackson. He could be, yeah, the goofy-footed to match up against, say, Jarvis. That'd be a pretty interesting 2 goofies in a final. It'll be a long time since we've seen that.
Live rankings here. You can see at number 8, up 10 spots, Jackson Bunch, and right above the cut line, Marco Mignot. Jackson Bunch here. Nice opening turn. The wave is looking a little sleepy. Hopefully it regathers some momentum on the inside. 2 vert on the back end for Jackson Bunch. What you think about that, Mitch?
I liked it, especially the first spike on the outside. Cleaned it up well on the inside, Matty, as you said. A lot of these waves don't have a ton of energy through the middle part of the wave, but to me, should be at least bettering one of the 4s that he has.
Yeah, that turn, he's got that first turn on lock. This one, nice carve there. Thought he was done there, pumping through to the inside section. Just utilizing that energy, coming back to the power source and finishing vert. Not a lot of spray though, comparing it to that last hit with George Pitar. He had that 7.5 with a 2-turn combo, displacing a lot of water. That one, great technique, but not really pushing through the turn.
Kaipo, is he bringing back the Derek Ho kind of mullet look right there? Seems like Hawaii's been using that a lot lately right there with JB.
I can tell you that Jackson Bunch rides Glenn Minami Surfboards, who is a legendary board shaper who's been shaping for decades. A number of world champs have ridden Minamis, and so it's nice to see like kind of the all Hawaiian package when you look at Jackson Bunch, Mitch.
For sure, and especially his performance over at World Juniors, runner-up finish over there, and just a testament to how nice and how much this kid has really progressed to. You talked about Kalani Robb. Have to say that Maui has had some of the greatest Hawaiian goofy footers of all time. Shout out to my boy Kai Barger over there, of course Clay Marzo too, Noah Hill among others, but they've always had excellent surfers on that island in specific in Hawaii, and looks like the score came through and he did improve, Kaipo.
5.33 for Jackson Bunch. His requirement now a 6.67. He's hearing the news right now. So time to digest that information and figure out how he's going to get that score, how he's going to get that wave off of Kalohe Andino's heat control with priority and the lead, but a little separation between the two surfers, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's still half the heat to go. I think Kalohe knows exactly what he needs. He's already got 2 keeper scores, a 5 and a 6 in that range there. So he'll be looking for the biggest wave of the next couple of minutes and hoping to capitalize and get rid of that 5, 6, 7. That'll make the requirement for Jackson back up to around the 7 or 8.
Well, AJ's out there amongst the entire activation spot. Let's see what AJ has going on.
I'm down here making sure that I stay hydrated with surf water. I have been downing this stuff all week long. It's purified water with electrolytes, and you guys, this has been so clutch here in Huntington Beach. We're at finals day, and so this is a really fun opportunity for people to come down, try surf water. It is available for sale in San Diego. They also have a sparkling version for sale that I can tell you is really good. So come down, check it out, and make sure you stay hydrated here on finals day.
There you go, surf water. You're going through a lot of that, Mitch. Stay hydrated.
Let me crack one open right here too. That's the sound of me drinking the water.
Well, we're nearly halfway through this heat, and a lot of waves ridden by Jackson Bunch, but he's still trailing Kalohe Andino. And you can see Jackson on the move there in the blue jersey.
And they have moved away from the pier bowl too. They're more towards middle
What do you
peak.
think that strategy is, Mitch? You spend a lot of time here.
It's really smart on Kalohe's behalf. You know, you take him off of the main peak right there and bring him away really from where the majority of waves are breaking, especially with the increasing tide. Brother just made a final a few months ago right here at the Jax Pro too.
Yeah, and I think brother Kalohe Andino's actually won a couple of QSs here.
Vans Pier Classic back in the day.
Yeah.
You know, he's done Super 1, the Shoe City Pro, Jax multiple times too, but you know, he's on the CT for 11 years.
And like even in his childhood, hasn't he won like 12 NSSA nationals here?
Yeah, and I think it was when he was 14, he made the national final too in the open division, which if you ask Joe about that final, he actually thinks he won it because I think they actually missed one of his waves, which is kind of a bummer. It happens though, especially at those events where you're running, you know, 200 heats a day sometimes, Skypo. But, you know, props to Kalohe, not only what he's done throughout his career, an ambassador is stoked, and what he's doing for the community down south in San Clemente too, and the surrounding areas. Really proud of him and what he's done so far.
Yeah, really galvanizing that San Clemente crew, Matt, and it shows. It shows with the talents like Cole Hauschman, Griffin Colapinto, Crosby Colapinto, Cade Madsen, Sawyer Lindblad.
Consummate professionals, all of them. They actually carry themselves really well throughout the world. We've seen them travel, and we've had personal interactions with them outside of competition, and they're maturing very quickly.
Kalohe uses his priority on this little left, and you got to notch that up to a priority error by Kalohe Andino at this point. Now he handed over a first choice of the next set to Jackson Bunch. Mitch?
Yeah, excellent pressure right there by JB. He kind of forced him to go on that left right there, and the youngster still has a couple aces up his sleeve too, Kaipo. We haven't seen him really go to the air game so far in this heat, given that there haven't been many of those opportunities out there right now. But props to brother right here. Under priority, he's also doing major damage in the rounds leading up to this one.
See what happened.
Yeah, well, as soon as JB starts turning around, Kalohe's interested and might as well go and block him on that one. ends up being, you know, pretty poor wave, but at least it frees him up with second priority right now.
Bit of pressure on Macaulay coming into this, so they're just not acting like it at the moment. He's well down the rankings. The live rankings have him, I think, about 33rd heading into this battle right now. But Jackson, he's in a precarious position at about 18th right now. If he can get through to this round of the semis or even the finals, it's going to be great for both of these surfers.
Yeah. Oh! Yeah, Jackson Bunch, I think he's actually in the top 10 right now.
With the live rankings, yeah.
Came in... yeah, he's jumped up a ton of spots, up 10 spots for Jackson Bunch, because got to keep with that quarterfinal, but wants to do better than a quarterfinal. You know, hey, we talked about it, Mitch. Quarterfinals, they're good for the men, but semifinals, finals is what you really want. That really ensures your placing.
Yeah, there's a major difference point-wise right there, and especially momentum too. As you mentioned, Maddie, this is Kalohei's best result so far this year. He didn't go to Bolito, so he only really has 2 events after this one. Same thing for JB, 2 quarters in a row.
Let me just hop in on that. Is a quarterfinal finish, here's the differentiation. Quarterfinal finish is 4,745 points, right? And then a semifinal finish is all the way up at 6,085 points. So this one heat means a lot more points for our competitors, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. They know it too. A little bit extra prize money for someone like Jackson, who's making his way from the regional quals into the challenger. It all makes a big difference for these surfers. Kalohei, on the other hand, the other end of his career, this is just going to be a feather in the cap for him as he can get a final. I mean, if he can get a win here at the Challenger Series, imagine the confidence that brother would take moving into the rest of the season. A great addition to the CT if he can get back there.
Yeah. Wants to get back on the championship tour. We're going to take a break right now. Kalohei Andino, he's out in the lead over Jackson Bunch, the veteran, shredding. Here we go, looks like a split peak. We're gonna go with Kalohei Andino on this right-hander in the lead over Jackson Bunch. Throws the fins on that first turn. Whitewater climb. Pumps that mayhem through that flat spot. And just workman like he's done the HB dance before, the HB boogie. Kalohei Andino going to town. And the San Clemente crew, they like what they saw. At the grill, Mitchell Salazar, Matt Shinosky on the call.
Eli had him and didn't clap right there. He's like, well, I got 2 of my friends out there. JB, Paia,
he's
and
on the
course,
border.
brother.
Matt, here's the replay.
Yeah, just snaps that first turn. Carries a lot of energy in this, has to manufacture this a little bit more, but he knows there's more juice on the end section. Staying lively, this one. Digs it in a little bit more. Waiting, anticipating something on the end. So looking to drop a low of 5, 6, 7. A lot of action, but yeah, just that first turn of substance. We'll see where it comes in with the judges, but nothing too sweet on the end of that one.
Is it me, Kaipo, or is Kolohe just having like extra quinoa every single time he eats? Like, he just has a lot of energy this week. I like what I'm seeing from him.
Well, I think what's happening with Kolohe is that he's been frustrated on some of the close calls he's had earlier. Here's a replay, Jackson Bunch, Mitch.
Whoa, throw tail reverse right there. That's much more like it from JB. And doesn't need a whole lot either, 6.67. That was tail high right there. And on the outside, a lot of time right here, Kipes.
Yeah, so we're waiting for scores both for Jackson as well as Kolohe to set the situation in the water. Jackson was able to make it out first, so he does have priority. You can see the two surfers giving each other space, Matt.
Yeah, 7 minutes remaining now. It's starting to get, this next requirement that Jackson gets told is going to be super important because the 5.27 wasn't enough for Kolohe. He's going to now almost go into defense mode, but he doesn't have priority. But that 5.67, that's a precarious score to have in the scoreline. Let's see where this one comes in for Jackson.
Yeah, so last score for Kolohe Andino, under his 2 scores in his scoreline, so it does not change the requirement for Jackson Bunch. Jackson Bunch looking for a 6.67 to take the lead off of Kolohe Andino, and the judges have been reviewing this wave numerous times. No indication as of yet of the number, Mitch.
I like it a lot, though. I mean, just larger wave, could potentially be just over, just under, and have a feeling right here that he might be needing another score after this one, Kipes.
Likely to improve his situation, but will it change his need? Here come the numbers. Judge 1 and Judge 2, Matt, have their numbers punched in. We're waiting for 3, 4, and 5 on the panel.
Yeah, we'll drop the low and the high. It'll average up with those middle 3 scores. He is 8th on the live rankings at the moment. If you go to the WSL website, you can see all those right now. Kolohe 31st right now. Jackson's jumped up 10 spots into that position.
So this is going to come under the requirement at a 6.23, but what it has done is it's lowered the need, Mitchell, for Jackson Bunch. Bunch now, priority with the surfer from Maui, and needs under a 6-point ride.
That's
5.78.
Yeah, that's major. The fact that he has priority right now is huge for him, and he was able to use that to get the 6.23 right there. If your brother right here, you got to be thinking any kind of double up out there I'm going to be on right now. And once again, brother's been surfing with just a little bit of extra English out there, and he also has an air game, which he hasn't even shown so far in this heat.
Yeah. Kolohe, you know, he lets his feelings show, you know, and he's had some frustrating, we touched on that, some frustrating, really close heats, and I think that's why you see Kolohe coming here to Huntington Beach with a fire in his belly, with something to prove, you know what I mean? And that's why you see, I think, a little bit more speed from brother, and just the tenacity that he has, like, because we already know, Kolohe Andino, when you look at his career, certainly one of the best surfers in the world when you look at the length of time that he's been performing at a top level. He's 30 years old now. He came onto the surfing scene at 12 years old, where people were already filming Kolohe and sponsoring Kolohe and talking about brother. And that's brother's shaper right there, Matt Biolas.
That's 18 years of success right there. And look at the other people he's influenced around him. You mentioned Biolas right there in the middle, Cole Houshman, Crosby right next to him, Katie Madsen in the background, Jake Davis. All those people got better because Kolohe was there to push them to that point. And, you know, props to him. He flew the American flag for a long time with the CT. As you mentioned, 5 finals, but look at what he's done in the amateur careers, too. If it weren't for Kolohe Andino, probably wouldn't be seeing the US of A on top right now.
Yeah, they're going to name a street after him at San Clemente.
They better. At least one.
And, well, his dad, Dino, another great surfer that represented, you know, San Clemente as a professional. So maybe it won't be Kolohe Street. Maybe it should be Andino Street. And then we can honor Dino and Kolohe all at the same time.
I like that.
In the next decade or two, we could look back on what Kolohe's been doing in the last 5 years as a really pivotal moment in San Clemente surf culture. We talk about those legends that surfed here yesterday as well. We talk about Archie. We talk about Dino. We talk about all of the influence that San Diego and San Clemente had on surf culture in the 90s. He's a big part of modern-day surf culture right now, regardless of what he does in the rest of his career.
Yeah, good take, Matt. Small wave here, but look at the speed he's getting. The crew. The San Clemente crew. Let's check out a recap of quarterfinal number 4.
I wanna believe I'm a washed up shell. It brings me down when my records don't sell. 'Cause I don't recall staying up all night. I look much better when I turn off the light. Yeah. All the people want is something to believe, but I don't even know who I wanna be. All these voices in my head got me feeling fuzzy. Yeah, I don't even know who I wanna
And there you go. That's how we got to this situation at the 2-minute mark. Chloe and Dino up ahead of Jackson Bunch. Jackson with priority and just needs a little above a mid-range score of 5.78. Bunch on the move south now. Takes a look at this one. Decides not to go, so Chloe and Dino get going on their priority. And pretty low quality wave here, but Chloe makes it look good, Mitch.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you surf T-straight on a daily back home in SC. It's a wave super similar to the short break right here in Huntington, and you know, props to JB. He held his ground, holds down priority, and still needing close to a 6 here, Kipes.
That's such an awkward score right now. We've seen Kolohe try to chip away at it, a 5.27 on that one before. Even the air he fell on would have just been there right now. It's going to have to be something solid.
Here's our heat check, where on the bottom you can see the top scores for both Andino and Jackson Bunch, along with the individual judges' scores and where the judge is representing a global judging panel. Up on the top you can see the current heat situation, and then all waves ridden. Jackson Bunch being much more busy than Chloe and Dino. Highlighted are the 2 highest waves that make up the score line. Here goes Jackson. Needs something big. Nose pick, air reverse. Changes direction to the backhand, redirects here.
Oh.
Stabs a finish, snaps the finger. He feels he got 5.78. What do you feel, Mitchell?
Well, both him and Shion Crawford definitely crank at Fortnite, but they're really good at surfing too, I can tell you that. I like it. Needs close to a 6. You know, the nose pick on the outside, and I don't think if it's for the lack of effort right there, if he doesn't get that extra turn on the inside, I don't feel like he's getting it at all.
Yeah, I feel like that extra turn may have been enough. When he just did the air, I wasn't sure. But those inside connections have been scoring throughout the morning.
It's going to be a close one here, Kipes.
Take a look at it again, Mitch.
Yeah, so real flat on the outside, just the one setup right there, and you can just see those extra 3 pumps, down the line throw tail reverse. It was solid. Didn't necessarily have a ton of height to it, but the way he was able to make the inside, just tap the foam climb a couple of times, and that big bang on the inside, that's going to be huge for him.
That was his best finish, but not much scoring up until this point here. He goes for the reverse, he lands it, whips it around. Standard fare for the Challenger Series these days, so nothing, not quite the score yet, I don't think. Would be falling short, but here gets his best finish yet and whips that one. Throws a lot more spray. When I think back to the 5.33 and the 4.57 at the beginning, they'll be comparing those scores. I feel like it's going to be right there.
Another close one for Kolohe and Dino, coming down right to the wire. It's been the story of last year and this year for Kolohe. Let's listen in. Well, he's going to get the score. There it is. A 6.4, and Jackson Bunch on to the semifinals. Clutch effort by Jackson. Just in the dying seconds, gets the number that he needed to move into the semifinals.
That was a major W for JB right there. First semifinal appearance at 24 for him, Kipes.
And Kolohe and Dino coming through. He's going to walk away with the equal 5th out of the Lexus US Open. And Kolohe just is digesting what's going on right here. Let's hear from Jackson Bunch after that clutch performance. AJ.
Clutch indeed, Kaipo. My goodness, Jackson, just talk us through the final moments of that heat.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of did what I wanted to do and get started early and stay busy because it's so slow out there. And the waves I got just were unfortunately like, they would die on me. And yeah, I got lucky on that last one, passed up one before and was just hoping that last one would come.
Let's talk about that last one because you needed a high 5. You ended up with a mid-range 6. How did you see that wave developing that you knew what you wanted to do on each section?
Yeah, I did that. I got my other 6. I think it was a 6 with the one air, and I just knew like if I were to do a turn before and then another maybe air or something, could be good. And then yeah, that double up inside sectioned up good, and I hit the last section.
On to the semifinals. How does that feel?
Yeah, pretty stoked. I'm excited for it.
We'll see you then.
Thank you.
All right, Jackson Bunch making it happen and likely climbing up the rankings. Looking good for the Maui boy. Coming up next, we got the women's semifinals in the water. Stay tuned. Nadia Erostarbe, Sally Fitzgibbons coming up against each other.
The drama continues to build here at the Huntington Pier. Jackson Bunch, buzzer beater moment to take out an event favorite in Kolohe, and Dino moves on to the semifinals, still with a chance to win this prestigious event, the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Time for the women's semifinals. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Rosie Hodge. Sally Fitzgibbons wants to pick up a second victory at this venue, as she's already starting against Nadia Erostarbe. She was so solid and in sync, really used her air game to get into this matchup, Rosie.
Yeah, that was unbelievable quarterfinal heat this morning for Sally, catching smaller waves, but just showing us some of the best maneuvers of the event so far. The air reverse that she was able to pull was insane.
And also Nadia's just been on a roll, like surfing really comfortably with all the different conditions we've had this week.
Yeah, Nadia also, you know, sort of similar. She's had one big major maneuver moment. I think it was a couple of days ago. You know, scored a 7 for one big turn, an 8 on her backhand just for the singular maneuver. So she's looking great and hasn't missed a finals day yet this year. So incredibly consistent. And yeah, I mean, both of these ladies really have been consistent throughout the whole year. So this is a great matchup.
The semifinals set for the men. Jackson Budge upsetting Kolohe in that last heat on the last wave. Takes on Marco Mignot in semi 2. Jarvis Earl. We'll have Al Cleland Jr. Right now we're setting up our first finalist. And Sally already with a quick start. Her opening ride, a 3.33 here, Rosie.
Yeah, so having to just get through that opening section, all of the work on this wave was really done through the middle part of this wave. I mean, such a lateral wave to surf, and she surfed it pretty well. I mean, she's applying the pressure, and I think that's been her game plan.
Second wave here, 4.5 as she improves, Flick.
Yeah, so she's ever so slightly improving on that 3.33. She's got a couple of waves in the bank now. I think, you know, she hasn't got priority. It seems like she's wanting to be pretty active. There was just a wave that rolled through, so she was still having a look at it. I mean, I've got to be thinking, though, just with the caliber of surfer right now and the scores that they've already dropped earlier this morning, I feel like they are, you know, probably going to be replaced.
Sally on the hunt once again, and just up and out. Talking about her being honored across the street, the Surfing Walk of Fame Woman of the Year, as we look at Nadia Erostarbe on her first wave of the semifinal. Goes up through the lip and then a carve. She's been loving that really well-placed backhand turn. Gets really vertical with it in a tight space. Gets to the inside and shuts it down. Great opening ride for Nadia Erostarbe. Rosie, and she was solid this morning in the quarterfinal. She was able to have a comeback type of momentum heat that she's still feeding off right now.
Definitely, and she said in her post-heat interview that she's feeling very relaxed, so calm. And immediately when she takes off on this wave, you can tell that it's just got a way better line than what Sally was able to find. Goes straight up into the lip. It's the kind of surfing that she was doing this morning, and you know, even more emphasis as we head into the semifinals. I feel like she's really ramped up her surfing as we've headed into finals day and showing us her best. Beautiful finish. It's going to be a good score.
Score comes in for Nadia Erostarbe at a 5.5. So getting the best score of the heat, better than Sally's 2 waves. Goofy Footer's looking like she's on a roll, and especially with her results competing at the US Open. The whole Challenger Series was put together and introduced back in 2021. Nadia was here. She got a 17th result, her toughest result here in Huntington, but she couldn't be really too hard on herself because Courtney Conlog was the local hero that took her out. But then the next year she found improvement. Got an equal 9th, lost to Katie Simmers, who ended up going all the way. Ended up winning the event. Then the next season she made the quarterfinals, just kept finding improvement. Last year lost to Ellie Harrison, and look where she is now in a semifinal. So one of those hardworking surfers that finds ways to improve, and so far every year she comes to the US Open, she improves on her past result.
Yeah, I've just been nothing but impressed by her and her performances the last couple of years. I mean, for me, she really stood out last year. She only, you know, there's 6 events on this Challenger Series, and she only competed in 5 of them and still finished at number 8 on the rankings, right? It was just an amazing performance, really. I mean, when you consider you're dropping 2 of your events, and then she's come on this year onto the scene, and I mean, Gold Coast, she surfed incredible. Sydney, Bolito, she hasn't missed this finals day, and just so consistent. So for her, that's got to be really rewarding, and I guess that sort of speaks to what you were saying, Rosie. And you know, she says that she's feeling calm and confident. I mean, why? Of course you would with those kind of results.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's probably just validation of all the hard work she's putting in, that Olympic type training she's been involved in lately. And now rolling in and quickly getting started. Just a little redirect. Looking for a more committed section. Finds it there. Into a double up. And gets a bonus snap. You can see Sally getting started behind her. Nadia will have a front row seat for the rest of this wave. Sally knows this thing's going to wedge up on the inside. Now still hunting is Fitz, and she will shut it down. It's a lot of hard work when the wave's not helping you out to just keep your speed up. And impressive with Nadia once again finding sections that aren't obvious on the takeoff, and they bowl up just based on her positioning right in the pocket, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Nadia on the backhand, tight whips off the top. Sally working that wave over. Sally is just so committed on those end turns, and if I think about the day where mistakes have gotten into for the surfers, it's those guys that haven't been able to finish off their waves that have fallen. And Sally, you know that she's always going to finish on the sand. She's always going to complete her maneuvers. She's such a solid competitor.
Let's see what happened on Sally's wave, Flick.
Yeah, I was interested to see if she got work done out the back. So she gets that nice wrap here, then drops down into this nice section. This is kind of where we picked it up from before, into a carve. Bunny hops down this little section and does get the little tap. But yeah, she's not done yet. She's got a little bit of more work to do here. And you know she's always good for the finish. Sally, I mean, I don't want to say it, but she does rarely fall. And then Nadia here, I mean, for me, instantly, I just feel like on the backhand maybe is a little bit of an advantage today. I feel like for Nadia, she's just able to pivot just that bit tighter in the pocket. Her turns are maybe looking a little bit more dynamic right now. And I think Sally's going to need to start thinking about, you know, trying to maybe find one of those ones where she can go up into the lip, or even to repeat what she did in that quarterfinal and get a bit more progressive. You know, maybe something that I'm not sure what Nadia has in her, you know, arsenal. Maybe she does have this sort of progressive move on her backhand, but, you know, we've seen it from Sal this morning.
Yeah, Sally is so good at manufacturing those scores too. So now that she doesn't have priority, she's afforded that opportunity to find something underneath and just get that one big section so she can lay something down.
Sally Fitzgibbons going for another title and trying to break a record for time in between wins. 13 years ago she won this event. She got Woman of the Year this year, but there was a Woman of the Year back in the late 90s, Frida Zamba, who got on a roll at this event. Had a first win at 84, and her 5th win was in 91. So about a 7-year span there, she was still able to be the most dominant surfer in Huntington Beach. It's a really rare thing when you have a surfer this long in their career still being a favorite to win. Like you mentioned earlier, Rosie, last year runner-up to Sawyer Lindblad, and she's still on fire the very next season.
And you wouldn't expect anything less. And I think if you ask Sally, this is one of her favorite events to come to. One of the first ever that she competed in as a junior, but also getting a taste on what was known as the qualifying series when she was 15 years old. So just those positive memories that she's got from this place. She feels at home at Huntington Beach. She's always one of the first in the water, free surfing in the morning.
Nadia Erostarbe took a look, didn't want it, so she'll lose priority. Sally will use it right away on the left. As the speed winds up, you could tell she wanted to maybe reverse it. She'll pull it around forward. And now just a lot of work to try to fill in the gaps well through the flats. Earns an inside snap. Not giving up yet. The Australian wants another one, and she'll get dropped off there. Her wave before was a 5.3. That already had her out to the lead. Last wave for Nadia came in at a 4.0.
Yeah, it's been crazy. I mean, just to see Nadia's evolution on the Challenger Series like we've been touching on, but also just it really is a tribute to the Prime Series and the Regional Series and unearthing this talent and giving them a channel to the Challenger Series and seeing, you know, new faces, new countries competing, and just becoming more aware of globally how much talent there is, especially on the women's side.
Definitely, as we look at the last left again from Sally Flick.
Yeah, this one here, you can tell she just knows it's the one section, right? So she's like, I want to go as big as possible. Probably didn't get the nice, clean finish on that reverse as what she would have wanted. But she stays with it here and brings it through the inside. I still like her intention, though, and where she's going, right? She knows that, hey, I can bring this sort of progressive nature. I think this is something that can set me apart from Nadia. And I just like already where her brain's operating. You know, this is finals day. Let's not leave anything, you know, out on the table. Like, let's go. You know, no stone left unturned. She improves, too, on her situation.
5.10 for Sally Fitzgibbons. 12 championship tour wins. Famous for winning at Cloud Break after bursting her eardrum, duct taping her ears shut so she could surf with the helmet on. Definitely one of the biggest moments in her career. But she's got the US Open title. She also has an Australian Open title. That event was modeled after this one. She won that Aussie title back in 2012 in a final over Sofia Milanovic. Sofia, a world champion. Just shows the different generations Sally's been able to compete with. Sally was kind of coming on strong, Rosie, when you were on tour. Just all of a sudden this youthful movement along with Coco Ho at the same time.
It's funny because I feel like you saw them coming, both Coco and Sally. There had been these names that you knew about from such a young age. Sally absolutely dominated in Australia in the junior series. She was such an athlete. I mean, she competed in the Junior Olympics in middle distance running. She's played soccer for the Australian team, I think, when she was like 14 years old. So she had so many other talents, but she really turned her focus onto surfing. And yeah, you can just tell the longevity of her career. We've spoken about the lifespan of her career and the way that she's always adapting and improving herself.
Yeah, it's great, and it kind of shows you your surfing life can go on as long as you want to be dedicated. Obviously, she has the head strength and dedication that she's still getting better. And you talk about a rookie class, like Coco Ho is absolutely ripping right now.
Oh.
And the movie parts she's putting up are just amazing. It's just such a good life in pro surfing, and just being a surfer in general. You can catch the best wave of your life into your 40s. It's like you have a lot to look forward to.
Look at that one that Pete Mel got at Mavericks a couple of years ago. Let's just talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
Holy dooly. Maybe in your 50s or your 60s. He has set the bar, hey, right? That's
Wonderful
gotta be.
example.
Mike Ho in his
Hey,
60s.
yes.
Charging backdoor. I mean, if you're going to live by example as a surfer or have someone that you're aspiring to be, like Marco, Pete Mel, like doing their best surfing.
Ross Clark Jones and Michael Ho in the Eddie.
Oh my goodness. Insane.
Like, okay. That's only a couple of years ago. I mean, wowzers, you know? It's just, I mean, it's cool, right? I mean, it's amazing. Like, surfing is an incredible sport and a lifestyle, really. Like, you just want to keep doing it until the day you die. But I think, yeah, it's awesome to see that you can get so much longevity out of it. And also there's just so many different avenues to go down. Like, you know, obviously competing's amazing, and Sally's been able to have this longevity throughout her competitive career. But even once she stops, you know, when one day she decides that, hey, I'm all right for competing for now. Like, there's so many different avenues. And you touched on Coco right now. I mean, you know, she started up this female surfboard brand, you know, and she's like all about riding twin fins and just more alternative boards and going on all these fun surf trips. And I think, you know, as a surfer and as a competitor, you are, you know, you're traveling to all these locations and competing, but you don't actually have that much time to go out and just surf for the fun of it. And that sounds a bit silly because surfing is an amazing job, but yeah, it's so cool to see Coco just really leaning into those places she wants to go to, surfing the boards she wants, you know, starting these women's-led female surf brands and companies. And yeah, it's cool. I think it's just the start, really. I feel like we're just, I don't know, it just seems like the whole thing's expanding, and it's awesome to watch it happen.
Yeah, I feel like you've got other sports where, like tennis, when you're done being pro, you might just put the racket down and not pick it back up again. But surfing is still part of, like, your fabric. You're still going to go surf every day. It's still something that I'm waking up, I'm like, oh, I wonder what the waves are like.
Yes.
Best lifestyle in the world, that's for sure. And I think for Sally, just a testament to her dedication. There are some heartbreaking world title losses, you know, where she's #1 wearing yellow, final event of the season. Is this going to happen? And it's just been ripped out from underneath her by either wild cards or other surfers performing on the day. And you could think the emotional roller coaster of a loss of that size, you know, might kind of shorten your career. But it's done the complete opposite. She'll go into the off season, recover, sometimes change equipment, new shapers, new training programs. She started training with style to focus on just improving her style back in the day. She just finds a little area to improve on, and she'll start from scratch with the best headspace on tour.
You know, I think there is only a small percentage of people that operate or breathe the air that Sally's breathing. Honestly, I think it was never a matter of if, but when with her. Like, she was always going to be an athlete of some description, whether that be soccer or field or surfing. And she's just got that mindset that, I know, you know, there's just so many different athletes out there, right? But Sally's in that real top 1%, right? She's going to dot all the I's, she's going to cross all the T's, she's going to, you know, do whatever she can to get the most out of this sport and the longevity. And I think her stoke for it and her genuineness and the way she carries herself, just, I don't know, I feel like it all feeds into each other. But I really do believe that not every athlete's built like Sally.
Yeah, and the dedication. Like,
Yeah.
Sally's the one getting up in the morning, training.
Nadia once again takes a look in a similar way where she lost priority in the past. She does it again. So that cost her before, and then Sally went left and got a keeper. And that late decision making has switched priority now twice in the semifinal.
Yeah, those are big mistakes to make in this moment. And saying that, when you watch the wave count from the surfers, when you have that priority and you make that mistake, I don't know, it's just it's been so tricky for the wave selection today, I feel.
I just don't think you can afford to be making mistakes like this on a day like today where it's inconsistent, it's coming up to that higher tide, things are slowing up. It's so important and so crucial you use that priority correctly and don't make mistakes like today. You just can't afford to be doing that, unfortunately.
If anyone's going to expose you for a mistake, it's a veteran like Sally, a U.S. Open champion, last year's runner-up in this event, still has the lead in semifinal number 1. The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. By Hoag Health, the official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. Making a decision to catch this wave is the Australian veteran, 3-time runner-up in the world, Sally Fitzgibbons. Working hard to find some speed on this wind-up. She'll belt it. And winds up again. Amazing small wave surfing from Sal, as she looks to improve on a 5.10. We'll see how big of that mistake was from Nadia, losing priority, taking a look. And then Sally rolling into that wave with 5:30 on the clock. Getting closer to the semifinal with Bronte Macaulay from West Oz, taking on a Californian named Bella Kenworthy. Both in positions in the top 10 on the Challenger Series and moving up on the live rankings. So a tough one there for Nadia, losing priority. Then Sally turns in a 6.5.
Hey, Sally's making her pay for those mistakes big time. I mean, both of Sally's scores have come from those priority errors.
As we look at 5 minutes on the clock, we love getting your opinion out there on your favorites to win Pacifico fan picks. Most of you thought Sally Fitzgibbons would win, 63%. Going with the longtime veteran of the tour and last year's runner-up to Sawyer Lindblad. And so far, you guys are looking good with that call. But Nadia is trying to make a comeback. Erostarbe, nice clean whip through the white water. Uses the pocket for the second turn, but it's staying a little more sluggish. There's a wall behind her, and Sally's ready to light it up. Big turn out the back from Sally Fitzgibbons. Carving right in front of Erostarbe. Driving off the lip again, looking so engaged on every single maneuver. Nadia's first choice, it stayed a little bit sluggish and full in the pocket, and then Fitzgibbons answers again.
That was such a sinking feeling as a competitor, using your priority on the first wave of the set, kicking out of a lackluster wave and seeing someone who's got the lead tap in to an even better wave. Sally is just finding the form, finding the rhythm. First we'll watch Sally here, beautiful slice. Powerful, frothy on the face from that opening wave of the set, but Sally is making light work of this. Nice swoop. Some good variety there from Sally. And she's going to kick out as we watch Nadia. She gets super critical in that lip line, but then this wave just fattens out for her. It's such a pity that Nadia wasn't able to find that second turn of consequence on that wave to combo up those maneuvers, because that first turn was really nice.
Every time you see Sally just rip a wave to pieces, you just keep thinking, move like a butterfly, sting like a bee. The way she just flows through the flats and then puts all of her power into every single maneuver. 7.4 from Fitzgibbons, 6.5 before that on the wave that she earned because of Nadia's priority mistake. Erostarbe is last to 4.07. Now the Bass Surfer needs an 8.4 with 2:40 remaining.
Kind of looks like to me that there might be something about to roll through the lineup, little couple of lines. But in the context of this heat, Nadia needing the best wave and an excellent wave right now. I mean, how many excellent waves have we seen this morning? Let's be honest. It seems quite hard.
Yeah, at this moment, it's going to be the best wave, so quality-wise, the best wave, and the best surfing. So she's looking for something quite spectacular as we head into the final 2 minutes. She hung on to her priority there. Sally was trying to bait her into that wave. She doesn't bite.
Nadia finding improvements every single time she competes at the US Open. From a 17th to a 9th to a 5th, now a 3rd at minimum, but she still can do it in one wave, and 8.4 is what she's hoping for with priority. But Sally, very proud of being Australian. Wants to put another big Aussie flag to a title here at the US Open. Pauline Mensah with back-to-back wins. And she passed the torch to Chelsea Georgeson, who went back-to-back as well, owning that era of the US Open. The Australians totally took over. Sally looks and holds back. Now 1 minute to go. Nadia Erostarbe is quietly looking at that, decides to hold her position. Jodie Cooper, a champion in 1985 for Australia. Meredith Faulkner in 95. Australia went back-to-back because then Lane Beachley got started. Nice flow off the bottom, but throws it away. Tough heat for Nadia because she just got left behind by a solid performance of Sally Fitzgibbons, making her pay for the priority mistakes. Sally, runner-up to Sawyer Lindblad last year in the final of the US Open, a result that helped her get back on the championship tour. Sal fell off of the midseason cut with her best result being a quarterfinal at Margaret River. Now, Sally will have another chance to fight for a U.S. Open title as the Australian moves on to the final of the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Coming up next, Bronte Macaulay takes on Bella Kenworthy.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. By Hoag Health, the official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
Sally Fitzgibbons getting a nice embrace after a solid win in the semifinals. She's in the final once again. She's done that multiple times. We talk about that major win she had out here 13 years ago, but she also was runner-up to Carissa Moore. She knows what it takes. An Australian veteran that's only getting better, and we are all benefiting from it. Who's going to be in the final with her, Bronte or Bella? I'm going to force Rosie and Flick to make a decision at their leisure. Yeah, whenever you guys want to pick a winner. It's hard, right? When you predict favorites in pro surfing, you always want to wonder what the conditions are. Well, we know that. We want to see who's on momentum, who's got the fire coming from the crowd. Bella is the local, but Bronte's been around for a long time, so she's got a lot of fans on the beach as well.
Well, Joe, why don't you start us off?
Oh, heavy. I deserve that. Moving on. Yeah, so we've got.
I was actually going to pick.
Let's go. We can do this.
I think Bella is just in that kind of flow state, coming off a huge win. She's at home, so she's even more comfortable than winning overseas. I mean, that's a confidence builder. When you win on the road, I think that's a significant turning point. So I think Bella's going to be feeding off that. Snapping off the lip, Kenworthy getting started. Another whip off that whitewater coping. She benefited from a little crumble to push against on the finish as well. Loving this quick start from Bella. Now Bronte will hold priority. The goofy foot from WA. Felicity Palmatier would have seen a lot of Bronte Macaulay, well, your entire life.
Yep.
Surfing up and down the coastline. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of major highlights running through your mind seeing this amazing surfer grow up.
Yeah, Bronte and I have spent so many hours in the water together growing up as little grommies. She's a little bit younger than me, competed against each other a lot, but for me, I think some of the best sort of clips I've ever seen of Bronte came out around COVID, right? COVID had hit and Western Australia was sort of shut off to the world, and Bronte and her dad Dave, they darted up north to the Bluff and Nalu, and she got absolutely shacked, really pushing the limits, and it was some of the best barrel riding I've seen from a woman on her forehand up until that point. Like, it was right there, and it still is. It's she charges. So yeah, Bronte's had many moments, but that's definitely one of them.
Oh, just a legend of a human being. So much kindness, so much dedication. She sits waiting with priority. Let's catch up with our first finalist at the U.S. Open. Sally Fitzgibbons is with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey. Sally coming in full of fire, full of energy. Where does it come from?
I think it comes from like all those small groundy surfs I've had at one of my local beaches. No one out, like barely breaking. And I imagine it's like the final and like 2 minutes to go, and you got to use like all your technique and body and spring and spark to get things going. And I was actually really inspired walking out watching Macaulay. We started here, 20 odd years ago. He was that little grom in the pier and would paddle out under the lights, and he'd just be like, yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go. And like I was paddling under the pier, and I know he just got pipped on the last one, but Chloe has been a huge inspiration and probably my biggest inspiration in sport-wise.
Let's talk about that trip down memory lane, because another one, 13 years ago, you got chaired up here at Huntington Beach. You're on to the final with a chance to do it again. What is it going to take?
Oh, it would be so cool to do that in this chapter. One of the most memorable moments in my career. I shared that year with Slater on the stage, and now he's retiring. Just tip my hat to the GOAT, and yeah, this crowd was just buzzing, and I still remember that. So I got it in here, and obviously a different scenario, and it's a different day, but I'll do my absolute best.
And we know you have so much more in the tank than just winning here at Huntington Beach. With this win, making it into the final, you are now at the top of the Challenger Series rankings. How does this showcase where you're at in your career?
Oh, there's so much surfing still to come, like with 2 more events, but anytime you can get there, you give it a big high five and enjoy the view at the top. And it's fleeting in this career, in this sport, and you show up every day, but sometimes all the elements have to align to get there. So I'll keep my head down, I'll keep working hard, and it's a pleasure to be there with all the talent that's up there.
We'll see you in the final.
Thanks, guys. Choo.
Absolutely loved that interview from start to finish. The edit team behind the scenes is already chopping that up. That's going to go viral on social media channels. Great job, AJ. Great job, Sally. 2 top pros having a conversation as we look at the live rankings. Sally Fitzgibbons takes #1 off Isabella Nichols.
Does not surprise me, right? I mean, we saw it happen last year too. She just absolutely nailed the Challenger Series. And there she is again, back up in that #1 spot. And you know what? So much experience, so many waves surfed here. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's incredible, right? The longevity she's had.
Only a couple hundred points is Bella behind her, and the depth of talent on the women's tour. Just the fact to me that only 5 women qualify is just so mind-blowing. Yeah, it's insane, and it's a battle to the very last event for the women's tour. Sometimes coming back to like heat countdowns. I remember with Teresa and that qualification scenario, they really had to split hairs because everyone had such good results.
Yeah, it's definitely tied up there at the top, only 5. And you know what? I mean, this is a already like great result for Bella. She obviously wants to win this heat and get through to the final. But I mean, let's talk about like her run from Bolito to here. I mean, that's pretty impressive, right? You win one, and then you make the semis at the next one. I mean, she's got some serious momentum at the moment.
Something about that winning feeling for certain athletes where it just gives them the belief. If they're struggling with confidence, it's the one thing that can go, yep, I can beat everybody. We saw that example with Cole Hauschman last season, going back-to-back with wins. I was talking to Jimmy Hogan about it, a longtime competitor from San Clemente. He said it was actually really common back through the 80s and 90s where someone would win and it would just happen again. It's like they figured out a system, they learned something. Remember when Courtney started winning, she got on such a roll. As we look at some nice backhand surfing from Bronte Macaulay. The Australian vet just putting it together. Bella will get started out the back. Swinging another little backhand carve. Bella's already done. And how about a reform, redirect? Where do you want to go? Backhand finish, bam, right there. Bronte all the way through. And kept on swinging. There was a lot of turns there, lost count. And now she's on the board, Rosie.
Yeah, I was going to say about picking someone in this heat after watching the first exchange, and just watching Bronte right there on the backhand, quick and tight in the pocket. I think that's going to rival Bella's opening wave. But definitely, I mean, that surfboard under her feet too just looks like an old faithful, an old favorite, and that feels so comfortable when you get back on that board, and you just feel it. Like you feel it on that wave with Bronte. She's in the zone.
Yeah, I think, look, it's the backhand v forehand right now, and the backhand, she's just got the ability to get naturally just so tight in the pocket, pivot really tight. I think it might actually go a bit higher than Bella's.
Yeah.
If I put my neck out here, I think it might be a bit higher. And I mean, after watching Bella's first wave, I was going to go, okay, yep, I think Bella might be in the form. But then watching that, I'm like, okay, wow, we got a heat on our hands because Bronte's looking fired up, and I know she is fired up because she says she just wants to put down some better scores than 4s and 5s. She says she hasn't showed her proper surfing yet.
Bronte Macaulay has been representing Western Australia so well, getting the call up as a wild card to surf at Margaret River and getting close to going all the way. A couple of big semi-final performances in the recent years. Back to her opening ride, Rosie.
Yeah, upside down on that first maneuver and backs it up straight away. So 2 quick turns out the back. This wave just kept on giving too. It kept on bowling up. She had that nice reform. Really made a solid effort to make this inside connection. I mean, that wave not breaking in its entirety until she hits this section.
And then Bella on this one, Flick.
Yeah, Bella on her second wave. So nice first turn, but that wave just slowed up there through that midsection.
Kenworthy thrown down to 3.5. Macaulay a 7.5 start. Just like you felt, Flick, when she released a lot of those backhand turns, that it would then take over as the best single scoring ride of this semifinal so far. So the patient pace of the veteran really paying off. She wants the lead. Up and out, throwaway score. She'll stay in the second spot with 18:25 to go. Little wave popping up potentially for Bella Kenworthy. Nice fun looking wall. She angles towards her front side, has the speed, lays into a stylish turn through the white water. Might open up for her here. Bella hanging in there, didn't quite give her a lip line to hit, so she'll just tap it and step off. Big family, a lot of siblings. Bella, there's Loyal, Peta, Waylon, and Indy in the Kenworthy household. We got a little blast there for Bronte. Throwing some water again, clean form on this running right. She's just hitting every little point so well. And didn't need much, expecting a lead change with that wave, Rosie.
Oh, definitely. Bronte's going to find herself well and truly in the lead, coupled with that 7.5. Just the wave selection from her has been so on point.
I feel that she's also just choosing good waves. The wave selection, but I also feel like her positioning from the takeoff is good because we didn't really get to see it on that last one, but the 7.5 she positioned so that she could really come around the section and get really critical and tight in the pocket. This wave, obviously, she's definitely going into the lead, and she's going to paddle back out the back. I mean, look, probably going to drop around that mid-range number, I reckon, probably mid-range score. And yeah, Bella's going to need to sort of get some work done now.
Exciting semi-final. Veteran Australian, been on the CT. Bella trying to get there. Now, vamos con Mitchell.
Talking about Bella Kenworthy and how good she's looked so far. Coming off of the win in Bolito is one thing, but also the momentum she carries into this event right here is something significant. She's part of the NSSA and USA Surfing Junior program. She's been a former silver medalist at the ISA World Juniors before. And just talking about her family, her support crew, Jason, her father, has always been there at every single event. She came through the WSA program. You see younger Bella Loyal right there, Peta. And I think it just goes to show you how good a lot of these amateur programs in the U.S. have become. Look at Caitlin Simmer's success, Griffin Colapinto, Sari Lindblad, among others. And I truly feel that because of that and the experience that she has at HB in those amateur events, it's really applying itself right now, Joe.
Gracias, Carnal. Mitchell, while you're there, obviously a lot of energy as well in the semifinals. Al Cleland Jr. taking on Jarvis Earl. A lot of prep work for those athletes with a lot on the line.
Yeah, it's amazing. That's a rematch, actually, of their semifinal at World Juniors last year at Seaside. Jarvis was able to get the win, move into the final, and become World Junior Champion. Their preparation is truly different. Alan kind of likes to get going an hour before his heat starts, a lot of breath work, and he just kind of gets in the zone, whereas Jarvis, he likes sitting by himself. He's talking to Coach Brett Simpson right now, but really a kid that doesn't need too much in his ear, and Alan, the complete opposite. He likes to be game-ready focus, and it seems like it's really worked out so far, Joe.
Good man, Mitchell. Enjoy the back end of the semifinal and continue our conversation with Senor Salazar throughout finals day. Bronte Macaulay, 7-5. Really changed the theme of this heat with some classic CT surfing. Keeping that rail so engaged, getting a lot of boards from Darren Hanley, but she got to grow up with a dad that shapes boards as well. So Dave Macaulay, sometimes I would just be like, hey Dave, what'd you make for her? He's like, I let, DH handle that, but it definitely helped growing up and obviously analyzing what Bronte might need, especially when you're going through a growth spurt through those junior series events. He kind of knew exactly how to update her equipment over the years.
Not only do you have a dad that, finished third in the world twice, 89 and 93, but you also have a dad that is a surfboard shaper. I mean, how deadly is that combo? So you want to pick your dad's brain about anything technical, surfing, how to structure a heat, and then you've got the equipment side completely dialed, the network of people that he has all over the world from his time traveling and the families and the friends that he has all over the world. Like, it's just, the perfect breeding ground to create, another world-class surfer like Bronte is.
Oh yeah, Macaulay's reputation on tour, absolute machine who made no mistakes, with the kindest person you'll ever meet. As we look at 13:45 on the clock, Bronte out front. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. You're watching semifinal action here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Bronte leading over Bella Kenworthy, and we got a chance to see what Kaipo's up to.
And Hoag Hospital has been a supporter of the US Open. We get information daily. Dr. Armstrong, Dr. Shibish here. Kurt, what do we have today?
Well, Kaipo, we've been here all week. I've talked to you guys about our Women's Health Institute. We've talked about our melanoma program. We've talked about sports medicine. And today we're talking about our Spine Institute. And as you remember, you interviewed me during the final last year. And we had Ethan Ewing out there basically channeling AI, ripping, but with a significant back injury the whole time. And so Dr. Shibish is with our Spine Institute. And so I just wanted to introduce him to everybody.
Hey, pleasure to meet everybody. Yeah, unfortunately with surfing, we see a lot of patients come in with back injuries, a lot of hyperextension injuries of the upper spine, as well as in the low back. Usually it's from shredding waves. It can result in a lot of muscular issues over time.
Great catch up there with the Hoag crew. Dr. Kurt Armstrong, you can tell he's a surfer. He breaks it all down. He watches all the big heats. Loves to spend time in the ocean in Huntington and also Newport. Hoag Hospital just down the road from where we're sitting right here as we go right into action. Bronte up and out. Bella holding down priority in the lead. We're talking about Dave Macaulay. Well, you also benefit if your dad's Jason Kenworthy, for someone growing up in action sports as a surfer and a skateboarder. Passing all the knowledge down to all of his kids. Bella setting the pace as she throws down a nice first turn. Building to this big section with the fins out. An exciting snap, and she still wants more. So 2 great maneuvers, showing a lot of commitment to the pocket. Doesn't really get the reform she was hoping for, but the judges should eat that up.
Wow, that was really, really nice. And great answer back to, you know, the couple of scores Bronte's put on the board. Different type of surfing, obviously on the forehand. But the start to that wave and the finish to that wave were great. The finishing turn especially.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, is it going to be the 7.6? We'll have a look at the replay, but that opening maneuver was just insane. And then to close it out like that, you got like those 2 bookends for the judges to really captivate them. Love this look from Bella. I mean, this is what she's been doing all week. She's really tapped in on this pier ball right. This wave starts to stand up and she just ditches the fins out the back. Super critical. I think the judges are really going to like this wave.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to really like it too. I just feel like she didn't just place it, she really powered through it too. So, and I like that what she just really waited for that last section, because you know, she could have tried to do like a half turn just to fit in multiple maneuvers, but I like the fact that she just paced herself and was like, nah, right, I'm going to line this up and I'm really just going to put it all in line on this last turn. I thought it was really well done.
These next generation type surfers and skateboarders like Bella, just go to their house and you can tell their parents just grew up in the industry. You go to her house, there's a concrete bowl in her backyard. You know, it's like you grow up, you're still a kid and a grom at heart. So you see Jason there, one of the best photographers in the world. He's had a lot of covers on the big publications globally, making movies. But yeah, having kids, all you want to do is just share the lifestyle. So they grow up with a concrete bowl in the backyard, going on surf trips. And now he's got world-class surfing happening with all of his kids, and Bella, the oldest out of all the kids, is knocking up the door to qualification. Her last wave, her best, a 6.43. Still the best score of the heat, though. Bronte's 7.5. So Kenworthy still needs a 7.01 to take the lead and ultimately try to get into the final. Bella under priority. Snap with the fins out the back. A lot of commitment there, pushing a bit harder. The wave kind of got sluggish through the open face, but she recovered the carve. Now she's got a better line on the inside, trying to force it right there, and she gets it. Wave's not even breaking, but she still got enough in her to try to float it on the beach. I just love the effort. So does her father, Jason. Now 7 minutes to go. And just smart surfing, finding just an opportunity under priority. Let's have a look, Rosie.
Yeah, this first turn, like you mentioned, just extra emphasis on those maneuvers from Bella. Really enjoying the way that she's surfing these waves up. Gets a little caught there. And, you know, we saw it in the previous heat. She has a progressive repertoire that she can lean on. I think she really wanted to find a section to do an aerial maneuver on. Unfortunately, that little section was a bit too soft, but I definitely think that's something that's coming into her mind about what her maneuver choice can be that can get her into that first place position, that point of difference to what Bronte's doing.
Great point there, Rosie, with Bronte's just clean, solid rail work. Bella could reach for some high performance type maneuvers to really get the judges excited. Sally got the 7.5 on an air reverse earlier, and Bella's been doing the same thing, so now might be the time to really do something nuts.
Well, we did see in that previous heat with Alyssa Spencer that she has it on lock, right? Oh, here we go. Scores coming through. Judges loving it.
7.37 for Bella Kenworthy. under priority, gets the lead off Bronte Macaulay. Bronte now needs a 6.3 to answer back, so the commitment of the first turn, and even after the carve, just having to touch her board to make sure she had connection, didn't really disrupt her flow enough to haunt the score, so well-read wave. And now the pressure will go to the Australian.
Yeah, that was interesting, right? I agree with you. I think that first turn was probably the best turn, single turn done in the heat. But for me, when I watched that wave back, then there was those couple of moments, like you mentioned, Joe, where she had to get down and touch the rail of the board to maintain momentum. To me, I just don't know if I see that score complete. I think it was a great wave. I'm edging more towards one of the other judges, that 6.7 potentially, but I mean, no doubt about it. I'm not taking anything away from the surfing. It was really well done. That first turn was incredible, and she got the finish as well, but just that little disconnect in the middle, just sort of for me, that initial feeling wasn't as good as what I saw the score read out.
You know what, I think they almost had to adjust, because the 6.43 I think could have been a touch better, and then maybe the 7 was like, you see like with the judging right there, the high and the low. I feel like, yeah, they kind of had to notch it up a little bit with the 6.43, maybe getting a little bit under. But yeah, I mean, Bella's stoked. That opening turn, she threw a lot at it. It was super powerful, but there was that moment in the middle that kind of caught us a little bit. But
let's check out the heat check now. The 7s, 2 of them. We've got Bronte, who kicked off her heat with his 7.5.
Yeah, so this is Bronte. What I like about this is these are 2 bigger turns done out the back, right? So obviously the judges like that. But if you just watch the whole continuation of this wave, there's no barbling, there's no sort of disconnect or moment where you're thinking she doesn't have control. Makes it through to the inside and she gets the finish convincingly. This finish probably wasn't as dynamic as what Bella's was, that's for sure. And here we go to Bella's.
yeah, Bella, so that opening maneuver right there, just a lot of explosiveness in it. And that's what we're kind of touching on, is just that disruption of flow where she has to touch the deck of her board to regather herself. Good finish. And working it through the inside. So, yeah, you've got that one huge opening maneuver, a downtime in the middle, and then another bang. The judges really liked it.
One judge, you can see there on the top scores, has Bella's wave better than Bronte's, but the other four still lead towards Macaulay's being the best number of the heat. So you see it just out in front, 7.5 to a 7.37. Two different ways to get there. You can see the commitment to getting radical on your forehand, fin throw, a lot of risk out the back, and she did go right into the carve. Even though she reset, she tried to really blast kind of a soft section again, so really had to use some high performance surfing to elevate that wave. Because just on the wave itself, the pocket of Bronte's was really fun to surf for the Australian.
Yeah, I'm interested about that whole score breakdown. I find it fascinating, but you know, obviously Bronte's still got that single best wave of the heat. I do believe that is the single best wave of the heat. But if I look at single best turn, yeah, Bella Kenworthy got it for me. That last wave, it was super critical. It was really well done.
Yeah, that's a good breakdown.
Yeah.
Well, it is close, both with 13 plus totals, so that's why this conversation continues. It's regular versus goofy, two different styles. These are the heats you look forward to. Spot in the final on the line. Winner takes on Sally Fitzgibbons. Let's see how Bella got her lead out front as we enjoy the heat recap. Bella Kenworthy throwing the fins out a few times to get her 7.37, got the lead off Bronte Macaulay. And now 45 seconds for Macaulay to find a 6.3 with first priority. These two had a matchup in Portugal last season in the round of 16, and Bronte got the win there. So Bella trying to tie things up with the Australian veteran. Bronte will take this wave, chasing a 6.3, throws her first turn under the white water, still staying really full. Still not much happening. Really trying to force it on the inside, did well to stay on her feet. Chasing a 6.3, just didn't have the wall that she was hoping for. Macaulay starts 7-5, that was the rhythm she had, held the lead for the majority of the matchup. And just with running out of time, she had to take that wave.
She did. She had to take it. It's not going to be the score, unfortunately. You can just see, just didn't have that nice bowl to it than any of these other waves. You took the highest scores in this heat that have been dropped, and the wave quality is just not there for Bronte, unfortunately. I mean, she put together a couple of nice scores, but I mean, it was just no match for that one big solid maneuver from Bella. I mean, that really is, you know, that defining moment in that heat for me.
Ends up being in the 3 range for last of Bronte Macaulay. So it's official now. Bella Kenworthy is in the final, going for back-to-back wins on the Challenger Series. She'll take on Sally Fitzgibbons. Jarvis Earl, Al Cleland Jr. coming up next. We'll bring in Kaipo, Mitch, and Waxhead for the call.
Our women's finals are all set here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Welcome to the set. I'm Kuiper Gerald. This is Mitchell Salazar, and that's the Waxhead, Matt Shanoski. Women's finals all set. I'm excited about that women's final, but Mitchell, we got to set our men's final. That starts with this semifinal we got on the water.
Yeah, it's going to be excellent stuff. Jarvis Earl has been surfing great all week long, and so is Alan Cleland. I'm really looking forward to it, Kipes.
Let's get into it. The clock is counting down from a 30-minute start down to 27 minutes. Jarvis Earl, former world junior champ, up against Mexico's Alan Cleland. Both of these surfers climbing up the rankings with this appearance in the semifinals. This is a start, Jarvis Earl.
Wow, nose picks that on the first turn. He goes to the air, showing that progression that's got him here so far. The Cronulla surfer used to surfing beach breaks and finishing that off. That's going to be a great opening wave there, Kaipo.
Good stuff. Let's see it in slow motion, Mitch.
Yeah, it's really been the reverses on the forehand for him that have gotten him the big scores all week long. Does it on the backhand right there. Beautiful nose pick, as you mentioned, right there. So should be scoring well. In a rematch of World Juniors last year in the semifinals,
Earl was able to advance out of that one, Kipes.
Yeah, that's right. Both surfers, you know, really young. Jarvis Earl, 20 years old, 22-year-old Alan Cleland. I love this setup, Matt, because this shows us really the future of pro surfing when we come to this Challenger Series.
Yeah, you got the progression, you have the precision of Jarvis Earl, who's shown us that technical approach in the air and through the turns as well. But here he goes now.
Open up with a 6-point ride. Looking for another right. That thing just lost gas there. So priority sitting with Alan Cleland. A 6-point ride for Jarvis Earl. And that says Jarvis. Oh, well, let's talk about Alan Cleland. Alan Cleland, 22-year-old from Colima, Mexico. He's up 36 spots to number 15 on the rankings right now, Mitchell.
Yeah, and coming from that area, a veces Boca de Pascuales, excellent waves in the area, one of the heaviest beach breaks in the world. The kid can really charge. I mean, coming off of the Olympics over there. Never had a heat with less than 14 points over there. Lost to Joan Duruc, who had a couple of 9s, but his momentum has really been shown throughout this event so far, Kaipo. He's looked awesome.
I love the range of this surfer, Matt. He charges in big barrels, but he's been light-footed on his Timmy Patterson surfboard here at Huntington Beach.
Yeah, he's got that raw power, of course, but he does have the precision from the rail to rail. He reminds me of a Pancho Sullivan and a Dane Reynolds combined. He's got that raw power that he lays on rail, but then he can, you know, he's got here through doing airs as well. In fact, in that quarterfinal, in that round of 16, he did a massive air, and in the round of 32 as well.
Yeah. He reminds me of his dad, Al Cleland Sr., Mitchell, who's a great surfer all in his own. Moved from San Diego to Mexico before Alan Jr. was born, and this kid bred in the surf.
Yeah, and I remember meeting Al Sr. for the first time, and Jr. was probably maybe 4 or 5 years old, and at that point he was already surfing the beach break known as Pascuales, and I remember seeing him as a young kid, and then eventually he became national champion in Mexico multiple different times across multiple categories too. Next thing you know, he's on top of the world stage, Kipes.
Yeah. An Olympian, Al Cleland, and a bright future for him as a surfer, but also for representing yet another flag on the World Surf League, Mexico.
Well, I mean, representing his country so passionately over there in Tahiti, and he didn't make it through to the final rounds, but he definitely made them very proud.
The Australian crawls into this one, looking down the line. Snap off a soft section for Jarvis Earl, looking to back up a 6-point ride. There's the Huntington hop coming into effect, and a vertical stab before the finish for Jarvis Earl. He'll better his scoreline with that effort. Mitchell.
Yeah, and you can tell that the message was very obvious. Get to work real quick. It can get slow at times, although I will say the last 2 semifinals have been pretty consistent out there, Kaipo, so much more waves on offer, but a great and efficient start by Jarvis Earl so far.
The teenager won the last event on the Challenger Series. She's in the final again. Bella Kenworthy's on a roll, AJ.
She really is, Kaipo, and one of the reasons she's on that roll, Bella, is the way that it has been so impressive, not just your surfing, but the strategy within the heats. How have you developed the mental side and the strategic side of winning these heats?
Yeah, I've just been focusing on trying to catch as many waves as I can and like hoping that some of them just work out for me, and thankfully they have worked out.
I would say they've worked out pretty well so far, especially that 767. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I got that wave under priority, and I like wasn't sure if she was gonna go because she kind of looked at it, and then I like didn't know like how it was gonna be, and thankfully it gave me a couple sections, and yeah.
And now you're on to your second finals in as many Challenger Series event. What does that say about just what you're able to showcase here in Huntington Beach?
Yeah, I'm lucky I've grown up here, so I like have been surfing the wave for so long, and just happy to carry my momentum.
We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
There you go. I mean, I called her quarterfinal this morning, and I thought she looks the best out of the whole field. I said that this morning. I'm still going to stand by that opinion about Bella Kenworthy.
Yeah, and I think you're on right there. She's had 2 great heats so far today, but I will say, though, her toughest task will be in the final. Sally Fitzgibbons has been competing for close to 20 years at this level, and she has a lot of experience at this break, too.
Take a look at our live rankings, the chase for qualification. Look at what's featured in the finals. Matt, Sally Fitzgibbons, Bella Kenworthy ranked number 1 and 2 on the rankings.
It could have looked very different with Alyssa, Bronte, and Sophia going down today as well. So those 2 light years ahead, and to be honest, it's going to be one of the best finals of the year. I think you've got the veteran and you have the youngster as well, but I think they're surfing pretty similar.
And want to say that Vahine has barely moved down the leaderboard too. Just 2 spots right there to number 7. That is really important for her, knowing that there's only 2 events left.
Yeah, it was a tough event for Vahine Ferro. She got a interference in her heat, eliminated, and that was a bummer for Vahine, but she'll spring back when this Challenger Series moves on to Portugal.
Kaipo, there's been a pattern today with the surfers that are now in the semis and the final. They've all started really early. They haven't been fussy, and they've been getting their wave tallies up. Thinking back to Al Cleland, the heat restart, starting really early though, just building momentum. Same with Jarvis with his coach down here, Brett Simpson, just giving him that advice just to build some pressure. And it seems to be working across the women's and the men's side of the draw.
Yeah, identifying, you know, the gameplay. But Alan Cleland kind of going against the grain. Mitchell, he's just being patient out there, waiting for one keeper.
Yeah, and after hearing that Jarvis was able to get the 6-point ride at the beginning of the heat, he's probably setting anchor right here, knowing that might as well just wait a little bit longer if you've already waited at the beginning of the heat. Sitting on the pier wall, and if you look at Earl, there's a good amount of distance in between both surfers too. He's opting to surf the middle peak, which I would think that Brett probably told him to surf over there.
Yeah, so Alan, you know, talking to him, he's super excited about his surfboard. It's a Timmy Patterson that he got about 7 months ago, a 5.8, and he trusts in this board, Mitchell. He surfed this board to a 3rd place finish in a qualifying series event over here, and he's just like, hey, this board goes in small waves, but this board goes in good waves too. This thing's everything.
Yeah, and he actually not only put that board on ice, he dropped a near perfect 10 on that board during the Jacks Pro at that event, and you know, his run through the regional QS this year was sensational. He finaled over there in Pismo Beach earlier this year, and I just want to say, like, representation is one thing, as Matt, you were pointing out, him being the new face of Mexican surfing. I also want to say that if it weren't for a lot of the generations that probably had to overcome those challenges, not being able to travel outside of the country, very privileged Alan Cleland, his father being from the United States, he's had that opportunity to be able to travel a lot more to the United States. So awesome to see right here, Kaipo.
Yeah, good stuff. And, but he's got ice in his veins right now because it's slim pickings out there, Matt. And right now, the surfer from Cronulla is just executing. He's got a good guy in his corner. Like you said, Brett Simpson, a 2-time champ out here. Seems like the game plan's working so far for Jarvis Earl.
It is, and he's forcing Al to have to wait, which is what he's doing. Al knows to get a, he's in a combo situation now, but he's got to open up with something either bettering that 6 or better than that 4.33 of Jarvis just to put himself back into it. But some action out there now.
And look at this wave comes to Jarvis. Another right-hander. A couple of easy carves to begin. Wave will steepen up as it hits the shallow inside. Good rhythm right here for Jarvis. And just can't ride out of that final turn. Let's see if he betters his 4.33. There's Brett. Pondering.
And he's been wearing multiple hats this week too. Team manager for Hurley and working with a lot of their athletes here at this event too, but just feel like the energy so far in Jarvis Earl's corner has been great. He's been very active in this heat, already his 5th wave ridden. And now, once again, I feel like setting anchor, probably the smart strategy, knowing that he has a soft combo out there right now, Kaipo.
Another look, Matt.
Yeah, you can definitely see that ECT material looking lively through here. Watch him pump and pop this board, reacting to him through here to get him through the inside section. So much action. Not one single turn of substance, and he couldn't ride out of that end section there, but he's feeling it. He's enjoying the session out there, and we talked about it earlier on in the week. It's been one of those lineups, Huntington, yesterday and today, where someone's having the ball and someone out there's having a shocker.
Yeah, Jarvis Earl. We talked about Alan Cleland's board. Jarvis on those Channel Island surfboards. Unique construction. Actually, a construction that's unique to Channel Islands is this ECT construction, in which they take pulverized carbon and take that pulverized carbon powder, mix it with resin, and then glass, a standard fiberglass on top of that. But with that resin mixture, it makes for a little bit stronger and stiffer board, which enables you to use a lighter core in the middle of the board, so kind of giving you a different feeling. A feeling, Mitchell, that's going to keep that board more on top of the water.
Yeah, much more buoyancy out there. It's basically like a springboard if you're looking to make those choppy and
really middle sections of the break right now.
Let's take a look at our live rankings for the men, and Alan Cleland Jr., Jarvis Earl, pretty much neck and neck. Look at the progress for these two surfers in this event. Up 37 spots, Jarvis Earl. Up 36 spots, Alan Cleland.
Yeah, and you can see right there, advancement right here is crucial if they want to get into the top 12, probably top 10 after the event too. Dakota Walters moved up 9 spots, Kayubeli up to number 20. And look at the fall right there for Hiroto Ohara down to number 14 after being number 9 coming into the event.
Tough one for Nolan Raposa falling out of that top 10 with his finish here at Huntington.
Yeah, and I spoke to Nolan yesterday. He was in real good spirits. He's not going to let this get him down, and his seeding is still super high. He's probably going to be one of the higher seeds going into both Portugal and Brazil, and with another chance of qualifying. And it just goes to show you how strong the region is right now in North America. We saw a lot of people qualify from the region last year, Kaipo. There's a good chance a lot of them qualify once again in 25.
Well, that last score for Jarvis Earl of 4.93. Earl extends his lead. Earl from Matt, a beach town, Cronulla, in Australia, that has a steep surfing history with a lot of pro surfers coming off of that beach.
Yeah, right from the 60s onwards. In fact, that was one of the first places where some American visiting lifeguards brought the modern surfboard in 1956. They were over here for the Melbourne Olympics. They stopped in Torquay, Cronulla, Newcastle, and Sydney was the 4th stop as well. So the roots run deep there. World champions like Oki from Cronulla, and you know what? Board rider clubs, there's 3 of them in a very short period. Allura Board Riders is the club from Jarvis, and then of course you've got Cronulla Point Board Riders and the Cronulla Sharks too. A lot going on down there. Talk about North Dame, talk about Narrabeen, Shelley Beach, all those dominant clubs. Cronulla's got their own set of board riders there too.
This is true, and represented in the water with Jarvis Earl. We're taking a break. We're coming back with the conclusion of semifinal number 1 here in Huntington Beach.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. By Yeti. Built for the wild. And by Sambazon. Bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
Five decades of champions here at the US Open. Huntington Beach, where it has a steep history in professional surfing. Looking at the 80s, Mark Akaluba, Tom Curran going back-to-back. Frida Zambo with multiple titles. Rob Machado, Kelly Slater, Lisa Anderson all cleaned up in the 90s with US Open titles. Brett Simpson back-to-back. Andy Irons, legendary here, and Courtney Conlog had a big win for the hometown. Felipe Toledo, Kanoe Igarashi 2 times, and Carissa Moore dominated south side of the pier. And then most recently, Griffin Colapinto, Katie Simmers, Zeke Lau, Betty Lucacroa Johnson, Eli Hanneman, and Sawyer Lindblad. All of those wins led to the championship tour. And here is two-time US Open champ Brett Simpson coaching Jarvis Earl, who's out in the water up against Alan Cleland. And Jarvis is inning the winning position. Kuiper Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar, and Matt Shinosky on the call.
Question for you guys. When you think of HB, Southside, do you think of it as a left or a right when it first comes to mind?
That's actually a very, very good question. Want to go ahead, Kipes?
For me, it's 100% a right, just because most of the times that I've seen people win here has been traditionally off that pier bowl right. But depending on the sand, depending on the swell, you could get sneaky, and that's when finals or just heats in general have been stolen from the south at that Machado's left peak.
I got to go with my brothers, the Goofies, Clifton, James, Rob. Love you guys. Of course, Sawyer last year won on a left too.
I was looking at that list as well. I mean, Oki went back-to-back, Barton 87 and 91. We had Zamba, Machado, Nathan Curran, Yago. Yeah, there's not that many, but there has been some. But
it's a mixed bag, though. Yeah, it's a mixed bag.
Definitely more regular footers have won the U.S. Open.
Yeah, but footers. I mean, us goofy footers have prevailed every now and then, Kaipo. Got to give us props. 2007, CJ Hobgood went on a rampage.
Well, and a lot of those times is because of brilliant backhand performances actually by those goofy footers on the rights. I'm just telling you history. Machado did win on the left.
Yes.
Okay.
We got one. We got one.
And the longboard, Joel Tudor and
Justin Quintal.
Pretty much dominance apart from Taylor Jensen on the regular foot.
I don't think I've ever seen Joel Tudor go right here.
Malibu's a pretty famous right-hander. He won a world title on, sorry to do that too. But anyway.
Nine. Hey, you know what though? Mitchell, we need some spirit from Mexico right now, because Al Cleland came out with a strategy to be patient, but that strategy is not paying off. Look at time ran away from us. We're down to 9 minutes, and Jarvis Earl gets yet another wave. This is wave number 6 for the Australian surfer. 4.93 on the last wave. If he betters that, he extends his lead over Cleland. Allen already in a 2-wave combination. Jarvis is going to get the connection all the way to the inside here. Steps off on the sand. Let's turn our attention to Allen Cleland. Power snap there. He waited a long time for this wave, but he's making it count. Clears that section. S turning through a little dead water. Big snap again. So he's going to get out of the combination right now, Allen, and he's going to make it a 1-wave requirement.
Well, and probably going to be a paddle battle right here too, and this is a major moment right here in this heat, Kaipo. First wave for Allen in the semifinal. Seems to be a good score. I would be thinking that Jarvis Earl probably going to improve on the 4.93 as well. A lot of activity on his behalf, and it seems like patience probably paid off for Cleland right here.
Yeah, I don't think, when I saw Jarvis take off on that wave, it looked like it was going to be good, but it fattened up a lot. Whatever score Jarvis gets, he earned every little bit of it. Let's have a look at it now. As he knifes into this thing, gets low, springs into that first turn, gets low again, just set up maneuvers here, waiting for a lip line. Very fat, barely braking, but here, nice little snap there, gets things moving down the line. So yeah, 4 turns, none of them are significant. We'll see what happened on the inside. Goes back to the power source, he's still going on the inside. He lines up this section. That one is the best maneuver, and he rides out of it as well.
And then now on the outside, this is where he caught up to him. First turn was strong, second turn much better though. Really laid into it right there, a variation of the layback jam. Little setup turn, and once he got to the inside of Kaipo, made it count once again. So variation of maneuvers was up there, and that's one of the major things that the judges were saying in terms of the messaging this morning. Speed, power, flow, but combination of major maneuvers, always on top.
Job's a little tougher for Al Cleland. We're waiting for his score because Jarvis Earl, with his effort, improved upon the scoreline. But right back in the game, Cleland goes excellent with an 8.33. So all of a sudden, just like that, out of a combination into needing a measly 3.34 to take this heat, Mitchell.
Patience really paid off. He stuck to his guns. He believed in himself. His confidence has been his major factor the last few years. Kaipo, you've seen his uprise. World Juniors, the ISA gold medal, getting into the Olympics, and now in the semis here at the Open. And he also recovered priority, which I mentioned is huge. 6 minutes 20 to go right here. He needs a small score.
I think if Al takes off on all the waves Jarvis has caught, especially after dropping that early 6, he would not have capitalized. He needed to get up on Jarvis. He needed to open up with a strong score. He's done that. He waited 25 minutes for it, 20 minutes. The judging, let's go through that list. Combinations of major maneuvers on critical sections. Speed, power, and flow through everything, of course. The only lip line that appeared on Cleland's wave, he capitalized on, which is where those excellent scores came from. The 5, 6, 7 is pretty much just for that last turn and momentum Jarvis took all the way through. So you put Jarvis on that wave, his score is going to jump as well. I think it's important just to identify that lip line as well. It's obviously camera angles, it's tricky to get that diverse angle.
Well, another thing to identify is that Alan has priority. So he needs a small score, and he's in control of the peak. So talk about a come from behind. He didn't really start this until 9 minutes in. I don't want to see another replay of this 8.33, Mitch.
Yeah, the first turn was very strong, but that second one truly laid into it and put in all the kilos right there from eating all that good food down south of the border. And last one too, right there in the shorey. Scored well. I really like this first turn. They'll set him up for the rest of the wave, Matt.
Yeah, carrying speed, but hits the lip line 2 times. Look at all the spray flying, an indication of the power and the speed he's carrying. Staying active on this, knows he needed a nice finish, and it provided for him there. A little hammer into the whitewash. Well surfed wave.
Jarvis takes this one. And just searching for something under priority. Al again, patient, with the knowledge that he does not need a big score. So I feel Alan can just be patient out there. If he needs to, he can come in, catch a smaller insider, and probably surf his way to the 3-point ride that he needs. Just needs that 3.3.
Too much time on the clock for that still, I would think. And with his experience, especially him making it to the semifinals at the Jacks event, which I know conditions were much more different. He did have to go through a week of competition, though. So he saw big surf, small surf. He knows this Pier Bowl very well. I think patience is going to be his friend once again here, Kybes.
Pacific's his friend right now. Here comes the wave for Al Cleland Jr. He has priority, so just has to contain himself, get a couple turns off. Here he goes. Big snap. Nice. Roundhouse back into the whitewater, staying with the whitewater to make the connection to the inside. Inside section presents itself, combos it up, and he's going to take the lead. So the lead will go to Alan Cleland Jr. by how much? We're yet to find out, but just waiting for the score, and the pressure is going to shift to Jarvis Earl in these final 3 minutes.
Yeah, no mistakes from either surfers. Jarvis staying busy under priority, but needing a 3-3-4. Alan hits the lip line there. He knows what worked on the first wave. This one a little smaller, staying with it, knowing he needs an end section here. He's got great heat IQ. Lining up this. This is a tricky turn. He nearly poked the nose as well. He nearly nosedived, but his experience paying off. I feel like that's going to be the score, Mitch.
And I also think that Timmy Patterson deserves a lot of credit. Look at how good that board looks. It's really on top of the water the whole time. The one that he kept on ice from the Jacks event to this one.
Well, the cool thing about this board, I think it's an IF15 is the model.
It is, yes.
But the cool thing about this board is it's not like a specialized groveler or anything. It's a short board.
It's a short board.
So he can ride that board in 5-foot waves, 6-foot waves, or in 1-foot waves like today. So that's really impressive from a design from Timmy Patterson. Timmy Patterson, of course, a legend in Dana Point, comes from a legendary family. Both dad and uncle were key workers in the factory for Hobie and Hobie Alter, who basically invented the foam surfboard map.
Yep, the Patterson name is super iconic in California, and a lot of credit needs to be given throughout the different eras. But there's a lot of similarities to Tom Curran in the Legends heat yesterday on that Pier Bowl right, who was riding a generic shortboard, a step up for Zhao Chianca by many means.
There you go. And it's in. The jury has decided a 6.4 for Al Cleland, and just like that, Jarvis Earl needs to go excellent in a big way. Needs an 8.73. Talk about efficiency, Mitch. 2 waves ridden, 2 scores, and the lead for Al Cleland Jr. Illustrated right there on all waves ridden.
Yeah, for the casual fan, they're probably thinking, don't you need 2 waves to advance? That is absolutely right, but for the core fans, it's not every day you get to see a heat like this, especially in the semifinals, as efficient as he is and how calculated he's been in his attack. Very, very solid stuff. He's a minute away from his first final here at the US Open.
You hear a lot of coaches talk about heat IQ, but it goes down to your body, your board, your equipment, as well as the ocean, and Al combining it all right now. That's it's very odd to see a 2-wave total like that, Mitch, especially at somewhere like Huntington where you can see as many as 15 or 20 waves in a heat.
Absolutely. We saw it earlier today.
Yeah.
People waves counts up to 12 waves, Kipes.
Yep. Well, it's not quantity, it's quality, and Al Cleland Jr. picked through the field and found a couple of quality scores out there. 30 seconds away for his first final in the Challenger Series.
He surfed a 9-minute semifinal.
Yeah, it was 9 minutes.
A 9-minute semifinal against the guy who has had probably the most momentum out of the entire event, had won every single heat from the very first round. Yeah. 15 seconds away right here.
Al paddling next to Jarvis just to keep him. And that's what we like to see. Great sportsmanship between the two. Hey, Jarvis Earl, you got a keeper. 3rd place finish, 6,085 points for Jarvis Earl. But our attention goes to the surfer from Mexico, Al Cleland Jr. on to the final.
I'll get you a flag eventually, Kaipo.
Do you hear what they said on the beach? Only 2 waves.
That's all you need, baby.
Semifinal 2 coming up. After this, Marco Mignot, Jackson Bunch are going to face off on the south side of Huntington Pier. Congratulations, Alan Cleland. Celebration on the beach for Mexico's Al Cleland. Al Cleland on to his first Challenger Series final. Piper Girl, Mitchell Salazar, Matt Chanoski. What do you think about this, Mitch?
It's like you just won the event. Hey, take it easy there, guys. You still got a final to surf over there.
That's goosebump moments for sure. That crowd's grown too in the last hour.
Yeah.
Well, we got a new heat in the water with Marco Mignot, Jackson Bunch. The winner of semifinal 2 will match up against Al Cleland in the final here. Clock is ticking down, started with 30 minutes, down to 27 minutes, no waves ridden. We got Marco Mignot, 23 years old, out there in his second semifinal on the Challenger Series. Mignot last year, 2023, made it to the semifinals over at the Sydney Surf Pro, where he was matched up against Jacob Wilcox. Jacob went on to make the final, but here he is again in a semifinal situation. Marco Mignot representing France by the way of Saludita, Mexico, Mitch.
Yeah, and there's a beach break right there in Sayulita that resembles this wave quite a lot. You see in the wintertime it gets a little chilly down there, so he's not that mal-accustomed to having to wear a wetsuit, but he's got a tough task. Jackson Bunch has been ripping all week long, has a lot of momentum, at least guaranteed a semifinal. Before in Bolito, a quarterfinal over there, Kipes.
Yeah, Jackson Bunch from Paia, Maui, just 20 years old and is rocketing up the Challenger Series rankings right now. So far, he's up 11 spots to the number 7 spot. Jackson, of course, coming off of a quarterfinal finish and stop number 3 in Bolito. So momentum right now with the goofy foot out of Maui, Matt.
Yeah, traditional approach to Jackson surfing. Of course, he's got a great air game, but he's very smooth, and the way that he transitions between his maneuvers really is a throwback to, as I said before, Kalani, Rob, and Machado, and I mean that with so much respect. It's difficult to do the maneuvers he's doing, make him look good. On the other hand, you've got the progressive approach of Marco, who's earned his way through to this position through his aerials, and that's something that in the bigger surf, if you pull that off, you get the excellent score, and that he did.
Here goes a chase south between the two surfers. They must see something, Mitch.
Yeah, could potentially be looking over towards Middle Peak. It seems like the Pier Bowl still the most consistent waves. We did see Jarvis Earl in the first semi, though, start over at the Middle Peak. He got his 2 scores early on, Kaipo, and then was able to move over. Unfortunately for him, Al had priority and was able to capitalize with the excellent score, but I don't think it's a bad idea to move back and forth every now and then, especially if it's inconsistent.
Oh, you're just trolling out there. You're fishing. You're trying to find a wave, Matt.
Yeah, Jackson, I was just thinking back to that quarterfinal against Kolohe, got that left in the dying moments of that heat, so safe to say he'll be hunting for those lefts again who've been so good for him, and he made his way back into the Pier Bowl right. Marco, what's he like on his backside, Mitch?
He can definitely get it done. He has the nose pick reverses too. Maybe his strength on the backhand could potentially be his quick pivot off of the bottom turn, but in these kind of conditions, especially knowing how fun the rights are, I don't expect him to really go left that much out there.
He's got some good goofy footers in his family, though.
Yes, he does. Nome, Diego, Lola, also a great longboarder.
Some of the most stylish surfers in Mexico, Lola especially.
The Mignot family, having both a Canadian and a French passport, I believe.
Yes.
Living in Mexico. Mom and dad surf. And they had a traveler's lifestyle as a kid, searching for waves, living as a family, developing into a great surfing family.
Yeah, and they own several businesses down south in Sayulita. And it's a pretty nice lifestyle when you go down there and you just enjoy that little small town lifestyle. A lot of good food in the area too. And they've kind of grown up not only a surfing culture, a traveling culture, as you pointed out, Kaipo. So being exposed to travel at a young age, you mentioned his numbers. I mean, he's still early 20s. So to be able to have that kind of experience at that point of your life, it really sets you up for a lot of success right here where he's at now.
Yeah, similar story with Jackson Bunch, who was identified very young in the amateur ranks, got great backing from some big companies like Volcom, where he was traveling at a very early age from Maui, but he would fly over almost every other weekend to Oahu to compete, stayed with Dave Riddler, who adopted him. Dave Riddle, who we call him the Riddler.
The Riddler.
Adopted him as one of his own. There was a small Jackson Bunch coming up through the amateur ranks, broadening his horizons, and that's an example of how surfing is actually kind of education to kids sometimes too.
100%.
Here we go. Jackson looking left, and he's gonna get the first wave. Bunch flies up into the air, takes it around. Little soft section here, and kicks out in the pilings. Marco behind in the whitewater, not finding any open face. So early advantage to Jackson Bunch on the first exchange.
Yeah, and I think that was a smart move. Maybe take Marco a bit off of the main peak, which
was the right-hander. He was able to capitalize on a pretty good left too, Kaipo. So gonna see how high they go with the score right here.
Let's hear from Alan Cleland Jr. Al, you're in the final.
He is in the final, Kaipo, and oh my goodness, the surfing that it took to get you there. Waited until there was 8 minutes left, then casually dropping an 8.33, Alan. How did you make that decision?
Yeah, I mean, usually I just kind of trust myself. In this event, I've really been trusting my surfing and just my mentality. And yeah, I've been doing breath work and just meditation for a couple years now. And yeah, I always do it before every heat. So I knew my mind was calm, my body was relaxed. And I knew if a wave came, I knew exactly what to do. So I just waited and trusted. And yeah, the wave that was at 8 was crazy. I actually thought there wasn't gonna be a wave, and I almost went on one that I shouldn't have. But I just just trust yourself. It's gonna come, and then ended up that wave coming, and then yeah, I got it, and then I heard I needed a 3, and I was like, oh, so I got it a little more impatient, but then I ended up getting a 6, which was really nice. You know, it feels really good on the nerves on that one, and yeah, I was just trusting myself. That's it, and just I knew if the wave came, I had the surfing to get the score.
Let's see how this feels on the nerves. You're heading into the final, which means you have jumped 40+ spots in the Challenger Series rankings, and you are officially at 10th on the CS right now. How does that sit?
I don't know. It's not really a big thing to think about right now, but I just want to keep going with the flow, keep enjoying the time that I have in the water, and just keep having fun, and hopefully just keep getting more opportunities because there's still one more to go. So yeah, I'm really relaxed and happy. Yeah, I'm really happy to be in my first final ever in a Challenger Series. So I'm just stoked to be here, and I want to say thank you to everybody in my corner, my dad, Gabe Garcia, Julian Lassa, Daryl, and all the boys, and just everybody that's supporting me. It's amazing, and yeah, I really feel it, and I really feel good with this momentum that I have, and yeah, I just want to keep surfing.
We'll let you get to the final. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day. Viva Mexico!
Al Cleland Jr., he's rocketed up the rankings. A meteoric rise for the Mexican surfer. Up 41 spots to the number 10 spot. Jackson Bunch, look at him. Number 7 right now. And right below that cut line at number 11 is Marco Mignot. So all these surfers, look at Mignot up 25 spots.
Yeah, and that is a major jump for him right now. Still looking to make it through to the final, but as you can see right there, everybody else has been dropping slowly. Winner Vincent was up at 17. Gatien Delahaye has dropped 7 spots, Kaipo. So major jumps by a lot of these people in the semis or better.
And really, after this stop is where we kind of get a full picture of people's potential. Because on the Challenger Series, Matt, we have 6 events, but your top 4 finishes is what your ranking's based off. This being event number 4, it's going to give us a true picture of standings, and you're really going to see who's got the throwaways, who's got all the keepers, and this is when you see people break away. Let's take a look here at a couple replays, Matt.
Yeah, as predicted, going to the air on that left-hander too. Just a little snap there and runs out of room, literally, into the pylons there. And this was the second wave there. This was the 3-point ride, so slicing, carving turn there, and just trying to link through the inside section. Staying with this one, opened up nicely, but didn't give an end section.
Yeah, 3-point ride from that replay we just came out of. Marco Mignot, he's got priority, he chooses to go right. Slides over that whitewater section. Snaps through the foam, fin release, and just rides fakie for a bit before coming back forward. Slashing turn there, a lot of torque in that turn. He's got good rhythm. That was an electric performance by Marc Mignot on a pretty small wave, but he made it look loose, he made it look fun, and he made it go down the line fast.
And entertaining too. That tail slide into the fake, as you were mentioning, not a maneuver you get to see every day. So to be able to see it in the semifinals right here, I think adds just a little bit more to it. 1740 right here, and he's going to get his first major score of the heat.
It was a split peak with Jackson Bunch, but Bunch not getting much on the left. Let's take a look at the right again for Marc Mignot, Matt.
Yeah, I love it. He said sliding over the lip there, just maintaining his momentum. Then nose picks there, and very similar to what we used to see someone like Aussie Ride or Taj Barrow. Practical, because it kept the momentum moving to do that carving turn. It's a shame it didn't give him anything else on the inside, because it looked like it was ramping up for a dynamic finish. That'd be a good scoring wave to get things started for him, though.
And then JB right here on the forehand. That's an incomplete attempt for Jackson, so he's just going to get out back and recover priority. No harm, no foul, Kipes.
That nose pick type of fakie ride, if you really think about it and what's going on the bottom of the surfboard, his fins, Marco's fins, were lifted out of the water. So he's basically a skimboard at that time. So that board, it actually, hydrodynamically, is moving faster than it would in that position than it would be forward with the fins in. Probably the decision that he made to bring it back forward rather than try to revert, I think if he put the fins back in, probably lose a lot of that momentum.
The back foot is on the fulcrum of the rocket. The flat area there is where our chest is, and that's where his front foot was. When he spins it around, he's obviously weighting the opposite way on his back foot, which is now going switch foot, lifting the fins out of the water. Super practical, and just obviously a lot of experience. He's done that thousands of times.
Pretty entertaining. 4-3-3 for Marco Mignot. We're going to step away from the action here, but we'll be back with the conclusion. Semifinal number 2. Still got time to make it down to Huntington Beach. The X Games, the Lexus X Games Vert Pro, the demo going down this afternoon on the big vert ramp, 3 to 4 p.m. It's gonna be a sight to see. Some daredevils on the big U-pipe. Yeah, the vert ramp, the vert competition was yesterday. We got the demo today where skaters can just hang loose and go for it. You know what? You know, Kuiper Girl, Mitchell Salazar, Matt Chanoski, they call it a vert ramp. What's vert for?
Vertical.
Vertical, because the last 3 feet on that ramp is absolutely straight up and down.
Steep.
Gravity-defying vertical. If you've ever skated a vert ramp, they are thrilling, but super scary when you're at the top.
I'm good. I value my life right now.
Kaipo is one of the few surfers to talk to stuff like that. You would have skated a few vert ramps in your life, or more street style?
No, I was completely. I've had a bunch of ramps in my life. Most of them mini ramps, but there was a time that I skated vert too. Yeah. Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks, and the nod goes to Marco Mignot at 59%. 41% to Jackson Bunch. Hey, you can still get your fan picks in for the final. Matter of fact, I want to hear from everyone who's watching. If you got your computer in front of you, go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the finals for the women's, and then once we have the final set for the men, click on the finals for the men, pick who you think's going to win, and we're going to get all that information together and present you with the Pacifico fan picks in those finals.
And
you have a pick for the women? Mitchell.
Wow. I'll go Bella.
Okay.
Just based off of momentum, but I think experience, no doubt, Sally's favor right there.
Okay.
I will go Sally to top off her induction into the Walk of Fame.
Ooh, what a story.
Kaipo?
I can't look past the innovation that I've seen from Bella Kenworthy and the light-footedness that I've seen from her.
The skate influence.
It's just, I can't get past that. But you know what? It's really going to decide that final is who's on the good waves, as usual. But when you have, like, you know, inconsistent small conditions, it's even more important on who's on the good waves.
No doubt about that.
And priority. I feel like you heard, you know, the chess game reference earlier with a bunch of surfer interviews, and it really does kind of turn into that strategy, how you control priority rotation, all that stuff.
Defensively, I'd say for sure. From an offensive perspective, I almost think it's better to be in second priority personally.
Ooh.
It just frees you up so much more, and I know I'm kind of contradicting myself based off of what we saw in the last semifinal. That was a really slow heat, though, and if you look at both semifinals on the women's side, there were many more waves.
Yeah, but you know, you got to be aware of what's happening. We still got a tide rising right now as well. So that
about
could
half an hour.
Slow things down just a bit. Jackson Bunch is in the lead. He's got a 3-point ride that he wants to better, working his way, and that error is going to cost him because he was on his way to bettering his scoreline, Matt.
Yeah, I think back to that 107 there, he just sort of threw it away beforehand where he did a similar type of reverse. He just didn't feel it, but if he'd have ridden out of that, it still would have been a score, perhaps eclipsing the 3, putting a bit more pressure on Marco. With not many waves coming in, could be a missed opportunity there for Jackson.
So Marco, let's take a look what happened on this wave, Mitch.
Yeah, even the first turn was a bit awkward too. You can see he kind of has to go through the motion right there, but he slightly catches a rail, and then he tries to throw the tail around for the reverse and goes incomplete. Just not enough energy coming back towards him. That's why he wasn't really able to ride out cleanly out of that one. But if there's one thing that I really like about Jackson Bunch, not necessarily as a surfer, as an athlete, as a human being, he might be one of the nicest people in the entire Bonsoy athlete area. He always has a smile on his face, really grateful about everything he's gotten so far in his life. And as you said, he's been doing this for a long time, and the kid's barely 20 years of age.
Yeah, raised in surfing competition. Good pipeline surfer,
yes.
too. Couple snaps on the backhand for Jackson Bunch. Continues to stay busy out there. Goes vert on the inside. Weaves through this section, and that may increase his score line. That's what I think. What do you think, Mitch?
For sure, and that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes freeing up in second priority, you can just be moving around a bit more and not really thinking about the one wave out there rather than multiple waves, Skypo. So for sure improving on the 3-point ride here with 9 minutes on the clock.
I feel like the 4.33 that Marco's got, it isn't higher than Jackson's first wave, so that's putting pressure on. Otherwise, Marco should have caught this, but he tees off on this one. Look at Jackson here. Hits the lip line that first turn, carving that one, using more energy through here, and hits lip line again. That's going to be a great score, I think, coming in, and a missed opportunity for Marco, who, as you said, Mitch, had priority and maybe feeling a little bit of that pressure. Jackson's free to roam because he didn't have the priority.
Yeah, there's times where maybe you just start thinking about a certain wave in your head and doesn't necessarily show up in the minutes that you have left in the heat, and that's why I think in these kind of conditions, it's really just a freebie to have second priority. You're out there, you have nothing to lose, everything to gain if you do improve on your backup score, and that's where I feel Jackson Bunch has made major improvements in terms of competitive strategy.
Well, a 6.27 was what Jackson Bunch was able to squeeze out of that wave under priority, and Marco Mignol is going to hear that news from our on-site announcers, and we'll see how he reacts, because now Marco, 7.44 is the need. Giant need by today's standards, Matt.
Huge. He's going to have, I think it'll have to be broken down into 2 scores right now. And crazy, he did let that one go. So with not many waves coming in, the Frenchman, it's going to be up against it. It's going to have to be the best, obviously, the best scoring wave of the heat, but it's going to have to be the biggest wave of the heat to show some of that those critical sections to allow him to perform.
What a gorgeous day, too, guys. Sun's out. I know the waves are a bit inconsistent, but it's still super fun. And days like this, you actually want a higher tide. There's just more energy concentrated on the actual sandbars out there.
Yeah. Well, and we're fortunate to have, by Huntington Beach standards, a pretty good sandbar out here. We're not seeing that big gutter in the past that we had in the past that runs through the middle of it. So a high tide heat back when if the bottom's like that, equals you're surfing on the shore break.
Yes.
And so we're not going to have that this year. So that's the good news that the sand has really set up. Because we've had numerous years on a high tide where everyone has to move in and surf 5 feet from the beachfront.
I think it's been a fascinating year. Even at the beginning of the event where we had the longboarding, it was different conditions each day, so you had to be onto it, and it's kept us on our toes having a look at it. I can only imagine as a competitor, in the free surfing days leading up to it, there was nothing like that bigger swell that we had 3 days ago. And to think back, that was 6 feet just on Friday.
2 days ago.
The story of hurricane surf. Here today, gone tomorrow.
Story of good old HB.
Get it while it's available if it's a hurricane swell, as opposed to a longer period ground swell, kind of gradually rises, peaks, and then you have a little bit of a backside of it that you can still get some surf.
There was that one heat we're watching with waves breaking off the little tee jutting out there.
Yeah.
And it reminded me of that old Dogtown footage I said of Pacific Ocean Pier. And it was all these little obstacles and little sidewinders coming at you. And that was another 100 feet out from where they are breaking. So,
Trust me, Matt, on a regular day, there's many obstacles out here in the water.
And on the sand too.
Yeah.
And in the car park.
That's for darn sure.
Well, the crowds are filling in over here. We're nearing the finals for this year's Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Is heating up. It's getting packed. The activations behind the judges' tower are full. Like we said, 3 to 4 o'clock. Vert Ramp demo. Lots going on. Beautiful Sunday. The water's warmed up a ton.
Yes.
Since when I first arrived here 10 days ago, when it was muy frío.
Muy frío. Muito frío também.
Yeah, I didn't know whether the Spanish or
we're doing both. I'm proud of you. You're doing both now.
Yeah, don't give me too much credit. I should know more of both languages, really.
I want to see Marco get a chance right here, though, guys.
Yeah.
5 minutes to go, and being the 7.44, it is a big number by today's standard. Al got an 8 though in the previous heat, and I think a big thing that suits Marco surfing out of that section coming out of him, it's really good for different kinds of grabs. And we haven't seen too many of them so far in this event. He tried a stalefish the other day. He has a slob in his repertoire too, and he also has a really sick straight air, and would love to see that bring out his best surfing in these next 4.5 minutes.
Yeah. Front side, basically you have 4 options. Your straight air, your slob, your stale, or your lean.
Well, and those are single. I know you're not a huge fan of double grabs, but can do kippy flips.
That I am not.
Supermans, a couple of different variations you can do.
Yeah. Jackson. Looking light. And I love what you said. This is very Rob Machado-ish right here, Matt, in his approach and just the biomechanics that he has. Especially surfing backside, I see that.
He's flowing between those maneuvers, but this time, this semi-final, he's actually got a little bit more power than what he had against Kolohe. He went to that air and he won it on that last wave, but this time really hitting the lip line, timing it well, and just placing his turns in the critical part, in the not very critical part of that wave, but he made sure that he stuck in the pocket.
Here you go, Mitch. Check out the replay.
Yeah, under priority once again. A little hung up coming out of the first one. Right here, though, he gets this extra little double up, as you guys were saying. Sandbars are good. That means that there's going to be less time in between maneuvers right here towards the shore break. So a lot of different maneuvers right there. Not very critical sections, though. Looking to improve on the 5.5. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. 3 minutes to go, though, still in the mind of Mignot. Needing at least the 7.44, Kaipo.
Yeah. Here we go. Quick paddle, but since Jackson wasn't out there, he should still remain with priority. Marco did not go on that one. Hanging tough. Jackson hanging tough, waiting to hear his last wave score. Down to 2 minutes, 35 seconds. Tense times for the French surfer. And Jackson sitting right next to him, Matt, just to invade his space.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to come down to one last roll of the dice for Marco. It's going to be a big wave. It's going to be the biggest wave and a lot of pressure on him. He's going to have to go to the air or find the lip line. You can see in the body language, Jackson paddling a little bit more activated, and could be something though.
Looks like there is.
I think this might be the wave, Kipes.
Jackson keeping Marco honest by putting an effort into this one. Marco throws it around, nose pick, and stalls on the top. Goes incomplete, and just like that, Jackson Bunch starts racing. Paddles, because he wants to get that priority, and he can control this last 90 seconds of this heat. Priority goes to Jackson Bunch. Good heads-up play by Jackson just to motor and get that priority, Mitch.
I also like that he split the peak with him, though. He was kind of waiting to see where he was going to go, and that's one thing that they'll tell you, and Dave Riddle is excellent at that. Jason Shibata, another guy that he grew up with the Volcom team. If he sees somebody else who needs a score going away, get the attention away from them.
Had to be careful, though, because Marco had the corner of his eye was looking to the left, and Jackson had eyes for the wave as well, so maybe he could have forced an interference. You'd hate to see it, but we've certainly seen it here.
It's within the rules, though.
It is.
Marco sneaks this one on the inside, stalls. You know he's looking for a ramp. Settle for turns here, still racing down the line. There's the ramp for him.
Ooh.
Plants it.
Wow.
Plants it. Now, I don't know if that's the 744. At least he's giving himself a chance. I mean, that was a, we'll look at it again, but hey, brilliant fighting till the end right there, Mitch.
It was a really fast rotation, though, and that is a major element of the criteria in today's conditions. He couldn't have surfed that wave any better, guys. I mean, 7.5 is basically what he's looking for right now, and props to him. If he gets it, awesome. If he doesn't, great attempt, and he might be getting a double up right here.
Might need it too.
Yeah, he may need 2 waves, and this is another smart play, but just 7 seconds. Remember, the fans
might get it.
need to leave the rails, and he does. He got it. Let's watch.
Too small.
Well, it's going to be the previous wave that's going to tell the tale for Marco Mignot.
Well, that's it, the showmanship. First thing comes to mind, though, it was on the inside section, not that outside, the critical section.
But it was steep, though.
It was very steep. It was fast. We'll get the replay, I'm sure, and you go through it, Mitch. Let's go.
Yeah, the IC replay right here. Took him a little while to get to the open face. Just a setup turn. That's much better. A bit vertical, and look at how steep it gets right here through the shorey. I mean, it's just the speed of the rotation, especially how fast he was able to whip that tail around Kipes.
Yeah. I like the patience, not giving up on it. Fits a turn in, and then 1-2 turns, and pops it up, quick spin.
Wow.
Front foot almost came off, too.
That's the best air we've seen in quite a number of heats.
Yes.
So.
You know, I mean, couple turns
It's
on
up
a big
there.
air.
That's
It's
the
up there. He's looking at the big screen on the pier right now. He wants the numbers.
Man, both semis have been awesome.
Yeah.
And he's had multiple of these heats throughout the event so far.
Oh, yeah.
Buzzer beaters.
He had a buzzer beater against Dakota Walters earlier, and can he do it again?
Keeping in mind, this is not a comparison to other heats. It's just to this heat as well. So
or to any other wave in this
the best
heat.
wave in the heat.
Yeah.
So that's what we're comparing to for those surf fans joining us. This is not a comparison of the day or the whole competition.
Whoa! Gets the number. Need a 5.4. I mean 7.4. Gets a 7. Listen to. Marco Mignot steals the semifinal off of Jackson Bunch with seconds on the clock.
That is incredible. What a day so far, Kaipo. What a day.
Wow.
Let's fucking go!
Well, it's Mexico in the finals for the men. Speaking of finals, Sally Fitzgibbons, Bella Kenworthy coming up after this.
It's time for the finals here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. How good is this? What a week, and now it comes to crowning our champions. You guys look great, by the way, with your shades. That's amazing. Thank you, IC. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, Rosie Hodge, Sally Fitzgibbons versus Bella Kenworthy, but we're still trying to settle down a little bit from the fireworks from Marco Mignot, taking the win off Jackson Bunch in that semifinal. Another buzzer beater to meet up with Al Cleland Jr. The buzz of finals day always starts in the morning, but it is through the moon right now.
Oh man, I mean, there's so much support for those two surfers down on the beach. The crowd went crazy. I could hear it from here in the booth. And such a dramatic finish to that final. And to have two Mexican surfers there, that just means so much to Mexico and the surf community. And it's going to be on. I think Mitchell Salazar is going to be fired up.
Wow, really big day for Mexico with Marco Mignot representing France, but he's been living in Sayulita for a very long time. And then out Cleland from Pascuales. What a huge final to come. Sally versus Bella. This is classic with Fitzgibbons making the final last year. She comes back even stronger this season with a chance to get her second title. And the big story there is a US Open champion, but it's been 13 years. She could set a record for longevity at this event if she could close this one out today.
Yeah, just incredible to come back the next year, make the final. Are we going to see our first exchange of the heat up and riding?
Starting things off, it is the Australian vet, 33-year-old from Jarrow on the south coast of New South Wales. New South Wales is a state in Australia. It's
Sally
a big
would
one.
probably be having a little bit of deja vu. I mean, meeting up with another young San Clemente talent. Last year was Sawyer Lindblad. This year, Bella Kenworthy.
Good point, Rosie, because Sawyer was the one that eliminated Bella as well last year on the way to meeting Sally Fitz in the final. So for Bella, she's trying to keep the win on the home court for the USA. But she has got her hands full with one of the best surfers of all time, 3-time runner-up in the world. Sally was on the championship tour this year. Her final result last season at the US Open helped her re-qualify. Here comes Bella. First section, she'll float it. Now lays into a little body torque wrap. Slaps the fins out. She's been doing that on demand today. And then into an arcing turn. So a great start for the 17-year-old.
Advantage to Bella on the opening exchange.
Now let's catch up with a finalist. Buzzer beater moment. Marco is with AJ.
My goodness, there's something in the water, the ice water in your veins, Marco. What an epic way to finish that semifinal. How did you execute that final wave knowing the score you needed?
It's either you go big or you go home. So I went big.
And now you're not going home, instead onto your first final on the Challenger Series. What does that mean to you?
I mean, it means hard work, dedication, and I love the hard work I've been putting, and the fruits of my hard work are paying off, and I'm just absolutely grateful.
Good luck. We'll see you then.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, AJ. You could tell Marco's trying to contain himself, try not to release that emotion too early because he has one more heat to surf a final of the US Open. His first final. Same for Al Cleland Jr., a new champion on the men's side. That one coming up next.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And I just feel that, they've obviously got the utmost respect for each other, but they're just really going to, this is new territory for both of them, right? So they're going to want that win so badly. And, those 10,000 points that come along with that. Looks like we've got a set coming through the lineup now.
With priority, Sally Fitzgibbons. She had the 3.5 on her first wave. Throws out a classic little Sally snap. Taking advantage of the white water, staying full in the face, but has enough speed to get there, but felt a little bit of an uphill battle to go the distance. An Australian Open champ, a US Open champ. Sally Fitzgibbons surfed in 122 championship tour events. When she qualified as a rookie, Bella was 2 years old.
Wow. And you know what's even crazier for me is that I've known Sally since she was a young teenager, which just shows that I'm ancient.
What do you think of this one, Rosie?
You know what? That wave, it just dissipated into the pier where Bella, I like that little hop on that wave, the way that she gathered her speed was really cool. And then just to slam it shut on that closing maneuver. This is what we've seen from Bella all throughout the day, riding these little pier ball rights just exactly like that flick.
Yeah, Sally's wave here, just after Bella's. Look, it just went a little bit sleepy through this inside section and she didn't get the pop she was looking for after this finish. You know, if I just reflect back on Bella's wave, that first opening turn, she has got that on lock, that fin release. It's sort of, you can really see that skate influence in her surfing and just how easy it is for her to shift her weight to her front foot and really release those fins. But yeah, let's see, she's maybe having a look here.
5-point start for Bella. Sally with a couple of threes. So even with a softer section, the timing for Bella is great. And also able to throw the fins out at the moment is setting herself up for a point of difference on the first couple of waves of this final. We mentioned a lot of things that her father accomplished with Bella Kenworthy, being the team manager of the Nike 6.0 team years ago. Bella would have been keeping up with the World Tour and titles, being very close to Carissa Moore.
Yeah, Carissa Moore always staying with the Kenworthy family when she heads to lowers. So just that mentorship right there just is so crucial in people's careers.
Sally's starting to step on the gas, wants this wall to help her out. She'll look over her shoulder and check out a left, and that wave's just running out of steam. We're actually coming up to the peak high tide at about 5.8 feet in another 20 minutes or so. So 1.3, Bella with priority and a 5.0. What a roll she's been on. For Bella, she actually entered a regional QS in South Africa in the lead up to the Challenger Series event in Bolito. So she was at the same venue. And Sally actually beat Bella. They went 1-2 in the QS final before the Challenger Series event started. Then it was Bella who got the best result when the big event started and took out a huge victory, her first on the Challenger Series at just 17 years of age. When you really think about the storyline of the youthful takeover this year, we look at the median age of the current top 5 on the championship tour. It's 21.4 years old, so less than 21 and a half. That's really young.
That's so young. That's so young. I mean, it'd be interesting we should do that little stat on the men's side as well and just compare. It's pretty incredible, right? I think it just speaks to the momentum, but also I think it also just speaks to a lot of the opportunities that have been thrown the women's way, you know, in the last, let's just say, even since equal prize money, since WSL and that's equal prize money, you know, same events on tour now.
As we watch the fading setup work for a solid backhand snap for Bella Kenworthy. Now she's opened things up on the right. Connects with the lip, throwing some water right into a cutback. Love HB reform. Starting off on her backhand, weaving on her forehand, and now can she dry dock it on the beach? She'll chip it one more time. Right in front of all of her fans, so a great read once again for the 17-year-old.
Just applying that pressure and, you know, back to that youthful movement, seeing Bella in, you know, back-to-back finals. We saw that earlier this season with Erin Brooks winning at Snapper, second at Narrabeen. I mean, if Bella can go back-to-back wins, and I mean, that last wave was so great. She's really applying the pressure to Sally Fitzgibbons, but it's just incredible as a teenager to have this much success and such a high heat IQ. Beautiful bang on her backhand. Sleepy through the midsection, then slashes that turn. So I just feel like she's feeling that rhythm. She's upping her performances. She's got a progressive element to her surfing that we could hopefully see come out in this heat from both of these women.
You know, I think she's definitely got momentum going her way right now. There's no doubt about it. And someone, you know, we spoke about this guy a lot, you know, at the beginning of the year and even last year, is a name that comes to mind is Cole Hauschman. You know, that's someone who went on a roll and just really hasn't really gotten off of it. He's still on this like upward trajectory. It's actually incredible. You know, only won his first QS event. I think it was, in like March or something of that last year. And then from then on went to qualify through the Challenger Series, won back-to-back events, Sydney onto Bolito, onto the Championship Tour, and then on event stop number 4, won Bells. One of the most iconic events of the year. So, I mean, she's almost fulfilling this destiny of 2, you know, I don't want to speak too soon, but it's up for grabs right now. 2 Challenger Series events wins. I mean, the world is your oyster. You keep going with this momentum. I mean, what does next year look like for Bella Kenworthy?
And it also just alleviates the pressure going into the next 2 events. You've got, you know, you've made finals. You've got such good results. I mean, she'll probably head to those events and basically just have to put a toe in the water and you've qualified. So, yeah, just to do it in this fashion and like you said, drawing comparisons to Cole Hauschman, can definitely see it, like see Bella getting on a run on the championship tour, the way that she's so tapped in all over the world too. Yeah, it's just fun to think about where her career could head.
It's true. When you look back on the introduction of this Challenger Series back in 2021, we haven't had anyone on the women's side go back-to-back yet. That's what Bella could accomplish today if she can hang on to her lead over Sally, as we have a nice moment to catch up with Mitchell Salazar. Hey, Mitch.
Hey, Joe, ladies, it's been an awesome day. Might I add that not only the fans have showed up, the waves have really showed up too. We're about to hit the peak high tide and it looks as fun as ever today. And, you know, just want to talk about the energy and the momentum as we see, it seems like Sally up and riding right here, Joe.
Yeah, take it for us, Mitch.
Well, the spinner around and she almost had it right there. And unfortunately for her, going to go down with the use of priority right there too. Just want to talk about energy. Marco Mignon, Alan Cleveland Jr., they have a big support group on the beach. They've used that energy in their favors. Same thing with Bella Ken, where she had her entire family right there on the beach, including her father, Jason. Sally, on the other hand, just her father, Martin, right here. So I feel like that gathering so far has really been improving a lot of the conditions for these competitors out there, especially Alan and Marco. But guess what? Bella's in the lead right now with that kind of positive energy out there, Joe.
Gosh, we're preparing for a big final, Mitch. Do you mind speaking on behalf of Mexico right now?
Oh, man, it's such an awesome moment. I'm getting texts from everybody. Jose Ramirez from Puerto Escondido. Everybody's just so proud about these 2 kids that are about to hit the water. And, you know, I'm the same way. Just seeing them grow up through the limelight, and especially Alan, you know, what he's been able to do in the last 18 months, really just incredible. And hopefully we get to see a show from both guys.
Con todo. Gracias, compa. We've got Al Cleveland Jr. representing Mexico. Marco, as you know, is representing France, but he's been in Sayulita for a very long time, a really cool kind of gypsy town with a very international population. Got very competitive in that part of Mexico, now preparing for a huge final with Al Cleveland Jr. coming up next. 18:50 on the clock. Kenworthy 6.93 with her 5. 2 big scores. We talk about leads, but when you have 2 of the best scores in your top 2, that's going to feel great. That's going to demand your opponent to need a giant number, the best wave of the heat to come back. Sally Fitzgibbons catches up to this wave. It's full on the face, but you never know. She's so light on her feet, already has a swoop out the back, lays into the pocket with that arc. Little off the top and really wants the reform. She gets it. Closed out section right on the dirt, and she will step off. It's a funny conversation with riding away from those maneuvers when you really can't go any further because you're on the beach.
Yeah.
But she did really well there.
Yeah, she did well. I think, I don't think it's considered a make, right? She kind of didn't really ride out in front of it, but I understand she's trying to get scores on the board, but right now I just feel like she's going to need more. I think Bella's demanding that of her, and Let's have a look. This wave just didn't really, it hadn't quite really broken yet. She's just stood up before it starts to break here now as it steps down into this bowl. That was a beautiful layback hack. She really laid into that section. Carves it around here, finds a little inside track, and literally finishes right on the sand.
Bella Kenworthy on her third wave of the final. Fades in the pocket to start. More of a committed carve right in front of Sally. Drives into that whitewater, and she's got that fin ditch on demand. Really well timed. And then just shuts it down. Great emphasis on the finish. Cool way to change gears and throw some risk with just a little whitewater rib to push off of. It's a really full face. She can stay low and show the judges that it's not just a routine off the top.
Yeah, I just to speak to what you're saying, Joe, she's got it on lock. That fin release, she transitions weight so well. Let's have a look. This first carve is just more like a transitional move, just to set up for this inside bowl. She's eyeing up this section here. Now it starts to steepen up, and there's that tiny bit of coping. She hits it, and just the transition, so seamless, so smooth. And right now, I mean, that's really setting her apart. It's sort of that little bit of progression. And one thing, yep, Dad likes it, support likes it.
I think too, like just the fact that she did that in front of Sally's face too.
Sally again. Going to work, S-ing her way onto the shoulder. She wants this wave to build. It has. There's the lip closing out, but she can't pull it off.
That's 2 incompletes for Sally, and that's one thing we were saying about her. Like, she finishes on her feet. So 2 errors from Sally that we don't usually see. And she's just struggled to find the quality waves in the lineup.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, she hasn't fallen really all event, really. I mean, it's actually uncharacteristic for Sally to even fall during an event. She makes minimal mistakes. She's arguably got the most experience in this draw, so maybe a bit of a momentum shift for Sally right now.
Yeah, she wins that argument. 122 CT events, 28 finals, 12 CT wins. As we look at her last, Rosie.
Yeah, so Sally, I think even on this wave, she's looking a lot more lively. She just saw Bella and what, you know, the movement that Bella's going through. I feel like in Sally's body language, she's throwing up a lot more. She's trying to emphasize her turns and just goes down there. That was also a smaller wave. Yeah, and just not what we're used to seeing from Sally. I think she's kind of got to get back to the outside, take a deep breath, and just reset her momentum.
Let's see if the Australian veteran, a past US Open champ, can change gears here as Bella Kenworthy is getting close to going back-to-back victories on the Challenger Series. 14 minutes on the clock. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. What a crowd we have for Final Sunday on the Huntington Beach Pier. crowning champions for decades. As we look over 50 incredible years of this big event, prestigious moments like this one, next generation, Bella Kenworthy, just 17, hangs on to a lead out front and wants to go back-to-back on the Challenger Series. It's crazy, even if she has 2 wins on tour at this point, she still can't officially clinch yet. Shows how close it is in the top 5 at the moment. Still 2 events remaining. Well, during the break, we did have some action. We saw Bella paddle and ends up using her priority, but she couldn't catch the wave.
That is a mistake.
Sally swung into this one, Rosie.
So Sally just capitalizing on that mistake that Bella made with priority, slashes into that one. Better surfing from Sally. And then throws it out again. So just to have that completed 2 maneuvers for her, that's a good start. Spoke about, you know, just getting out to the back and resetting her momentum. She did it with that wave.
And she had a little zap on the inside before she got to the beach and turns in a 6.43. So that was the first mistake that we saw from Bella. Paddling, not catching the wave, then Sally goes right into her best number and right back in the final.
Was that the sliding doors moment? I feel like, I mean, Sally's the kind of competitor too that will just absolutely capitalize on that. We just saw it then, so much experience. You make a mistake like that, she is going to capitalize on it. I mean, not only did she almost get the required score, but she dropped to 6.43, right? And she's also lessened her requirements. So she now only is chasing 5.54. It's well and truly doable. I mean, we saw her this morning get a 7.5 for that one air reverse she chucked.
I love air so much. How's this wave? Nice to see a little bit more size, especially the final. Right on the peak high tide, we've got Bella grabbing it. A little messy whitewater section, but second turn a little bit stronger. She's so good at doing this dance to the inside. Sally's gonna get going as well. Connects really well on her first turn, right into a backhand hook. Bella didn't find anything on the reform. And Sally's gonna start doing some foam climbs and she'll hop out, just so smart, knowing that first priority will be a big deal with 10 minutes to go.
That is the weaponess of that competitive nature of Sally Fitzgibbons right there.
Yeah,
I mean, what a beautiful demonstration of it.
Sorry, I'm just like, get your notebook out. Like, write down this heat strategy. Just this is such a playbook of Sally. And that last left, I think we'll get a better view of it. But that could be the wave that tips into first.
It's just so smart, right? You know how inconsistent today's been. She's now given herself another opportunity. So if she doesn't get it on this one right here, which we're going to break down. Let's do it. Look, straight up here, carving maneuver. Another little snap here, so. Brings it through, another little crack. I don't know if it's going to be this 5.54 on second review. The first turn was really strong, but by paddling back out and gaining priority, she's going to give herself another chance.
Yeah, Bella's wave was also really nice. That last turn, really enjoyed Sally's first connection. That section was just really big and beefy. Bella like kind of working this one through, and she was on that first wave of the set, turns around, sees Sally, and then Sally kicks out and regains priority.
The Australian starting to paddle with priority. This one staying full. Can she still glide in? And she will. And it doesn't have anything left for her to surf. Priority goes to Bella.
Wow.
Previous wave for Kenworthy didn't change anything, a 4.9.
Couple of sliding doors moments here.
Just tenths of a point separating these two women in heat totals. It's so incredibly close at the moment.
Chase for qualification for these two. Sally trying to get right back on tour. Bella wants to be a rookie in 2025. How about that? They've taken over the rankings from Isabella and Aaron Brooks, who are the top two heading into Huntington Beach. Less than 500 points between them. And Sally at the moment, #1. Bella #2. But remember, everything's in favor of wins. Second places aren't worth as much as they used to be. So 10,000 points would go to the winner, and they would take over the season heading into Portugal.
Oh my.
Such a good job selling this wave to Bella.
Bella finally caught up to it, but it doesn't have much on it. And she's got to step off, and she's a long way on the inside.
Sally is doing a good job right now in terms of forcing situations, forcing hands. Sally did make a little error before herself too, but I mean, she cleaned that right up real quick. And now she's regained priority. And look, the fact that the judges are taking this long to drop that score of Sally's, which means that they're analysing this, right? They're going over this. Tells me that it's going to be close.
We think about all the things that Sally would have learned over these years. I mean, when she qualified, you guys were intimidating. There's a lot of things that she picked up in between waves. As we see the cell again, Rosie.
Yeah, and I mean, this bathtub is full. We've just hit that high tide, so Bella knows it. I mean, she's using her priority on a nothing wave, and that kind of stings as we're still waiting for scores to lock in to see if there is a lead change.
Oh. Last couple of scores have now factored in after a couple of minutes for judges' review. 6.43, 5.63 back-to-back for Sal. Sitting in front with a priority. Second is now Bella, and her last two waves haven't helped her at all. Kenworthy chasing a 5.13, still in it, but no priority for the Californian.
Wow.
My heart is thundering for both of these women because, like, there's no one's in a safe position.
All it takes is one more set coming through this heat, and I look at it, we're already getting waves right now, but one more set, another 1-2, and the whole thing could be changed completely.
It's up to Sally if she wants it, and she will commit. She sees something on this wave where she can improve on a 5.63. Riding the Glen Payne surfboards. She'll push and slide and throws it away. It's exactly what Bella was hoping for.
Eek. It's just to and fro, isn't it? One mistake after another, and then like one advantage, the next one gets an advantage. It's fun, right? Like nothing major right now, but still in the context of this heat and the decisions being made, just micro choices throughout this whole heat, which are, you know, painting this big picture right now. And the moment, it's still in favor of Sally, but now Bella's got priority, so it's going to be interesting to see if she can fight her way back.
Time to really focus in on the heat check. Not a normal heat. This is the final. You can see all the waves that Fitzgibbons has ridden in this heat. 10 of them. The green highlighted waves are her keepers, and she got them back to back. You can look at their top scores in comparison. The 6.43 for Sal, 6.93 for Bella. And differences of opinion in the mix of the panel upstairs.
Yeah, dropping that high and low and averaging it out. Bella has that advantage with the best wave of the heat, needing that 5.13 and the priority. And if you look at, you know, Bella's run through this heat, like to go from a 5, better that score, like that is a clean heat. Sally's had to scrap and find waves. She's ridden more waves in this heat. She's fallen a couple times, but
really
she's
just
pulled her way back.
Excuse me, yeah, it just goes to that point, Rosie, with the loss of priority for Bella. When Sally then got the 6.43, just everything shifted.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I mean, and the last two heats that we watched for the men for those semifinals, the way that things kind of flip-flopped in the rhythm. I mean, watching Altlin and he surf like an 8-minute heat. Watching Marco win the heat on the sand on that last exchange. Like, this all comes down to the wire. There's the 3 minutes. I'm hearing whistles behind me on the beach, maybe indicating a set. Here's a line.
Tons of whistles coming from the beach. They just got excited when they saw that lump pass by. Could be another one behind it. It's up to Bella. She has first choice.
It's always such a tough decision when you do have priority and that set comes, you know, like especially on a day like today when you mentioned it, Rosie, obviously when we're coming up to that high tide. It's very full in the ocean right now. So when that first wave of the set comes through, so obviously it's got a lot of lump and bump on it. I almost feel like the second one at the moment, if it comes, and if there is two, and you back yourself that there's going to be two, the second one is drawing off the bank better and actually has a smoother face. I mean, we saw it for Sally when she backed at that 5.63, right? Was that left? It was the second one of the set. Bella went the first, and it was nice and clean. So you just got to back yourself in your decision making, which is a really difficult thing to do.
Yeah, do you have that mental toughness to let that first wave of the set go and have your competitor get it? Like you said, just trust that there's going to be one behind. It's such a hard decision to make.
7 years have been won by Australians here in Southern California at the U.S. Open. 15 U.S. Open titles have gone to the USA, including last season with a young Sawyer Lindblad who used this as a springboard into the championship tour. Just about 90 seconds. Sally's starting to fish around. She can kind of check waves out if she wants, without the risk of losing anything. Bella's just trying to drop anchor as long as she had to give herself the best chance to win this event.
Yeah, Bella's heart rate right now would be so elevated. She's trying to stay calm, trying to ready herself if that wave comes through. To be calm, composed, but at the same time as radical as possible.
Sally Fitzgibbons making the final last year, winning this event 13 years ago when she was 20 years old over a 16-year-old named Lakey Peterson. 35 seconds. Bella is going to choose this wave to try to win the event. Throws down her first hook. She needs something solid on the inside. It's starting to grow for Bella Kenworthy. Clean snap again. Still on the hunt. Sees the white water. Pushes off it. It doesn't give her a finishing wall. Chasing a 5.13 and now 10 seconds to go. It's in the judges' hands.
If she got a finish, I would have given it the nod. I almost would have given it the nod, but to me, I think Sally's got this.
I think Bella can be incredibly proud of herself, but I don't think that last wave is going to do it. I mean, Sally Fitzgibbons, we'll wait for that number to come in.
What an incredible final. One more look here, Rosie.
Yeah, just there wasn't the solid section that Bella was looking for. She surfed it. She surfed this wave up to its potential, but you know, she's looking down the line. She's hunting a steep section, and that wave just absolutely dissipates.
Scores coming through for Bella Kenworthy, and it is not enough. Sally Fitzgibbons, 13 years in between big wins here in Huntington Beach, is officially the Lexus US Open of Surfing champion. What a legend. 33 years of age. Takes another US Open title and #1 on the Challenger Series.
Phenomenal. I mean, just absolutely incredible. Congratulations to Sal. You hear the applause too.
Yeah.
People appreciating this win.
What a testament to the kind of competitor she is, the resilience she has, the longevity that she's been able to get out of her career, and also inspiration to other women and men on tour to be like, hey, just because you're getting up in the you're going up another decade doesn't mean it's over, doesn't mean you can't back it up. There's still hope out there. So inspiring.
Sally's last major win was going all the way back to 2021 when she won at the CT level at Rottnest Island. She went on to represent her country at Tokyo 2020, and she's been up and down on the championship tour, never giving up, always improving her surfing. One of the all-time greats, from being honored as Woman of the Year across the street in the Surfing Walk of Fame to her second US Open title just a few days later.
So special, right? So special. I mean, look at all the people on the beach too, and you know, when she was cheering out in the water, you could just see all the people on the pier. You could hear them all cheering.
Sally Fitz competitor's jersey.
Let's go.
Let me go, let me go. Let's go.
Let's go. Feeling it.
We good? We going all the way up? You got it?
Giant win for Sally Fitzgibbons. Taking that one over Bella Kenworthy, the veteran, takes another U.S. Open title and is on top of the Challenger Series rankings, enjoying the chair of the beach. Let's go. Coming up next, the men's final. Marco Mignot, Al Cleland Jr., 35 minutes right after this. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. One more heat to go. It's the final for the men on the Challenger Series. Marco Mignot taking on Al Cleland Jr. Coming off an emotional win for Sally Fitzgibbons, knowing her dedication is just the best in the world, and to see her win again after 13 years at the US Open was extra special. Joe Turpel, Mitch Salazar, the Wax Set here for the call for the men's final. A big moment for all of Mexico, Mitch, with Marco representing France, but a longtime resident of Sayulita, taking on Al Cleland Jr. from Pascuales. Getting messages from Kale Carranza.
Yeah.
And he is so excited. He's just going, no one's ever from Sayulita has made it this far. But also he mentioned for Al Cleland Jr., no one's been so well-rounded from Mexico in his lifetime. These two going head-to-head for a very coveted prize.
Yeah, and I'd say Alan Cleland, out of the entire history of Mexican surfing, might be the most complete surfer to ever come out of there. And I'm talking about some big names. Kale Carranza is one of them, Diego Cadena, the Southworth brothers, Angelo Lozano, Johnny Corzo. And then you have the contrast, Marco Mignot, who excels in these types of waves, comes from Sayulita. They have a beach break like this right in their backyard, Matt.
Yep, they sure do. A good training ground, a skate park, a natural skate park, scattered sand with a little bit of reef on the inside section, a super high-performance bowl. We talked about the progression that Marco has, the power that Cleland has, but they've used a combination of both to get here in the final, and a tremendous result for both of them regardless.
Already getting a start quickly, Marco Mignot, Mitch.
Yeah, and this was a good wave on the outside. Control the peak on the pier bowl. A tail drift into the carve, and then once again into the lip. And started off with a bang, Joe. That's going to be a strong score for Mignot.
And also, Al Cleland Jr., Waxhead.
Yeah, he knew he needed something strong. Looking from behind, he saw 4 fans of spray from Marco. And this one just didn't cooperate through to the inside section. He stayed with it, though, just to see what was going on. He can feel the frustration already in a 35-minute final.
Opening exchange, advantage. Marco Mignot, 7.33 over Al Cleland's 3.5. And Marco with the lead and priority to control the start of this heat. Finals, 35 minutes. Let's hear what a champion sounds like. Sally Fitzgibbons is with AJ.
Man, Sally, seeing you get chaired up the beach here in Huntington Beach 13 years after the last time you were chaired up here, what was going through your mind?
I just knew like the tide's coming in quick, and Bella kind of got the jump on me, so I kind of felt like the more opportunities I could give myself. Some of them definitely borderline, but there's been so many finals where I've just needed a 5 or a 6, and it's really hard to get. So that was the plan. I just kept rolling the dice. It's so cool to come up against Belle. Like, obviously you've known her pop since like I was her age, and he was filming me on the beach, so it was kind of a win-win situation. Like, if she got it, she got it. And oh my gosh, after 13 years, I look, there's friends that cheer me up the beach, like we only just met, now they're family. I look out at my mom's up on the, she's up on the pier looking down, and it's just been such a special week. My dad's here too, and being inducted into the Walk of Fame, like, it's just a very special place for me and a very special week. I just love, like, that I can keep showing up. You never know what's around the corner, and I just have that belief it could be my day, and why not? So, oh, it just feels so special.
Today is your day, and all event long you've talked about this fire that continues to burn in you as a competitor. How's it burning right now with the wind?
Oh, it's just burning so bright. Everyone knows that I'm in turtle grom. I get so froth on one foot, like rib bowls, and so it was pretty much a perfect day for me. And there's a couple of mates back home that couldn't be here right now, and Indy and Scruff, so if you know they're battling through injuries, so that was for you guys. Like, just keep showing up with those creek paddles. But yeah, just the whole Aussie contingent, they just inspired me, the new generation. Yeah, I just got to keep the belief going, and I just love this so much. I just love this, and looking over the pier and all the people supporting me and cheering me up, just thank you so much.
If you could tell the girl who won here 13 years ago, with all the ups, all the downs that you've been through to get back to this moment, what would you tell young Sally Fitzgibbons?
Oh, I'm just so proud of you. I'm so proud of that young kid that was so homesick to come over at 14 that, you know, I didn't even make it to the airport, really. I was just crying my whole way here. It's just so scary, and to come all this way and show up, and now it's a home through all the ups and downs. Like, yeah, this is what it's all about, and you know, surfing is life, and yeah, just all the lessons I apply to life. So thank you, surfing, thank you, life, thanks to my family and my community back home, my best mates tuning in middle of the night, love you guys. So, oh, just so stoked.
And big picture, top of the Challenger Series rankings, 2 events left. Just how well does this set you up for the back half of the season?
Oh, I've just stopped connecting things. I've stopped connecting the dots. I just enjoy this right now. It's like climbing a mountain. Each individual event, there's there's so many amazing surfers in this draw, and I just want to tell them to keep going because it's so tough. They surf that good and show up and so prepared and get knocked out first round, and I'm like, they could be at the top of the rating. So I just really appreciate being able to stand here right now because they're all putting in the work, and that inspires me to put in the work and just keep going.
Enjoy the view, Sally.
Oh, thank you guys. Love you guys. Woo, we did it.
Oh, we love you, Sally. That was so beautiful. Thank you, AJ. Very powerful. We're so lucky that we have Sally Fitzgibbons on tour with her dedication, her never say die attitude, redefining herself year after year, and to pick up a win and the emotion that she lets go of. I've never seen her let go of that type of emotion in her career. That was an extra special victory for the Australian.
And it goes to show the significance of this event to her. The location is one thing, getting inducted into the Walk of Fame, it's really a historical moment for her. And 13 years back-to-back finals, big deal right there, Joe.
Massive deal, a massive win, a huge champion. Sally on top of the rankings on the Challenger Series with 2 events to go. And with the men's final down to 25 minutes, we'll check in with Marco's last again, Waxhead.
Yeah, just good for that little off the top there, trying to carry that momentum through the inside section. Worth staying with it, as Sal said. Waves are limited. We're just after the high tide right now, but that one not doing it.
Seeing Marco get the call up as a wild card to the big stage at a pretty young age as well, Mitch.
Yeah, and he's always been one of those guys that's not afraid to take on a challenge. We saw brother Nome in the Challenger Series a few years ago. Cousin Diego, also a very successful competitor, and they've always represented France. We know Europeans, they needed a larger presence on the CT, Joe.
They certainly do. It's great to see some momentum for the country of France. Some legends coming out of that part of the world, and Marco is trying to build his profile today to try to become a U.S. Open champ. He's already moved up 27 spots with this performance all the way into the top 10. Al Cleland right behind him, moving up 40 spots, making this final, Matt.
This is drawing a lot of comparisons to a George Pitar last year who was unveiled here. Remember Peter Mel saying, you know, this guy, I said, I don't surf with him too much even at home, but he's away so much. And look what that did for Pitar, the Australian, coming through this event, raging colours and earning himself 2 wildcards in the CT.
It's a platform for your profile, for your sponsors, for your career.
Yes.
To be added to a long list of legends. I mean, we got to celebrate the legends in the Heritage Heat a couple of days ago, and that was really fun to see all those guys still ripping today, from Tom Curran, who, when you talk about Tom's career, you can't not talk about Huntington Beach and the performances he put on out here. It's always going to be this platform to rise up, show your talent, and if you win a title, you'll be always remembered as one of the best in the world.
And able to handle the pressure, too, which is, I think, the biggest factor out of this event. And I actually got a question for you, Joe. It's pretty uncommon that we see a lot of these 2 countries represented here at this event at this point. I don't think we've ever seen a French male surfer win the event, right? So historic on both sides. I know Marco also represents Mexico, being from Sayulita, so it'd be a win-win. Yeah. Either a Mexican flag wins or a French flag wins, which I believe Joanne Defay is only the French woman to win on the women's side.
It's so true, and it's fun when you look at those past champions and those regions in the surfing world, those powerful regions that have dominated and had legacy of multiple-time world champions, and then you see the rise of Al Cleland with Mexico, and also for France, for Marco Mignot. It's a huge opportunity today to just change history.
Well, I'd say it was a success through the regional qualifying series, which it is to some point, but Al had to qualify through North America. Incredibly difficult job given the caliber of surfers that North America has in the region, which primed him up for this event right now. And I must say, the personality traits that all 4 semi-finalists and finalists have, they really are embracing Surf City in all its glory. It's sunny. There's so many thousands of people down here. And Sal, you heard the emotion in her voice. You really need to embrace it or it'll eat you up. And these surfers are enjoying every moment of it and lapping it up.
Looks like we've got some lines out the back. This is what the boys have been waiting for. Priorities with Al Cleland Jr. representing Mexico. First turn, connects off the whitewater section into a climb. He wants this to have enough energy to run all the way through. Better point there with the lip, real clean on the finish. Big applause on the beach. A lot of people from Mexico made the trip here as Alan started moving through the rounds, not wanting to miss a moment in history. Already the best performance and result for a Mexican-born surfer, but he wants to go all the way. Let's see what happened here, Mitch.
And this was a difficult wave to serve too, but he was kind of forced to use priority right here. The IC replay, big turn on the opener, down the line snap, more of a foam climb right there, a second one, and I really like the way he readjusted his footing for the finish too. So almost 15 minutes gone by, and really an important wave right there if he wants to get back into this heat. I don't think he's going to match the 7.33, but anything above a 5 is a big W right now, Joe.
Number in for Al Cleland, a 6.0. Great job getting a score on a wave that didn't have an easy route on it. A lot of whitewater, clean climbs though. His rails were so clean through those maneuvers, especially after the first one. It got better and better till the finish. Paddles back out, now just needs a 3.94. As we went to all the fans out there for the Pacifico fan picks, who they thought was going to win. You guys all went towards, well, 33% with Marco, but the majority for Al Cleland Jr. Al coming off a heater in the Olympics. Talk about a boost of your profile to let the global stage know who you are. 15 plus totals in back-to-back rounds. He had 15-1-7, then a 15-1-7 and a loss to Joan Duru. But you ask people, okay, what was your favorite moment from the Olympics? Al Cleland Jr.'s name comes up quite often. Because first they're going, wait, I haven't heard of this guy. Wait, he's one of the best barrel riders in the world. And then to show his depth from a big hollow left over a shallow reef to small beach break surfing, he's got it all.
Mitch, a country-related question to you. Do you think he's earned a lot of those fans have picked him for the favorite into this final? Did he garner some new fans from Mexico?
I would think a bit of both. And, you know, as you were mentioning earlier, Matt had the chance to talk to one of my dad's best friends on the beach. He's originally from the same city I'm from. He lives in Minnesota. People have traveled all over the U.S. to come to this event too, Joe, especially all the Mexican people that live here now in the U.S.
Wrapping through the shoulder, Marco Mignot staying light on his feet. Now it's starting to open up, earning this wall and showing off the fin throw reverse again. I was curious to see if he'd be able to reset after an emotional buzzer beater. He was kind of short on words in the post-heat interview, and you can tell he was almost trying not to realize the moment yet, and then flying right into a 7.33 to start proved that he knows how to reset.
Absolutely, and yeah, he barely would have had time to reset. Short interview as well, so he's still got his legs on right now. Third time he surfed today, carving that one back to the foam, looking activated, looking just to drop a marginal score right now. Goes to the air, nose picks it around, and he rides out.
Joe, something else to note too. First time in the entire event on the Challenger Series side where both men and women have had to compete at least once a day. So that is a major difference. It's a 35-minute final. Those extra 5 minutes do make a big difference every now and then, especially for the people that have been in this position, like Cleland, the majority of his career.
It's a good point, too, with energy. You know, these are the top athletes in the world, but also the mental exhaustion of proving your best again and again and going through the motions of resetting. They're moving at a high level right now, energy-wise. 3 serves today, and they got to put it all on the line in the next 17 minutes to try to take this U.S. Open title in front of a really big crowd right now on Sunday.
And the crowd extends, even just trying to find a car spot on any given day here. The traffic, the people on the boardwalk, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of energy that's getting sucked up here, and we mean that in a positive sense.
Yeah.
It's like a festival atmosphere here. So many distractions for these surfers to get to this point and still have the energy to react with fans. Check it out on the WSL Instagram. You can see a sombrero being put on top of Al as he came in from the semi-final, you know. No, really, like it put it on top of him, walked up with it, and that was just to get into the final.
Oh, the energy is unbelievable right now.
But to me, Joe, don't see it as a bad thing. Embrace it. Use it in your favor and try to see it as something positive, because eventually, once you make it to the CT, you're going to have to use it anyways.
Sure.
Very true. Such an amazing story for surfers that grow up in Southern California with their relationship to going across the border into Mexico. It's been happening for a very long time. A lot of Californians end up living in Mexico, like Al Cleland Sr. As we look at a paddle into this wave, a smaller one. Marco doesn't have priority, so he just wanted to look. His last score of 5.27. Alan needs a 6.61. Yeah, Alan's down from San Diego, so that was a pretty common thing, just even cross the border into Baja. Surfing K38, Las Gaviota, getting further into Ensenada. We've had some events over the years in Cabo San Lucas.
Yeah.
Over at that Wave Zippers for many years. More recently on the championship tour level, Oaxaca and Huatulco, Barra de la Cruz being showcased, where we saw Jack Robinson get his first CT win, and then the famous search event years ago. Such an incredible coastline with tons of great surf that Al Cleland got to grow up on, and kind of had a motto when he was growing up. I mean, you could speak to this, Mitch, growing up at Pasquales, there's some heavy water waves there, and I guess the talk with his dad was like, hey, if you're going out, you're not just going out, you're going to try to get the best wave that's available on this swell. So he would push himself really early. It wasn't like, okay, let's sit on the inside and just get a couple. The idea was always to charge.
And one thing that I really like about Al, as soon as it gets 6 feet plus over there, he's already taken out a much longer board. So 4 feet or below, it's really smart. He goes out there, just approaches it as a normal beach break. Anytime it just gets a little bit too big, Joe, might as well be on a larger board, which is really smart, especially when it comes to safety. Not many lifeguards down there, not many hospitals close by. I can tell you from experience.
And also experience with longer boards. Chinaski, it's always smart, especially when you're on bigger waves.
Working smarter, not harder, especially when you don't have the access to free surf with jet skis to pick you up and tow you in. It means you get the, a longevity out of your session, and you're able just to chase down those waves in the lineup.
Yeah.
14:10 to go. Marco is allowed to kind of fish around. Doesn't have to worry about losing priority. Can kind of check some waves out while Alan's protecting the set waves. Marco's got some options to look for underneath Alan's watch. We're down to 13 minutes and 45 seconds in the final of the U.S. Open. Marco Mignot leads at the moment as Al Cleland Jr. is waiting with priority. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll crown our champions after this. Let's go. Look at that crowd. They can talk to the competitors in the water. It just creates a very close stadium-like feel for a huge event like this. There's been funny stories of competitors just having actually conversations with people on the pier during their heats. They can really let them know who they're going for. A lot of support for both of these surfers with great stories. Marco Mignot, raised on a boat, basically, traveling around the world, surfing world-class waves, been residing in Sayulita for a long time. Parents with Canadian passports, representing France, living in Mexico. What a life. All based on the ocean. Siblings that rip, cousins that rip. But in the biggest final of his career is Marco Mignot still leading over Al Cleland Jr.
And this final reminds me a lot of the one we had 6 years ago right here, Canelo against Griffin. And very similar in age. They both know each other super well, good friends, and I feel like they're kind of on that same path right now, Joe, and especially as what Maddie was talking about. The North American region might, right now, outside of Brazil, might be the hottest one there is, because look at the people who qualified last year, Maddie.
Absolutely, and even the ones that are knocking on the door, guys like Levi Slauson, Nolan Raposo, who we lost early in the draw. Those guys lit up on the regional QS as well, and they're capable of, any one of those guys is capable to win out here, but it's these two, the last man standing.
Al Cleland Jr. just loves hanging out on the stage every morning, watches the waves very closely, and just continues kind of a cool stretching routine with his headphones on. It's not kind of the ultimate focus where he's not gonna say hi to you, because he'll take one off and kind of say what's up.
Yeah.
You kind of, but usually when you're walking around competitors in that kind of space, you just keep your head down. You don't want to like pop their bubble. But Al will like engage a little bit and then kind of get back into the zone. He's watching the surf very closely. So you think about the day, how long it's been. He spent a long time focusing on the surf, even on his breaks today.
Definitely can be a mental strain there.
Mindfulness, though, as well. At times, we did see him before his round of 16 meditating yesterday. He said he's been doing it for a few years and really tapping into his inner flow to control his energy. And when you do that, you're able to measure your reaction to the situation, which is what he's done so well throughout this event. He's been behind, very clutch. That semi-final, if he goes on to win this, that'll be one of the most pivotal moments in his career.
If he wins the event, it was really in the semifinal when he won it, because he won it with just 2 waves, trailing the entire heat. He surfed a 9-minute semifinal, Joe, and not many people are able to do that, especially with just 2 waves ridden.
Gosh, there were some big names into finals day. Kolohe Andino, a big local favorite with a ton of experience, probably the most that was entering finals day here. Jackson Bunch had a good run in this event. Had Marco against the ropes, and Mignot just saved it on an all-star performance at the buzzer. He's had that multiple times this week. To show that it wasn't a fluke or a surprise in the earlier rounds, he's been able to repeat that same success.
The ocean's gone flat right now. About close to an hour off of the high tide, Joe. We should be seeing some more consistency, I would think, in these next 8 minutes. And, you know, for Alan's sake, he's just hoping to get a chance to get the 6.61 or better. And I would still say that even though Marco is in the lead and has the 5.27 as the backup, ball is in Alan's court right now, because he dropped an 8.33 with quite ease in the previous heat. And if he gets on the right wave, that's a major capability for him, especially when you know how good he is in the air, too. He's had a couple of big waves in big moments with just a single air, literally straight off of the bat into the air off of the bottom turn.
Good time for a heat check as the crowd gets fired up. Marco's top score, 7.33 compared to Alan 6.0, Waxhead.
Yeah, we have a look at the scores of Mignot there, the 8, and low is a 7, and then it averages out. We take the other 3 scores, 7, 7, 7, 5, 7, 5, and a 7. And it's just nice to see the spread between the judges. And we look below on the left-hand side there of Cleland. Someone went low as 5.5 and up to 6.5. So a pretty even spread. Often you'll see it between a point to a point and a half, sometimes up to 2 points in more amateur events, but it is all open to opinion. They have that criteria, which is important, speed, power, and flow, but then you incorporate those other elements like the critical nature of the maneuvers and the placement of them.
Really 2 different types of performances when you focus on their best numbers. From Marco's 7.33 and then the 6 for Al Cleland. He didn't have a whole lot of open face and hard lip until the end. He really had to surf that wave up. Marco kind of had a cleaner line, light on his feet, and exploded a bit more. I like the separation.
Yeah, so do I, and I think there was not only a clear separation right there, I just think it's the steepness of the wave of Mignot, especially that we saw in elevation in the score right there. The 6-point ride was well surfed, and not many people could have surfed that wave up like the way Alan did. It was just so fast down the line, Joe. It was really difficult to surf in. Right now it's 6 minutes. Also a big shout out to the board manufacturers out there. Whoever wins this final, and even if they don't win, major presence from Timmy Patterson from Southern California, Marco Mignot with Jason Stevenson. He's making a big comeback on the CT right now.
JS Industries, look out. Famous for his partnership with Joel Parkinson, leading to a 2012 world title. JS, it works out a lot of his surfboard models still today from Joel Parkinson's feedback. JS getting a gold as well with Cowley Vost in the Olympics, and can he get a win here at the U.S. Open?
Couple of good weeks for Jason Stevenson if that happens.
Not bad at all. And for Al, same board, he got the semifinal on.
Yep.
Earlier this year on a QS.
Yeah, he's kept that one on ice. He loves it. It's an IF-15, and you know he's riding the John Tech Flex fins from Futures, and they're large as Matty, so just a bit more pivot off of the bottom, and maybe just a bit stiffer when it comes to these conditions out there right now.
Marco out front with his 7.33. Allen still with priority. Let's enjoy the heat recount.
And the next episode, call me on the telephone, ask me if I know this. The sky is running dry, got the herbs if they sold us. How can my supply don't remind us, record us back to the melody, the beat, and the chorus. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like.
Feel Like That by Sublime, the song of the U.S. Open. 4 minutes to go in the final. Marco Mignot still out front. You can see the power rail work from Al Cleland, even through whitewatery sections, and the precision surfing from Marco on his 7.33. They've dealt with a serious lull here in the final. And Alan's trying to stay focused. It might come down to one more chance.
Well, it's been over half an hour since Marco got that 7.33. Got that in the opening 2 minutes when Sally was still being chaired up the beach. We are due for another set. That was straight after the high tide when Marco got that wave as well. So the ocean changing. We do have that dying south swell combined with some of that northwest combo swell, but the winds changed direction in that last half an hour. A little more ruffled. We saw Al deal really well with the chop and the just a little idiosyncrasies in that wave, but that was the flow element garnering that 6, the progressive element for Marco with his scores.
I mean, without that 6 though, Joe, he's not in the heat. So at that point, it was really smart. It was a smart move to go on that wave. At least got something to get himself back into it. Was able to get priority after Marco was able to get his backup score, the 5.27. And now with just enough time, could be another buzzer beater right here. And if you're Mignot, you want to make sure that you're on a wave right here in the end too.
Gosh, how many heats have we settled on the sand?
Too many.
Both these guys. Al was telling me earlier that he rarely goes to the air in heats. Said he just relies on power surfing typically to get through a lot of matchups. He does do a lot of airs and free surfs and video parts, but he just said he never really is going for it unless it's a real obvious section like he had earlier throughout the week. So he could do it in one section. He's had a couple throw tail reverses in the flats as well on softer opportunities. But it's up to the ocean to give him another chance.
And looking at the past champions right there, there's a comparison to me to Andy Irons from Alan Cleland. And you look at Taj Burrow right there, Marco Mignot, and they went back-to-back actually, 04, 05 right there.
Gosh, those are some of the favorite years here at the U.S. Open. Just all the biggest names. Machado's been hanging out the last few days, watching the action. Shea Lopez, creating a cool brother story, winning in '99, and Corey also won a few years later. Machado had that peak named after him. It's also known as the David Nueva part of the lineup, but wow, we're running out of time. The final minute of the event. Marco has just been sitting with the lead, and Alan's just been sitting with priority. Is the final going to end this way?
Well, it'd be kind of a bummer if it does, but it's looking that way right now. 55 seconds, and don't really see anything on the horizon right now, Joe.
Al's just holding his position, standing up on his board, just going, come on, give me another chance. Best result for both these surfers in their career. They're going to be moving up significantly on the rankings, heading into the last 2 stops of the season. Portugal, then Brazil, to hope that they qualify for the tour. 30 seconds, what do we see out there?
Oh, maybe something on the horizon. I don't know if it's going to get here in time, though. There might be one chance, Joe.
Oh, my goodness.
Jeez, gonna be close.
No way.
Maybe.
After this giant lull right before the buzzer, Al Cleveland Jr. is moving into position.
Go.
Needs a 6.61. Now committing as we're into the countdown. This wave will count. First turn, a snap off the coping right out in front. Ooh. Belts it again. He's got to hold his composure through the inside. Hits it off the lip. He controls it and also stays on his feet.
Is he holding his mouth?
I can't believe this right now. This is so crazy.
At least he got an opportunity. At least he got the opportunity. That's all the competitors ever won. That's all we want.
I mean, the ocean has feelings too. We're in the countdown and a wave comes through. Alan had to be so still and patient, and he had to perform. A lot could have gone wrong on that wave just with nerves and pressure. Mitch, what'd you see?
Well, the first one was strong, but the second one was even better. Boom, into the lip right there. A lot of spray. Right here, you can see him just setting up for the inside. He gets a 2 for 1, and that combination was solid, guys. I mean, considering how the waves are right now, it's really comparable to the 6, and I'd even say to the 733 here, Mighty.
Yeah, I think it's going to be right there. He hits the lip line 3 times in this wave, just sets it up for the inside and gives him this inside track. His best one yet, I think, and taps it off the inside. So, I mean, nice flow. The downtime, he S-turned through it. Not a lot of that Huntington hop.
This is
speed, carried speed throughout, showed elements of power.
It's crazy, guys. It is crazy.
Judges have some big comparisons to make. Alan already has a 6, so it would have to be better. The 2 good friends are already going to shake hands as they wait for the outcome. It doesn't have to be as good as Marco's 733. Wow, what a finish.
Either way, you got to give props to both guys. Marco got the quick start, backed it up with the 5.27. Al kept his composure, was able to get the 6. And then right here, I mean, dude, you're waiting 25 minutes for a wave. It never pops up. Literally, we're in the countdown. He stands up and, I mean, does some of his best surfing throughout the entire day right now on a single wave. And major props to both guys, Joe.
Gosh, that was a treat. I mean, with that giant lull, a lot could have gone wrong. You could have got distracted, felt too much pressure, or even
just the jelly legs
froze up.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm really impressed he was ready to swing for it.
Keeping in mind there's thousands of people on the beach counting down as well, listening to the countdown from the beach announcer as he paddles for that wave.
Oh! Scores in! Al Cleveland Jr. does it at the buzzer and takes out the event for Mexico for the first time in history. Al Cleveland Jr., your champion of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. And what a way to do it right on the last wave.
That was phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Goosebumps. And if he was going to win, it was always going to be in that fashion. Mindfulness got him through this event, meditating, just believing that he could get through this. Positive mental attitude. And Al Cleveland gets the win.
I'm still in shock. Like, I can't believe it right now. I seriously cannot believe that it came down to the last wave. They waited 30 minutes for a set. And as Matt was pointing out, at that point, your legs are frozen up. You're probably overthinking things. You're just waiting for a wave. You got the pressure of the people on the pier, on the beach, the announcer, the people on the beach counting down, and he gets a wave at the end, Joe. Literally, a miracle happened today. A miracle happened in the water in the last 10 seconds.
This is the countdown. He gets up, and there's just a few seconds on the clock and performs.
3 seconds remaining, and as it's just ripped out from Marco Mignot, he's watching this from behind. Fan of spray again. Lines it up for a third little S-turn. Carries the momentum through the inside, and he needed this finish, and he goes for a 2-for-1, and he gets the score, a 6.7. He's the first Mexican to ever take out the US Open of Surfing.
The biggest win for a Mexican-born athlete in surfing history.
You know, to have the countdown go down right there, 3, 2, 1, when he's about to hit the lip for the second time, the composure that he had, as you said, Joe, he's always been preparing himself right outside of the athletes area, and with one headphone on and the other one just saying hi the entire time. Big victory right here for Mexico. Viva!
A big win for both these surfers.
Yes.
Training and living in Mexico as well. And a well-deserved victory there for our big things. We know is already destined both these surfers for greatness in the surf industry, but to take the victory out here, he goes down on a list of champions.
Watch out, guys. He's CT ready right here. Pipeline, Portugal, everywhere else, Bells, Margaret River. You got a contender right here, Joe.
A massive contender, a world title threat. We can go that far. This guy's got it all. From big hollow barrels to airs to power carves to small wave ripping. Look out, world. Al Cleland Jr.'s coming for you. Somebody pass that man his surfboard. Hang that on the wall, maybe pull it down for big events. Great job to Timmy Patterson and the crew for creating a piece of magic under the feet of Al Cleland Jr.
You know, not only did he just win, Joe, that's a people's champ right there.
Sure.
That's a people's champ right there. Kid always takes his time for everybody, always with a smile. You gotta love to see it. Talk about the biggest win of your life and the most important moment of your life too. He came an Olympian, came here to the US Open, and he's a champion basically on home soil. It's the biggest event in the North American region on the Challenger Series. He made it count, Joe.
Oh, he certainly did. He's already standing by with AJ McCord.
Man, Alan, you just told me I don't even know what to say.
AJ getting set with all the energy down there. The mic is just going to reload real quickly. All the fans are waiting to hear from the champion.
You ready?
They're all set. Right back to you, AJ.
What did it feel like to get chaired up the beach with a massive crowd around you?
I don't even have no words to explain the feeling that I have right now. It's crazy, you know, having so much support from my home country and all my friends. It's something that I actually never really lived up to. You know, I haven't really won any big competitions before. This is like my second one, so to just be representing my flag and be representing all these people here supporting me, it's beautiful, and I'm just really happy at the end. You know, meditation always helps, you know. It's been helping me throughout the last couple years, and to just stay composed that whole time, just believing in myself that there was going to be a wave. Yeah, it was crazy just hearing 30 seconds and then hearing the people on the pier like, hey, there's a wave outside. I was like, oh my God, here we go. And, you know, surfing the wave, knowing the heat was done, I just didn't have nothing to explain. And then now we're here. I'm just rattled, to be honest.
Rattled now, but not in the water. When you needed that 6.6 and you just got it at the 6.7, when that score dropped, what was the emotion?
It was crazy, you know, thinking I needed such a high score, and the wave, I just felt like it was good, but it almost felt a little small. But I knew if I just surfed it correctly and just did the turns that I had to do, I knew I could get the score. So just hearing, you know, Marco is one of my really good friends. I grew up with Marco. So just having a heat with him, it's amazing. And I just had to paddle back out and go just give him a big hug and just salute him, because he's such a gnarly surfer and I look up to him a lot. So yeah, I'm just stoked at the end. I came up top. So yeah, I don't have nothing to say.
It is your first win on the Challenger Series. It is also the first time ever that a surfer representing Mexico has won here on the Challenger Series. What does it mean to you to be wearing that flag around your back right now?
Can I say it in Spanish?
Absolutely.
Significa todo, ¿no? Para mí, representar mi bandera, representar todo mi país, toda mi gente, es un honor. Entonces, para poder poner esta bandera en lo más alto otra vez es increíble. Y nomás quiero decir, ¡Viva México! Y gracias a todos.
Incredible indeed. Felicidades, Alan.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
¡Vamos!
Al Cleveland Jr. starting the fiesta on the beach with a beautiful speech representing his country, himself. He's on top of the world with his US Open title. Let's keep this party going on the 805 post show coming up next.
It is the 8:05 post-show finals day here at Huntington Beach, and we had some incredible moments. Sally Fitzgibbons, last year's runner-up, taking the title. Two-time winner here at the US Open. 13 years in between those wins, and Sally Fitz is still on top. And Alan Cleland turns the final in the final seconds for the men. This one's from Mexico. His first challenger final, his first challenger victory. Alan Cleland may be on his way to the CT. This is the path, and he's further along the path than he was. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar, Flick Palmentier. Flick, it seems like just last week we started this and already it's over.
I don't know if it seems like that for me. No, it's been an incredible week of waves. We've seen a big mixture of swell, small conditions, grindy conditions, big chunky sections, and I've just been really impressed all week. And, you know, even though the conditions were small in the finals day, the performances were not.
Yeah, and Mitchell, I can't help but admire the clutch surfing that we saw for Alan Cleland Jr., turning heats in the final seconds, not just once, but 2 times on finals day.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff. He's destined for the championship tour, I believe, and I think he's going to be the first one to qualify right there at the end of this year. Massive win for Mexico, big win for Alan Cleland.
What's that feel like? As a Mexican, what's that feel like?
I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't emotional right now.
Yeah.
I definitely am, and I'm just really proud of both of those guys in the final, really. I've known Marco and Alan since they were kids, and really proud of them right now, Kaipo.
Yeah, although flag-wise, it was France versus Mexico. Both surfers from Mexico in that men's final. We're going to take a look at our bracket, and Alan Cleland Jr.'s road to a huge, huge win here at Huntington Beach. Crosby Colapinto this morning. No problem for Big Al.
Yeah, and as he said, clutch. There were a couple maneuvers throughout the day that I felt were really necessary for him to implement given the conditions, Kaipo. But taking out Crosby right here was his path to stardom today.
And then Flick in the semifinals, he surfed a 9-minute semifinal.
Yeah. It was absolutely incredible, right? And you even just look at the two surfers. I mean, quarterfinals, he's matched up against Crosby, arguably, you know, somewhat one of the hardest competitors in this draw. And
this is an 8-3-3.
Yeah, 8-3-3, right? Matches up against Jarvisel. And Jarvisel got off to a great start in this heat. So to maintain composure throughout this whole heat and make it count right in those dying seconds just sort of talks to, I guess, you know, how calm he can be under pressure, making the right decisions. And, I mean, going big when it really counts, right? I mean, incredible composure and so impressed with him.
Look at this. That's coming out of there. And then in the final, Mitchell, he did it again.
Yeah, he had a 6 to start off. Like in comparison to Marco, 7.33. And I mean, truly utilized every single aspect of that wave to get that 6-point ride. Then literally, when they were counting down, goes on this wave right here. Needed a 6.64, I believe. Got a 6.7. A miracle literally happened today, Kaipo. It's the biggest win in surfing history for Mexico.
Love it. Love the chair up, love the passion. Giant crowd here, by the way, to support Al Cleland. And the numbers you talked about, that 6.7 came with just seconds on the board. That was enough to put Alan Cleland on the podium, on the winner's stand. And speaking of the winner's stand, let's make it official. For that, let's go to the presentation with Joe Turpel. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. On the 8:05 post show, you guys are going around the world live. How's it going, everybody in Huntington Beach? You guys are such a big part of this event every year. For the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, a major stop on the Challenger Series for the World Surf League, and you guys made this happen. Biggest crowds, most fun ever, a celebration of action sports in our industry, and the finals day delivered, an emotional day with a lot of drama. The WSL would like to formally recognize that Huntington Beach is the traditional homeland and shared territory of the Hashiman and Tongva people. It is known by the place Lukupangma in the Hashiman and Tongva languages. The Hashiman people have lived in the place we call Orange County for over 10,000 years and are still here stewarding the land alongside surfers, environmentalists, and others who care about our shared coastline. We thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event. Thank you so much. Wow, what a week. The fourth stop of the Challenger Series out of 6, top 4 results. Go into qualification, got to be in the top 10 for men, top 5 for women. It is on. We also had the second stop of the 2024 World Longboard Tour finish up. Rachel Tilley, congratulations, and also Taylor Jensen winning earlier this week. The performances have really been incredible over the years. Looking at 5 decades of champions, celebrating big competitions at Surf City, USA. All the biggest names in the world have won here, from Kelly to Andy. You know, huge performances from local legends like Brett Simpson and Kanoa Igarashi, to Lane Beachley, Rochelle Ballard, Lisa Anderson, and now this younger guard that's been taken over the last 3 years. But oh, that just changed. We'll get to that in a little bit. Thank you to our partners, our title partner, Lexus, presenting partner, Pacifico, all of our event partners from Red Bull, Hurley, Shiseido, Yeti, Apple, Eventbrite, 805 Beer, Visit Huntington Beach, Bonsoy, Hogue Healthcare, Cup Noodles, Sun Cruiser, Tractor Beverage Company, IC, Skull Candy, Rad Power Bikes, Pura Vida, One Will, Jack Surfboards, Huntington Surf and Sport, and Proximo Spirits. Give them a round of applause for making this all come true. I'm going to keep going with all the great help we've had from Samazon as well, the United States Air Force, X Games, Surfwater, Milagro Tequila as well, and also our big media partners for this event, CBS Broadcasting, ESPN, iHeartMedia, and Complex Networks. Thank you very much. Big round of applause. Big special thank you that goes to the IMG event staff that helped make this event happen, and the city of Huntington Beach, of course, for hosting us once again. Thank you to all the competitors for providing us a big show all week, and also the local community for sharing your waves. This wave is amazingly special. The south side of the pier, thanks for giving us the lineup all week. Got some great people on stage to help me with the trophy presentation. WSL Senior Manager, Tour and Competitions, Travis Logie, one of the best surfers in the world, one of the fastest goofy foots of all time. We love you, Trav. Great, thanks for all your hard work. Also want to hear it for Huntington Beach Mayor Gracie Van Der Mark. Thank you so much for being here and hosting us so well. And also Senator Janet Nguyen, thank you for coming down to help out and hosting us once again. Let's get some trophies handed out. Let's hear it for a man that was putting on miracle moments after miracle moments, showing that it was a plan. Big airs, great decisions. Start off with a huge start in that final, representing France. Let's hear it for your men's runner-up, Marco Mignot. Quick word, quickly, Marco, if you don't mind. You've put on so much entertainment this week. You gave us so much reason to stand up out of our feet and scream on air. The feeling of making your best performance in the Challenger Series, but also to be in the final with a good friend. What does it all mean to you?
I mean, not only a friend, a brother. I remember surfing with him in Pascuales. We were like, he was 7, I was 9. And to be here in the water in the finals at the US Open is amazing. You know, it's only blessings. And yeah, I just can't believe it. Amazing.
Congratulations, enjoy the moment.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you first to my coach Jazza. I love you, Jazza. I want to say thank you to my family who was in the beach supporting me. I love you guys. I want to say thank you to my sponsors too. I want to say thank you to the US Open. God bless America.
Marco Mignot, runner-up in the US Open final. Now this young surfer's been on a roll. She picked up a huge win in South Africa over in Bolito. She represents you guys here in Southern California. Let's hear it for your runner-up, Bella Kenworthy. Congratulations, Bella. This has been a special season in your life, coming off the first win of your career and then almost going back to back. You're surfing at a really high level. I want to know what it feels like.
Yeah, it feels really good. Super happy to back up my last result.
And also being in a final with someone like Sal, who you've known for a really long time. You probably have been a little kid watching her win events on tour. What does it feel like to be able to share a final with such an Australian legend?
Yeah, she's such an inspiration. I've like grown up watching her, so it's so cool to like, get to share heats with her now. And yeah, congrats, Sally.
Congrats on a great year, Bella. Best of luck in the next event.
Thank you.
Bella Kenworthy, runner-up in the U.S. Open final. Now, this man did some big things in the Olympic Games and then transitioned into an unbelievable small wave game. Some big airs, big power curves, and at the buzzer becomes the first Mexican to win the U.S. Open of surfing. Let's hear it for Al Cleland Jr. Hold it up. If you have a sombrero, throw it to the sky. This is a special moment in surfing history, and I loved your composure after each day of the rounds and how focused you were standing on this stage, kind of already pre-planning that you'd be here at the end of the contest. You talked about what this meant to you early to AJ. How is it all sinking in now?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, having such a rough start of the year to end up coming here and just getting the rhythm going, getting the momentum to be here, it feels amazing, you know, and especially have a final with one of my good friends that I grew up surfing with, literally since we're like 8 years old. We surf Pasquale's, and it's just an honor to see how far we came. Like, it's crazy, and to be having all this support crew, all the Mexico crew, and all my friends, my dad, and everybody here, it just feels crazy. So all I want to say is, ¡Viva México! Y aquí estamos, pa'l mundo! And yeah, just want to thank everybody in my corner, you know, Gabe, my dad, Daryl, Julian Lassa, all my sponsors, and just WSL for putting such great events and bringing the best of the surfing talents out, and just to show everybody that there's talent in Mexico and we can surf big or small waves. It's really cool to see, you know. And yeah, thank you guys, I appreciate it. Muchas gracias a todos por el apoyo, los quiero un chingo. ¡Viva México!
Let's go. Felicidades, carnal, well deserved. You deserve this. Best of luck the rest of the season.
Thank you, legend, have a great day.
Al Cleland Jr., your champion. Wow, we have one more. And she already made me cry earlier today in her post-seat interview on the glass with AJ. This is one of the best ever to compete in our game, and we're so lucky to have her. Let's get behind a U.S. Open champion for the second time of her career, Sally Fitzgibbons. Hold that thing up. Coming here at 14, a young teenager, and everything changed in pro surfing. Sal, it's really special to see you on the podium again, and specifically here in Huntington Beach. Remember when you won 13 years ago? You were 20, Lakey Peterson was 16, and look at you now, enjoying a final with Bella Kenworthy, who you really saw grow up. What's this all mean to you now?
This is such a special day, and it goes out to HB and the community. Guys, I love you. You've embraced me ever since I was 14, coming here and being inducted this week. It's just been something that now you just have such a special place in my heart. There's nothing like the Huntington Beach Arena, and oh my God, it just feels so special, especially in front of my mum and dad here this week, and my team. Just everyone's sticking with me for the whole journey and allowing me to still show up and just enjoy this sport. Even if wins take 13 years in between, I just love putting this jersey on. And I'm just so inspired by Bella, this generation, and just thank you guys. Thanks for accepting me. And I was just so happy to put together my surfing this week.
Sally, I've seen you win a lot. And you did make me cry earlier. That emotion was so real, and
I rarely see you let go of it like that, and I think you do it a lot when you're looking at your parents. Can you tell us about that support that they've given to you?
Oh, just representing my community and just my family values. Mom and Dad, you've been down on the beach since I was 9 and 10 years old and doing all-day beach days. And it was like today, I was just like all-day beach day together here in the US. And this is, you know, over 20 years later, and I just wouldn't have it any other way. And surfing for me has become life. And if you just keep showing up to it, you never know what can happen.
What an inspiration. Let's hear it for your champion, Sally Fitzgibbons, the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. What a celebration down here on the beach. One more time for Al Cleland Jr. as well. Our finalists, Bella Kenworthy, Marco Munoz. This is going to be one we will never forget. Let's continue the fiesta on the 805 post show. We'll send it back to you, Kaipo.
All right, thank you, Joe. And Sally Fitzgibbons, Alan Cleland Jr., Marco Munoz, Bella Kenworthy. That was two great finals. A lot of new names, but one name that we've known for a long time in surfing came back and came to #1 spot again. That's Sally Fitzgibbons Flick, and she did it in brilliant style, overcoming the teenager, Bella Kenworthy, in that final. That was certainly the surfer in form throughout this entire finals day, but great strategy, great surfing by Sally Fitzgibbons. Let's take a look at the finals day bracket for the women. Sally Fitz. Sofia Medina this morning. Nadia Erostarbe in a semifinal, and then the final, Philip.
Yeah, I mean, rocking up this morning, I think I agree with you, Kipes. I think Bella was absolutely in form when I saw those opening heats, but so was Sally. And, you know, Sally in that opening heat with Sophia threw down a 7.5 for that one air reverse. I mean, we're going to have a look at it here. And this was, you know, second heat of the day. And that air reverse right there, I was like, okay, she's on and she's ready to, you know, she's got a lot of maneuvers in that arsenal, and she just showed us straight away that what she's capable of and ready to push the progression if need be. And yeah, had Sophia Medina on the ropes in this heat.
On the beach, preparing for the semifinal up against Nadia Erostarbe. Mitch?
And she went through 3 different generations of surfers in finals day too. Sophia Medina, as you mentioned, Nadia Erostarbe, who had been the on-fire surfer throughout the event too. But Sally was just adaptable, Kaipo. She was able to be on the 2 best waves every single heat that she surfed today so far. And discipline really came into effect when she hit the water against Bella Kenworthy in the final too.
Coming up in the final, Flick, up against Bella, Sally was solid.
Yeah, these two surfers most in form. It was actually going Bella's way for the beginning of this final, but it was this moment here. Sally, this was this second wave of the set, and a left. It got her back in the lead. She also clocked that Bella was on the inside. She kicked out of this one, regained priority, and that was the sliding doors moment in the heat. Sally capitalized on that, and yeah, just beautiful event win for her. 13 years between wins at the US Open, and yeah, I'm just so stoked for her, and yeah, and her family, and what a week. Also inducted into the Hall of Fame as well. So yeah, awesome week in Huntington for Sally.
Yeah, not to mention runner-up last year, back-to-back finals for Sally Fitzgibbons. Look at the numbers, Mitch.
Real close, and both finals were very close too. Actually, 0.1 separated both the women's final and the men's final. And look at that, Fitzgibbons. She was trailing the majority of the heat. Kaipo was able to get the 5.63 for the lead at the end.
Yeah. Great stuff. Great finals day. There were so many moments today that could be a highlight, but there can only be one cup noodle wave of the day. Let's take a look at that wave of the day, Mitchell. Viva Mexico. Al Cleland Jr., 8.33.
Yeah, and this was in the semis. He only needed 2 waves in this heat to be able to advance, surf the 9-minute heat. The big combo on the outside, little setup work right there, and the big hammer to finish that wave off. Really just a massive wave in the context of the day, Kaipo.
Oh, power surfing, patience, and performing under pressure. Al Cleland Jr. Wow. That was something. Well, Al Cleland, Marco Munoz making the final. That's shaking up our rankings on the Challenger Series here at stop number 4. Let's take a look at our men's Challenger Series rankings after stop number 4 here in Huntington Beach. Because look at that. 26 spots up. Marco Mignol is above the cut line. Alan Cleland Jr., 42 spots up. Still on top, Sammy Pupo and George Petard in second and third. And Flick, Ian Govea's already going to be on the championship tour next year.
Yeah, I mean, we've had an incredible week, right? Ian clinching, that was amazing. I mean, for me, I look at that top 10 right now and I see someone who's won an event who's dropped out, and that's Geordie Lawler. And then obviously Alan and Marco just sneaking in there in 9th and 10th. I mean, just there's some movement on that board. I see Mikey Madonna, he's gone down a few spots as well, Australian, that also won the second Challenger Series event of the year. I mean, right at the top, you've got guys that are kind of breaking away, but that bottom 5 that are, you know, in contention right now, there's still a lot of work to be done if they wish to qualify.
Mitch, on the women's side of the rankings, the 2 finalists up in the 1 and 2 position.
Yeah, and I mean, for Sally not to qualify at this point would be almost impossible. Nearly 27,000 points. Bella Kenworthy right behind her. Bella Nichols still in number 3. But look at what Erostarbe is right now. She was just outside of the top 5. She moves to number 5 right now. Brooks still in number 4. But then the 2 Brazilians, Silva and Medina, they're in the top 10, Kaipo.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really competitive on both ends. Challenger Series, we got 2 more stops on the Challenger Series. Portugal and then Saquarema, where all the qualifications will happen, and some will happen along the way. Let's take our attention now to the Championship Tour. Stop number 9 on the Championship Tour is going to take us back to Fiji for the Corona Fiji Pro. Can't wait for this stop number 9.
I think if you ask anyone who's watched any type of competitive surfing, they'll say that the most exciting events are waves of consequence.
It's one of those sort of freak of nature waves that you don't get too many of in the world.
After a 7-year hiatus, the World Surf League Championship Tour returns to Fiji. 8 coveted spots remain for the Lexus WSL Finals.
Denver, you're going the lowers. John Florence, you are the number 1 seed.
Early season contenders look to fend off the rising momentum of Brazilian Goofy Foots. 2 veterans with past Fijian success look to chase down their own final 5 spots. Along with 2 first-time Phenom wildcards, the 4-time Fiji champ Kelly Slater is back. Will be determined here at the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy.
The window starts August 20th. Stop number 9, where we're going to set our final 5 for the men and women for the Lexus WSL Finals. Let's take a look right now at our final 5 snapshot going in to the final stop of the regular season. John Florence, Mitchell, he's already locked for the Lexus WSL Finals, but look at how competitive it is for those remaining 4 spots.
Yeah, and it's really going to be tough to knock him off the number 1 seed, too. I think Griffin's kind of a lock. I'd be very surprised if Jack Robinson doesn't stay within the top 5. To me, it's Yago Dora, Jordy Smith, and all the way down to Gabe Manita. Those are the 3 people you need to watch out for that can potentially qualify for lowers.
It is going to be really to see if Medina can come from behind and get in there. Yago Dora, too. I expect some great surfing from him at Cloud Break. I think Ethan Ewing, Italo Ferreira, they're going to be hanging on there, so every heat's going to count. Flick, look at the women. Again, Katie Simmers, already set, 4 remaining spots in a very competitive field.
Yeah, super competitive. I kind of feel like Caroline's also semi-locked her spot in too. So, you know, there's 3 sort of spots potentially. I mean, Brisa kind of locked it in, but let's look at number 6 and 7, Joanne and Tatiana, who, you know, they've had success out there in the past. They've had those amazing feelings. So, and you've got to play into experience as well. They've been there before. You know, some of these younger competitors may not have had the same amount of experience as what Joanne and Tatiana have had. So, I mean, it's still wide open there as far as I'm concerned for those couple of last spots.
Yeah, it's It's all setting up. Looking forward to that over in Fiji. But let's now reflect back at what happened over here in Huntington Beach. Let's go for the top 5 moments of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Starting with number 5. This was epic. The Legends Heat, Jeff Deffenbaugh.
I had a good time during this one, Kaipo. D-Ball right there, getting his flowers. He saw Mike Parsons' snips also hit the water. He had a couple of sick waves during the Heritage Heat. Hats off, though. Tommy Curran, more than 60 years of age out there, Kaipo. 3-time Open champion, 3-time world champion. And Archie, favorite turn of the event right there.
Also, Shane Beschen, a former US Open winner, joined the Heritage Heat and looking smooth out there. Beschen hasn't missed a beat. Number 4, our women's longboard champion, Flick, Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, Rachel Tilley absolutely smoked this field, right? It almost seems like such a long time ago when you look back at this footage here. But just, it does, doesn't it? I mean, but she just surfed with so much style and flow and grace. And yeah, it was epic to see her get the win here. Big win too for her. And I mean, I just can't believe watching this footage. Like, it seems like so long ago when we look back. But yeah, big win for her. Second event on tour. Looking forward going into the third and yeah, finishing off with the 4th.
Number 3, our men's longboard champ, the big guy, Taylor Jensen, was incredible.
Well, and he's got back-to-back wins too, so he's out to a commanding lead right now. Number 1 in the rankings. Coming from Oceanside, he's very accustomed to not only a beach rake up here too. You could see it right out there. Grace, style. I would also think the wave selection had to have been one of the major factors for his success this last week out there at HB.
Number 2, Sally Fitzgibbons, Flick, takes out another US Open title.
Yeah, this was so awesome to see. You know, the woman in the draw who has the most experience put all of that experience to use today. I mean, different scenarios, going left, going right, really smart priority calls. And there was a few sliding doors moments in that final where Sally just made smart decisions and, you know, showed that maturity that's she's got from just so many years and so much experience. But yeah, epic to see her get the win, and I love it when good people win. It's just, she's so genuine, so authentic, and it's so good to see.
Enjoyed the win with her family here supporting her. It was an emotional one and a deserved win for Sally Fitzgibbons. Number 1, Viva Mexico. Alan Cleland took out a US Open title, Mitchell.
It's the biggest win of his career so far and a historic moment for both the country and the region of North America. We've seen Canadians, we've now seen Mexicans make it to this stage too, and he is really succeeding with flying colors. Takes out his good buddy Marco Mignot literally in the dying seconds of the final too. Had a couple of buzzer beaters during this event, Kaipo. None bigger than that one in the final though.
Oh yeah. And moves into the top 10 scenario on the Challenger Series, Alan Cleland Jr. Oh man. All right, well, Flick, gosh, final thoughts. It seems like we've been here a month.
It really does. Honestly, my final thoughts about George, if I just think about today, Alan and Sally are the 2 biggest legends on this Challenger Series tour as far as I'm concerned. They're just really good people, and I like it when good people win. I feel like it's so deserving and made me happy. Feels
Mitchell,
right.
I'm going to miss you.
I'm going to miss you too. I'll see you in a few weeks during the Lexus WSL Finals though.
Yeah, your thoughts?
Well, huge win for Mexico. Very proud. Obviously, the biggest thing for me is just Alan Cleland being able to overcome those kind of adversities right there. Shout out to Marco Mignot. Career best result right there. Looking forward to Fiji now, Kipes.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you, Flick. Thank you, Mitchell. It's been excellent. Remember, August 20th. Tune in at worldsurfleague.com. It's a Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Bula!
Good morning and welcome to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico.
One for the music and one for the road. Drop the beat to the rhythm, take us back to the show. Show your love for the people.
I can't tell you how many close heats this kid has lost out here, Joe. There's been too many. He doesn't want that to happen here.
Marco clear for takeoff and an extended frontside air reverse.
Somebody just put
some salsa on this here, Joe.
Ito-san.
He throws it up into the air. Everybody just lost it.
Turn our music, microphone, and the stage. Back to the rhythm, now we back, yeah, we grooving. Everybody's getting down and everybody's moving. Rhymes are a sign of the times that we use it. Loving the life you live, live the life that you choose it. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like.
Here for finals day, crowning our champions after a stellar week here in Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. Little wedge peak, fin throw, reverse.
Wow. Really cool to see Sally start to dig into the bag of tricks.
Miguel frustrated. He wanted to get the priority switch and he couldn't afford to take off. Right hand wedge, tail chuck reverse, and a big spin.
Okay, I don't want it in my hair.
Right there.
Sally Fitzgibbons is in the final. She'll take on Bella Kenworthy, going for back-to-back wins on the Challenger Series.
The surfer from Mexico, Al Cleland Jr., on to the final. You know he's looking for a ramp. Settle for turns here, still racing down the line. There's the ramp from plants it.
There it is. 7.5.
Gets the number, steals the semifinal. Let's go!
Sally Fitzgibbons, 13 years in between big wins here in Huntington Beach, is officially the Lexus US Open of Surfing champion. Right before the buzzer, Al Cleland Jr. as we're into the countdown. Scores in! Al Cleland Jr. does it at the buzzer and takes out the event for Mexico for the first time in history. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.